Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're in the right place. You found No Comment Chick. I've been told I'm supposed to welcome my audience, and that's mostly in videos, but since this is both a video and a live stream, I thought I'd get practice at it. What am I doing? I need to turn down my music here. How is everybody doing today? How is everybody doing? So, it's Tuesday, right? No Comment Chick streams on Monday, and then Tuesday and Wednesday, no stream? No, it changed, because something happened last night. I'm still listening to you through one headphone. I got one headphone, right? I took these apart yesterday. If you can see, there's no, like this did have, this little ring around here, right? And I took this thing off, like, yeah, see, so it normally looks like this, right? But I took this off, and then I unscrewed all the screws, and I don't know how I managed to do it, but I diagnosed what was wrong with my headphones. I diagnosed what was going on. There's a reason that this headphone isn't playing, and that's literally because one of the little solder joints, right, where the wire's supposed to be soldered, like it needs two wires going to the headphone, and one of them broke. So sad. But regardless, I've got a new set of headphones coming, I guess, tomorrow, and we gotta cover some stuff today. I cannot not stream today. You understand why, right? Let's get into like the music that the music that makes my brain work, because I'm still half asleep. I've been staying up late. I was hanging out in Discord last night, drinking Bud Light. Drinking Bud Light in the Discord with Dylan. No, with a lot of cool people, right? So join the Discord if you haven't already. You'll be able to hang out there and drink Bud Light or your favorite alcohol-free beverage, even. Or, you know, just water. I don't know, water. I've heard water is good for you. Does everybody know about Water Talk? Anybody heard of Water Talk? Not Water Talk, but Water Talk. T-O-K. It's a new TikTok for flavored water. That's right. Yeah, Water Talk. Water Talk. So we gotta, it's mostly like, okay, here's what it is. It is like wine moms making flavored water. Not just wine moms. It's a lot of people. A lot of people are on Water Talk. I don't want to like, yeah, push that like button. That's right, Crystal. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We got a lot to go over today. Why am I talking about Water Talk? Because I just saw a Big Joel. No, it was a Little Joel. It was a Little Joel. Well, Little Joel is Big Joel, and Big Joel is Little Joel, right? But it was a video talking about Water Talk and the phenomenon of Water Talk, and all it is like literally these, like, mostly women putting flavors into their water and talking about how they're gonna flavor their water. And apparently, like, this gets engagement because people in the comments are like, why are you flavoring your water? Like, that's not flavored water, that's just a drink. You're making a drink. You're making a, you know, a sugary drink. You should be drinking water. Like, No Comment Chick here. But they don't realize that even No Comment Chick sometimes likes to... Sometimes No Comment Chick likes to put a little flavor into the water. There we go, Water Talk. This is to you, Water Talk. But that's not what you came here for. You did not come here, I'm guessing, for Water Talk. You came here for a frank discussion of Contrapoints. Contrapoints and Vaush are at it. It's almost like they met together and they were like looking at my analytics and they were like, what can we do to give No Comment Chick a banger video? And they're like, oh, I know, we could fight each other again. And that's what happened. They decided to fight each other just for me, just to get my, just to drive my engagement, because that's what people want to see. I kind of do want to see it though. I'm kind of here for it, right? And here's why. This was Vaush's Waterloo a year ago. Speaking of water, this is Vaush's Waterloo. This was the one streamer, the one community that he could not go up against, and he tried. Like, so, a little refresh for anybody who wasn't here a year ago, did not see this happen a year ago. What happened exactly? Vaush went on a tear, a drama tear, right? He rampaged. Sometimes Vaush is rampaging, and he, you know, sometimes George Orwell has to, you know, go and take care of him, right? But like, so Vaush was rampaging. Vaush had taken on Luna Oi and non-compete. After that, I think Vaush took on Noah Samson. Yeah, Noah Samson did a video about Vaush and Xander Hall, and then Vaush took on Noah Samson. And then after that, Vaush decided to take a bite at JK Rowling. Take a swat at JK Rowling. And it wasn't good. It wasn't good, because what did Vaush have in his ammo, like, right, in his ammo clip? What did Vaush have in his magazine? He had that thing loaded up with misogyny. Like, JK Rowling, a TERF? Let me just use misogyny on her, right? And JK Rowling loved it. She was like, ooh, someone advocating for trans rights and saying a misogynistic thing towards me. It was like catnip. JK Rowling could not resist. And so, yeah, Vaush got quote retweeted by her, which I guess was his goal, but at what cost, right? It feels to me like he handed her a PR win, that he handed her something that she wanted. He handed her the narrative that she wanted, and in exchange, he got attention and he trended. This was back before Vaush was trending every other week, right? But yeah, you know, like one of the first times he trended was with JK Rowling after, I don't even remember what he said, but it was like misogynistic. It was like blatantly misogynistic for no reason. And, you know, people were like, this is not it. This is not it. I don't know what he expected. He expected like a big, like, pat on the back, and like for everybody in the online, Void Coffee. We do have some Void Coffee here. Wait, is it voiding though? Could use the T instead of the nodders. People are saying Kat defended JK. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're gonna hear so many bad faith arguments, right? Kat Black, a trans woman, defending JK Rowling. Makes sense. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. WrestleMania Hollywood Vaush versus Harry Potter author, producer of JK Rowling. So yeah, like after Vaush handed that, I am so curious. Wait, I am so curious. What would happen if can we get the Void Coffee effect? I bet we can. Let's try this. Chroma key engaged. Didn't ruin anything. Oh yeah, Vaush's message was just women shut up. Yeah. That was pretty much what he said. Some people just really like Harry Potter. Well, no, Kat wasn't defending JK Rowling though. That wasn't what happened, right? Kat wanted to have a conversation with her community about misogyny, because like it is one subject that kind of like hasn't been talked about since Gamergate. There's a reason during Gamergate that you didn't talk about misogyny, and that is because you would get like just descended upon by the locusts of Gamergate, right? That was what they were looking for. Oh, person, you know, is saying that there's misogyny. And like, I feel like in some ways, like, feminism hasn't recovered. Now, at the time, a lot of the feminism was shallow pop feminism, you know, BuzzFeed feminism or whatever, like, you know, just not, you know, real useful overall, but that's not what feminism is. Also, since then, we've experienced a lot of trans exclusionary radical feminists, but that's not what feminism is. A lot of those people will, in fact, Posey Parker, you know, admitted she's not a feminist. She's not trying to be a feminist. She's a conservative, right? A lot of these TERFs are, and even if they're not, they even if they do claim to be feminists, they place more value in hating trans people than they do in uplifting women, right? So, like, feminism, I guess, got kind of a bad name or something, and, like, especially if you look at Vaush's history, like, this is one issue he doesn't even try to be good on. This is one issue he doesn't even care about, right? And, you know, so I guess he thought, like, you know, the little tactical misogyny would work well. And it's weird how Vaush's, like, community will react to him doing tactical racism, tactical N-word. Please juice the tweet and let your friends and enemy know that Irene is live. Yeah, we gotta let him know. We gotta let him know. Hit that tweet. Here, I'll even pass it over to, you. Oh my god, what just happened? I will even pass it over to, yeah. What the heck? I just can't computer right now. There we go. Pass it over to YouTube is what I was trying to say. So yeah, Vaush gets his engagement with JK Rowling, you know, gets his attention, gets a pat on the back from his Gamergate community, who sees nothing wrong with it, but the rest of the online left is like, what is going on? What is going on? Like, do not use misogyny to defend trans people, especially trans people. We're upset with that because we know the kind of narrative that TERFs want to sell, and it's a narrative that supporting trans people means hating cis women or you know, hating, like, being anti-woman in general or whatever, right? And so this is immensely damaging. Cat Black wasn't even trying to take it up with Vaush, right? Cat Black was talking about misogyny around the time that this happened with her community. She wasn't talking about Vaush. She didn't mention Vaush, right? You could say it's a subtweet, right? But is it really a subtweet? Because a subtweet is like, you know, we want, like, I'm talking about this person. I'm not going to mention their name, but you all know who I'm talking about, right? This wasn't that. This was like, Vaush brings up the subject of misogyny by doing tactical misogyny to JK Rowling, and then Cat Black says it's a good time to talk about this now, right? And Vaush is just like hyper insulted and jumps into Cat Black's DMs as entitled as he's ever been, just like sort of demanding that she like take the tweet down, that she listened to him, that, and you know, it went badly, right? The whole thing went really badly. As a result, they end up in all this back and forth where, like, Vaush is on stream talking about Cat's, like, anatomy. That's about as much as I can say. Talking about Cat's anatomy, if you know what I'm saying, right? And then Cat says something about Vaush's, like, about Vaush's anatomy as well, right? Yeah, that's all I can say. That is literally this early in the stream. Look, I'm trying to be good, okay? I've gotten demonetized on so many of my previous streams, and if anybody's frustrated about not being able to say stuff in chat, like you said something that seems like a comment you should be able to make, and it got yeeted, right? It's not the mods. It's not the mods being super strict. It is, yeah, a combination of the auto mod and the fact that YouTube just, like, they're very unforgiving with me. She said something about him, but she wasn't specific. Soon Vaush will be reborn. Oh, will reform. I thought you said... Oh my god, I totally misread that. Soon Vaush will be reborn. It sounds like some video game thing. Okay, let's read some chat. People like Vaush for the same reason people like Destiny. Wait, what is that reason? I mean... Do I even know? Do I even know? Vaush called Jesse Gender a racist over a dozen times over the same issue as with Contrapoints. Oh, you mean in the discussion of the say her name discourse, right? She also had a go at someone in double denim. Wait. Double denim for not looking gay? before blue hair was the enemy, red hair was the enemy. You despise both of these people. That's understandable. In some ways, right? I mean, I gotta say though, this was a watershed moment for Contra too. So yeah, like I don't think I even finished my story. Cat Black goes against Vaush. Vaush accuses Cat Black of sexual. Of SH. Yeah, you all know what I'm saying if I say SH, right? Can I say SH? God, YouTube is so strict. I'm just like completely hemmed in here, chat. I don't know what to do. I think you need to set up a new sub goal. Wait, what should the sub goal be, Shaxpia? Because I do have the Nanuchka cosplay coming. It's headed my way, and it's gonna get here soon. I need to get that the Kami tattoo though. That's really important to have the Vaush's anatomy. Wait, what do I need to set my sub goal for? How else are you going to make content? You mean just like to do the 10? Oh, I see what you're saying. We've reached the sub goal. Congratulations, chat. God, like I need to associate these with like specific rewards though. I need to find out like specific things that I can like reward chat with for each sub goal that's met. Some of what I reward you with is like yeah, they're 1 out of 10. So right here is like extra time on the stream. So this sub goal is for extra time. If we can make it up to this sub goal, we're gonna do extra time, and I think you'll like that because like there's so much lava lamp. You want the lava lamp turned on? Oh wait, or should that be a reward? Not saying specific words is fine and funny even. It can be. What's up, Tiffany? Yeah, and there's like they're so transmisogynistic. If a cis person called someone's small, no one would have ever even implied that there was a yeah. I mean, like that happens all the time. Look, if Cat Black saying Vaush's is small, then what about all the guy streamers that tell people to suck their Persona 2 dance party, hell yeah. It's 13 out of 9. Does it still say that? That's weird. That sounds like a date. No, it wouldn't be a date. It'd be like the reverse of a date. In September. Because there is no 13th month, right? Unless, have things changed? Have I been asleep for too long? But yeah, so yeah, we got Vaush accusing Cat Black of SH, whatever that is. And then, and we got Contrapoints jumping in to be like, Vaush, what are you doing, right? And why does Contrapoints jump in? Who is Contrapoints to Vaush? Contrapoints was a friend. They were, what do they call that? The camaraderie of the accused, right? Both Vaush and Contra perceived themselves as having been canceled. And as a result, they related to each other. They liked each other. They did content together with each other. Based on the fact that, like, yeah, the woke mob is awful and it's super mean and it's super unfair that we get canceled, right? So Vaush and Contra are friends at this point. So Vaush's friend, Contrapoints, jumps in and says, what are you doing, friend? What is this? What am I looking at? Like, right? You need to back off Cat Black. And Vaush's response is like, Contra's wrong. Publicly shame her. That's what he told his chat, to publicly shame her into agreeing with him, right? That's the part I left off of the thumbnail. So that's how we got what happened last year. Now, what happened now? What happened this year? Well, glad you asked. JK Rowling's got a podcast, although I'm not sure. It's run by Megan Phelps Roper. If you recognize that name, that is the name of a lot of people in the Westboro Baptist Church, right? Megan Phelps Roper was in the Westboro Baptist Church. Megan Phelps Roper used to have hold signs that said God hates F slurs, you know, with the Westboro Baptist people. Used to picket funerals of United States soldiers, thus ensuring that the Phelps family, the Westboro Baptist Church, had enemies on both sides of the political aisle. Conservatives hated them because they picketed soldiers' funerals. Liberals hated them because they were anti-gay. And that's where she comes from. But she left, right? She left. At some point, Megan Phelps Roper decided that this church and its out-and-out vitriol and hatred for both U.S. soldiers and for gay people was just kind of ridiculous. And that's how she became the host of JK Rowling's Witch Trials, the Witch Trials of JK Rowling. So, Contra gets a call from somebody involved in this podcast, and it sounded like a good idea to her. Now, like you and I hearing this doesn't sound like a good idea. This is not something that I would do if given the chance. This is probably not something that you would do if given a chance. But I think that my understanding is that Contra thought this was going to be something different than what it actually was, and she agreed with it. She agreed to it, right? She went on the podcast, right? And it was just like, it's just like what you'd expect. It's a podcast about free speech. They're sponsored by, what was it called? The Fire Foundation or something? It's some, free speech absolutist organization that basically thinks that all the difficult problems in the world, all the discussions, all of the discourses, all of the, bigotry, it can be solved if we just talk to each other without the fear of anybody being canceled or silenced or yelled at too harshly. And that's when you got, that's where the whole free speech thing, the free speech absolutism thing, including this Fire Foundation. So anyway, they're all about free speech. Megan Roper, credits free speech, credits people's willingness to talk with her without insulting her, even though she's literally holding a sign that says God hates the F slur, right? With her being de-radicalized from the Westboro Baptist Church. But despite the fact that maybe she's less anti-gay, she's on board with Rowling's anti-trans BS, right? And she's also on board with defending Rowling as maybe not being, hateful or deserving of any of the criticisms that she just got. So Contra ends up going on the show. And she immediately regrets it, right? As soon as this episode is in the can, Contra is like, I made a mistake. I got used. I got pulled into something that doesn't represent who I am. And so she makes a post about this. She lets people know that this is coming out. It finally came out. It finally dropped, right? It's here, and we're gonna watch it. We're gonna listen to it. We're gonna scrutinize it. We're gonna dissect it. We're gonna dismantle it. We're gonna deconstruct it. We're gonna do all these things and more, right? So that's what prompted Contra's video. She scheduled a video to come out basically on the same day that this episode of the Witch Trials comes out, because otherwise it's just gonna be hey, here's the new Contrapoints just dropped, and it's her, talking with a hate monger. Talking with, a JK Rowling fan. And I think Contra wanted something to counter that message, to give her opinion of what she really thinks about JK Rowling, her revised opinion, because she's talked about JK Rowling before, a few times. But this is her revised opinion on JK Rowling, and she dropped this video. Nobody expected it. His community is definitely acting like he's the main character in this story. True, M. Corcoran. True. In Mexico, oh wait, it's different in Mexico? They do month, day, year. The Jewish calendar, we do have a leap month, so technically we have a 13th month. That's cool. God, I'm almost jealous. What's up, Chico? Don't criticize me hard, but publicly shame my enemies. Anyone who disagrees with me once. The Wizard of Bad Faith. So Megan is another one of those de-radicalized white people. Yeah, sort of, but I would say that Megan is less de-radicalized than Xander Hall or less de-radicalized than anybody that you know. Like, her claim to de-radicalization is very, very not there, not real. Oh wait, didn't I say that I was gonna do Void Coffee? Does it work? No. I'm gonna have to get my other cup. I do have the filter on for Void Coffee though, but apparently that cup does not suffice. I'm gonna have to make more coffee. I'm gonna need to make more coffee. Do I seem like I need more coffee, chat? How am I doing? I feel like I'm half asleep. This is like all this stuff happening. Like, I feel like there's fires and explosions and like, you know, all kinds of things going on all around me, and I'm just sitting here like, oh yeah, so like there's this thing between Contra and Vaush, let me explain it. There's this long history to it, blah, 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 and I'm putting you to sleep with that, right? I'm putting you to sleep, but that's the history, that's what happened. Contra comes out with a video in response to JK Rowling's witch trials kind of ambush interview, I guess, and then she mentions Vaush in that video. And that reignites the whole Vaush thing from a year ago. Now, like I said, this was Vaush's Waterloo. This was what looked like a mortal wound to the Vaush brand. And indeed, there's been no growth since then. What there's been is a Fortress arc, and the Fortress arc was an attempt to stem the loss of status and clout. I almost said a word that could be demonetizable. But that, you know, basically the idea was that Vaush is gonna do his own content, stay in his own community, stay in his lane, and kind of like not mess with anybody, right? Because it didn't go well. Like it went well to attack Luna and EJ, that was fine. The Noah Samson thing, you know, he was okay through. The God, what was after that? The JK Rowling thing is where things started to go off the rails. And then, you know, he started to get his butt kicked by Cat Black, and then Contra jumps in with the elbow off the top rope, right? Just comes in there, ba-dung! And Vaush is just like, whoa, okay, Fortress arc, right? And the Fortress arc lasted for a certain amount of time. I don't know, when did it end? Around the time that Keffels went after everybody, maybe? So Vaush is not on his Fortress arc. He's definitely, you know, he's out of his cage. He's attacking people again, and yeah, he attacked Contra. Even though, like, let me just, like, I don't want to oversell this, right? Because there's Vaush and Contra on the thumbnail. That's because there's this, like, fight between them right now. But Contra, I don't want to oversell what's in the video. Contra only talks about Vaush for, like, 2 minutes. I feel like Vaush, in response, like, from what I've seen, he did a stream last night where he responded, and I feel like he talked for longer than the video that, like, right, he talked about it longer than Contra, right? So that's why he's on the thumbnail. That's why this is the title. That's why this is what's going on. What is this dweeb doing now? I don't know. Probably ending his career, right? I don't know if I'm gonna be right about this. I don't know if history will prove me right. But if this is the beginning of the end of Vaush's, you know, influence on the left, you know, just remember you heard it here first, right? Because I think it could happen. I hate how Vaush's community is reducing the video to the tiny Vaush segment. Yeah, it's not even about Vaush. It's about JK Rowling. It's about Anita Bryant. It's about homophobia. It's about, you know, transphobia. It's about liberatory struggles, you know, of two marginalized groups and some of the parallel. I think it's a really good video. There are some things in the video that I disagree with Contra on, mainly, you know, the trans women in sports thing. I'm, you know, I don't agree with everything that she said. Jessie Gender has commented on this as well. But overall, I think it's a really good video. She actually took the opportunity to talk about gay history, misogyny, yeah, all the stuff that doesn't happen in the leftist content sphere that's just addicted to drama. It's all about Noah versus Vaush, Luna versus Vaush, everybody versus Vaush, Xander Hall versus Jessie Gender, you know, just all this crap. And Contra's here trying to bring up history, gay history, talk about misogyny in a meaningful way, not in a way that, like, the way that Rowling weaponizes the notion of misogyny and civil disobedience and actual, like, you know, what actual, like, protest means. How, you know, queer people have fought for our rights in the past. He is so fragile, true. Now and next. Oh my god, thank you, Shakespeare. That's very smart. So what are we gonna do first? Chronologically, I'd want to start with the history of this. But realistically, let's start in media res. Yeah. Do you know what that means? Woke Mario. We're not doing woke Mario. We're so done with woke Mario. Woke Mario is a thing of the past, right? We're on to bigger and better things. Contrapoints. JK Rowling. Because I know that's what most people are here for. Most people are here to watch me react to this video. Contrapoints, JK Rowling. Then next, oh my god, I can't use a mouse. And then we'll do the witch trials. Yeah, I'm just gonna try to do it. Yeah, because I know that some people don't have a lot of time. They want me to get to the point. I'm gonna try to do better about that. I do listen to your feedback. Both the feedback that you try to give me in terms of comments and stuff, and the feedback that you give me accidentally and when you are watching my stream and when you are not. I pay attention to these kind of things, and I try to glean what you actually want. And my spidey sense is telling me you want me to watch the Contrapoints JK Rowling video first. Am I right? Vaush has come off his island and returned to France. Yeah. Oh my god, like Napoleon Bonaparte III. The flying elbow, indeed. Yeah. We can only hope. Weasels! We got weasels in chat. What's up, Nero Casadan? In Media Race is starting with the story already in motion. I mean, we kind of are. Starting in the middle of the Vaush Trials of Contrapoints. I'm correct. I guessed right. Okay, so let's do this. Like, there is stuff going on Twitter here. There's a lot going on Twitter. There's a Vaush trending hashtag. Look at what's on top of that. Look at what's on the very top of that. Look at this. I'm gonna give that a retweet on my alt. It's not really my alt. That, you know what's weird is my alt is bigger than my main. Anyway, here's the post from my main. If you haven't already given that some love, do so now. The other thing you can do if you are on YouTube, is to give me a like, right? Like, I know I talk about it way too much, but it really is important and it really does help, and that's the key to the stream getting bigger. If you don't like the video, the stream never gets bigger, the chat never gets bigger, you know, it's boring, right? The more exciting option is to click that like button, even though like I said, it's very 2008, it's just a thumbs up thing, you know, you click it and it turns white instead of being like just an outline. And it doesn't feel like you're doing much, but you actually are doing more than you realize. You are clicking a thumbs up to an interesting future, to more fun stuff, to more fun streams, to more fun topics, to more of me being available to be here to talk to you about what's going on in the world. So click that like, and we will get on to, yeah, that's the random small streamer chick post. And then we've also got, like, here's a preview. Here's what you can look forward to. Oh, look, there's Buffy. Now, those videos I can't watch because those are Vaush doing bad stuff. That's Vaush doing bad stuff. But right here is Contra with the "You're Cancelled" flag. I mean, flag. It's a fan. Contra and her fans, right? When she cancels you, this is how she does it. She just unfolds her fan and she's like, boom, case closed. Let's get this going. Woke War Mario. Oh yeah, we watched that last time. Kinds of like political analysis type things of media. Please? I think there's a lot of fun that can be had with that. You can end up maybe like get. Oh, I probably should also mention, when you get a chance, not right now because you're watching my stream right now, but when you get a chance, there's a new video for you on YouTube. It's the origins of the initial Young Turks being mean to trans people.
Whether transphobia is this.
So if you haven't seen where that comes from, if you haven't seen the first time TYT had a bad take about trans people, check that out. So I'm gonna go ahead and give Contra a like this time, right? Now I know a lot of people, Contra is a controversial figure, and there's a lot that she's done that I don't like, right? The Buck Angel thing comes to mind, the pronoun circle thing comes to mind. Like there's a lot of things that that I'm not a super fan of that Contra has done. However, what I do like is that she ditched the baggage of Vaush. When Vaush came out publicly using misogyny to try to quote-unquote help trans people, when all he was really doing is helping himself to engagement from JK Rowling, Contra did the right thing and said, this is effed up, man. And when Vaush said, no, you gotta agree with me, I'm gonna send my community to go publicly shame you into agreeing with me, she told Vaush to F off. So, I mean, that's pretty good. And look, here's the other thing that has me excited. Do you see this? The other thing that has me excited, if you can see, but you can't see because I gotta scroll down. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to like move this over, aren't I? Why I left the center. That's all, that's the doobly-doo. Why I left the center. Interesting that. Interesting. Okay, so let's watch this. Let's give this a spin. Let's see what's up with Contra. Also, yeah, we got this new sub goal, right? This is 10 new subs. And if we hit that number, I'm gonna do a super extra long stream and go over some other stuff too. Because there's some background stuff that I think is really interesting. Turn off the delightful music. Indeed, because Contra has delightful music for us. His community thinks as long as you put the word tactical in front of a slur, it somehow is justified. They do, they do. Look, I appreciate Contra on... Is it a parasocial level? I relate to her as a content creator, right? I've made some bad choices in who I've supported before, right? I've handled people that I should have openly criticized with kid gloves. And
because it was so
oh my god
here, but now there
thank
are
you JG
communist invading radicals.
Thank you for the sub on YouTube. Yeah, communist invading radicals, feel free to invade my chat anytime. Groove is in the heart, right? So like, I mean, I can relate to her on some level. Like obviously I mentioned some things that she's done that I don't like. You know, what was it, the old school transsexual, like the kind of flirting with transmedicalism, like not a super fan of that, right? But this latest arc has got me kind of excited, right? I'm kind of hoping that Contra is going to be the creator that we always knew she wanted to be. No, we didn't. We always said that we knew she wanted to be, but she didn't really want to be because she wrote Tabby as a caricature. Tabby was a joke. Tabby was a foil, right? This video might represent the beginning of Contra unironically becoming more Tabby. So we can only hope for that. Anyway, not to get your hopes up, right? You know, she was called the Queen of Bread Tube. Although that label never really fit. I see Tabby and think she's just like me for real. Yeah. Like, and also like artistically, the way that she does content, the way that her mind works, like the kind of like theatrical flair that she has is something I appreciate too. Anyway, I am just edging you way too hard today. Let's get to the content. Let's see what's up.
Sar, I'm gonna talk about Joro once again, but first, story time.
Story time.
Chapter 1, Anita. The most famous
Sarkeesian?
spigot in American LGBT history is a woman called Anita Bryant. This is her story. 1977 was not a good time to be gay. Is it ever really a good time to be gay?
You picked the wrong time to be gay.
In 1969, the Stonewall riots forced gay rights into national consciousness. The first pride parades were held in the summer of 1970, and in 1973, the American Psychiatric Association declassified homosexuality as a mental disorder. But only after gay activists disrupted their conference and shouted, "Gay conversion therapy is torture! We have abnormal urges, and we will not be silenced." Because that's the only way to get anything done in this country. You have to be super annoying about it. They give you no choice. On January
Joanne sucks oranges,
18th,
yeah.
1977, Dade County, Florida, known for such popular cities as Miami, approved a law that added the phrase affectional or sexual preference to its non-discrimination ordinance, effectively banning housing and employment discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation.
So we're talking about Florida, and some of you are not from the U.S. Let me just quickly go over the state of Florida, right? If you're paying attention to the news right now, you know about Florida as like DeSantis's dictatorship, right? Things are really bad in Florida. Florida is one of the worst states for trans people, one of the, most reliably conservative states, and it has been for a little while. It wasn't always like that. If you go back to 2000, Florida was the state that was in question in the election between Bush and Gore. And although officially Bush carried Florida, people looking at the actual results have confirmed that that Gore probably got more votes in Florida, right? So, it's a purple state in 2000. It's considered a purple state in 2004, 2008, 2012. 2016, it goes red, and it goes red hard, right? Something has kind of changed. Now, so there's two parts of Florida, if you don't know, right? There's southern Florida, which we're talking about now, Miami-Dade County, and, it's kind of like that part of Florida is more liberal, right? And then you've got northern Florida, which is a lot like southern Georgia, southern Alabama, southern Mississippi, etc. It's a lot like the states that border it, right? It is a part of the South, no doubt about it, right? So you've got these two sides to Florida. You've got different kinds of people living there. Some of them are, from other parts of the South. Some of them are from like the Northeast, right? Some of them are and then there's also like a contingent of people who moved from Cuba after the revolution, right? So Florida's complicated, to say the least. But yeah, Miami-Dade County, at least at this time, is a county that is supportive of gay rights. So they pass an ordinance, in that effort, right? Part of the first chapter is a little bit boring. Maybe speed it up. Really? Okay.
And it was just then, as things seemed to be getting better, that Anita Bryant made her little appearance.
Anita Bryant, Miss Oklahoma!
Anita Bryant is a native Oklahoman who once had a career as a pop singer, beauty queen, and spokeswoman for the Florida Citrus Commission.
Come to the Florida Sunshine Tree.
My twins love 100% orange juice from Florida any time of day. Orange juice from Florida! It isn't just for breakfast anymore!
Orange juice with natural vitamins.
That didn't age well. It is just for breakfast, right? Does anybody drink orange juice outside of breakfast? I like oranges. I like orange juice, but you're about to see how oranges become political in the 1970s.
From the Florida Sunshine Tree.
She was known for these TV commercials with the tagline,
A day without orange juice is like a day without sunshine.
Breakfast without orange juice is like a day without sunshine.
cute. When Anita heard her pastor speak about this non-discrimination ordinance, she felt a divine disturbance in her heart. How touching.
According to the word of God, it's an abomination to practice homosexuality.
As a mother, she would not stand for this. So Anita wrote a letter to the county commissioner saying,
As a concerned mother of 4 children, I am most definitely against this ordinance amendment. I have never condoned nor taught my children discrimination against anyone. But if this ordinance amendment is allowed to become law, you will, in fact, be infringing upon my rights and discriminating against me as a citizen and a mother to teach my children God's moral code as stated in the Holy Scriptures.
Anita.
So another thing that I need to mention that's happening in the 70s, have you heard of born again? Does everybody know what born again is? Like if you've heard of a born again Christian. In some ways, these are the roots of the modern evangelical movement. I guess the 60s happened, and there was a perception of a culture war. There was a perception of like the hippies that wanted like a new kind of America, that wanted to rebuild it from the ground up, that had a different vision for what it should be. And then well, no, I can't even divide it that way, right? Because there's hippies that are super Christian too. Yeah, this is complicated, but there's a born again movement of people like rededicating their lives to Christianity in the 70s, and this later becomes the evangelical movement that we know today. And so you got Anita Bryant, who you're going to find out later in this video is actually Karen Hall. Oh my God, I love the name. What's up, Karen Hall? Oh no, I hope you're okay. So anyway, yeah, this is a Democrat who's a born-again Christian. And indeed, in the 70s, the United States had a president who was a born-again Christian Democrat named Jimmy Carter. So, this is a thing that happens pretty quickly, though. This whole born-again movement gets politicized and becomes part of the right. And you could even say that, like, despite what Anita, who Anita's used to voting for, I mean, this is some right-wing shit. They're usually, more radicalized. Yeah, basically precursors to evangelical Christians.
Kill your shitty child. When the amendment passed, Anita created a campaign for its repeal, the Save Our Children Coalition, which sponsored provocative TV ads implying that gay people are degenerates who ruin communities and seduce children.
The campaign has been vicious.
Oh my God, you're right, Space Magic. They didn't consider that mimosas are made with orange juice.
With television commercials, the Save Our Children group is appealing to parental anxieties, saying gays will flaunt their homosexuality before impressionable children.
The Orange Bowl Parade, Miami's gift to the nation. Also,
now, I understand more than your average content creator about the 60s, because I think I got really into, I thought the 60s were really cool. When I was learning about them in high school, I was like, oh my God, I should have been born in the 60s. In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. Right? Because you've got the gay movement starting in the 60s as well. But you've also got like a culture, the hippie culture. I don't want to dress it up as being more progressive, more woke than it actually was, right? Some of those same hippies, some of the people who were rocking out at Woodstock are rocking out in Trump hats going YMCA, and they're not saying YMCA because they're supportive of gay people. They're saying YMCA because they love to see Trump do his little dance. I gotta do the Trump dance. I gotta do the Trump dance. Oh yes, Sarah wants me. Apparently, I'm supposed to dance after dance to Crab Rave after the stream for Sarah. So Sarah, I got you on that. But first, I'm gonna dance to like the invisible YMCA music. I'm gonna do my little Trump dance. Yes, YMCA. So like, they're the same people that were rocking out to Jefferson Airplane or whoever played at Woodstock. Were rocking out to Trump and Kid Rock and all the rest in modern day, right? So. And it's not, now you might be tempted to think that like, well, the hippies sold their soul. They were really cool back in the 60s. And then Reagan came along and they were like, seems kind of cool. Not exactly. That's not exactly how it worked, right? There was a lot of misogyny within the hippie movement, right? We all know about the SH that happened at Woodstock 99 from Shakespeare having me watch that video, right? But what you might not know is that like that stuff probably went on at the original Woodstock too. People want to say the original Woodstock was pure and unadulterated, and yes, it was a free festival because people broke down the gates and they literally could not charge money for it, so they continued with the festival as a free festival, right? Which I guess is pretty cool. But at the same time, like, don't overinterpret this. You've got two different contingents during the 60s, right? You've got hippies, which, you know what hippies are, right? You've seen the videos, right? And you got yippies, right? What are the yippies? The yippies were politically motivated, very serious 60s radicals who wanted to change the country, who wanted to stop the war in Vietnam, and who were very engaged in direct action and stuff like that. Even more so like in France, right? But it was sort of a global movement. There was a global awakening in the 60s. But understand that there's a division between hippie and yippie. Like the hippies were a little too busy in their own little world. Like their revolution was like an internal revolution of the mind, right? You know, they wanted to tune in, turn on, and drop out. Whereas the yippies wanted to get clean for Gene McCarthy being the candidate that ran against Nixon in '68, and getting, you know, McCarthy elected was going to be, you know, was going to be key to stopping the war in Vietnam, right? It didn't work out for them, but there was a reason that they did the clean for Gene, right? Because if you're in the yippie movement, you're trying to, now, like, I'm talking about, you know, people working within the Democratic Party at this point, right? That kind of like falls on its face when we get Chicago '68 Democratic Convention, right? And you got Chicago cops beating the crap out of you know, kids that were protesting it, right? So, you know, after that, you know, there was like, just like, there was a real alienation, but like they didn't want people going around being like, you know, with a joint in their mouth and like flowers in their hair and like long hair, and they smell like, you know, BO, and they go up to the door and they're like, hey, yo, are you gonna vote for Gene McCarthy, right? That doesn't work. That doesn't get mom and pop sees that person at their door and says, I am going to be voting very much for Nixon now. Thank you for letting me know, you know, that I can punch a hippie by supporting the you know, opposition to the candidate that you're pushing, right? So, you know, long story long, yeah, Chicago 7 hippies like drugs and segs and didn't want to go to war, and that's about all I've got to say in favor of them. Yeah, so they're not horrible, they're not overall right wing, but typifying them as being progressive, typifying them as being woke is also wrong, right? So it's a little bit more complicated than the, I don't know, Time Life version of what the 60s were. There's a few more moving parts than you might realize, right? But one thing I don't know about the 60s, though, is the emergence of the gay movement, because that was happening at the same time. Obviously, we all know about Stonewall, but there's some stuff that like led up to Stonewall. There were, you know, gay rights activists like, you know, working, and part of this is the ordinance that passes in Miami-Dade County, right, in terms of gay rights.
Entertainment. But in San Francisco, when the
DNC's going to Chicago in, oh my God, in 2024. Wow.
take to the streets, it's a parade of homosexuals, men hugging other men, cavorting.
That sounds like fun. A parade of homosexuals. Where do I sign me up? You made me a clip of me not so briefly explaining hippies versus yippies. Yeah.
With little boys.
Save Our Children sparked the first organized backlash to gay rights in the United States, escalating the conflict.
I mean, yeah, so you can see the groomer, you know, trope isn't anything terribly new.
Into a national controversy.
Oh my God, thank you, Paul Squall. Yes, Paul Squall's here for the parade of homosexuals.
On one side were the gay rights activists, who argued that non-discrimination was a matter of human rights. On the opposing side, Anita Bryant argued that the non-discrimination ordinance would give special privileges to homosexuals.
We all believe in human rights, but we don't believe human rights that would corrupt our children or for individuals who have special privileges that would go against the constitutional rights of normal America.
As long as they don't want to flaunt their homosexuality,
got cut off after I say Fritz. That always happens.
they have equal rights the same as anyone else.
In other words, gay people already have equal rights, just as
Hey, I appreciate you out there, clip makers. That means a lot to me.
long as they stay in the closet and don't do anything gay. That's very helpful. Thank you so much, Anita, for standing up for our right to be gay in secret.
Good stuff, good stuff.
As long as they do their job and do not want to come out of the closet and force their homosexuality on be in the areas of business or in the schools, they can live their life.
And you've heard this like before. Like I'm okay with, I don't hate gay people as long as they don't shove it down my throat.
Going out after their jobs or trying to get them out of their teaching jobs or housing.
Anita also argued that allowing flaunting homosexuals to teach children was tantamount to gay recruitment.
Sorry.
Just biologically, that God made mothers so that we can reproduce. Homosexuals cannot reproduce biologically, but they have to reproduce by recruiting our children.
It's the exact same argument that's being used today by right-wing politicians who claim that queer people are groomers.
Stop confusing our babies with your groomer gender ideologue.
This wicked book, me and Earl and the dying girl sexually indoctrinated with wicked, vile books. And she believes in traditional marriage between a man and a woman. And in that book, it talked about two moms.
Stay away from the children creep or you will regret it.
They and most of the yippies were reactionary in a lot of ways. They were at the beginning of the California ideology.
Should definitely arm themselves. I agree with that.
The Democrats.
Wait, what do you mean by the California ideology? You're, like,
are the party of pedophiles. The Democrats.
Oh, are you talking about like the modern California ideology of like that, you know, sort of embodied by Cenk Uygur supporting the Republican mayor candidate in LA?
Democrats are the party of teachers, elementary school teachers trying to transition their elementary school age children and convince them they're a different gender.
That's right. They get like, she's watched her Samir Bhavnani. She knows about she knows about Miss Karen and making the kid, you know, paint his nails. Look, Daddy, I painted my nails because Miss Karen told me to. Right? Neoliberalism, yeah.
Evil people. And they want to groom kids.
Yeah.
They're recruiting.
If you don't
know
what furries are, it's where school children dress up as animals, cats or dogs, during the school day.
That's right. During the school day, yeah, because that's a thing. That's a thing that teachers would totally allow. Yo, I remember how permissive my teachers were in that you could just dress up as anything that you wanted during a normal school day. You know, there was no
They meow and they bark.
And they meow and they bark. Yeah, you'll get really. Your teachers love it when you meow and bark in class.
What a great country we live in. I love it so much. Gay people around the country rallied against Anita Bryant and Save Our Children. There was a national boycott of Florida orange juice, with many gay bars taking screwdrivers off the menu and replacing them with an apple juice and vodka cocktail.
Replacing, yeah, apple juice and vodka. Is that an apple? No, it's not an appletini, right? Because an appletini is something else, right? Does Marjorie always sound like she's trying to make things up? Anytime I've ever heard her, she talks about some ridiculous stuff, right? Isn't she the one with the space lace? Yeah, the space lasers, right? She's the space lasers. She's also a CrossFit Kipping. Now I remember. Oh my god, I was trying to remember what. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, if you've ever seen her do CrossFit, like one of the videos that you'll see going around is her doing what looks like a pull-up, but it's like not. It's like a pull-up, but she doesn't actually do the pull-up. I think it's called a kipping pull-up, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, CrossFit is its own thing. I wonder if Illuminati's ever covered CrossFit in Corporate Casket.
Called an Anita Bryant. Let's make one.
Welcome, Bree.
Now. Forgot my cocktail measure, so I'm just gonna have to eyeball this.
But yeah, no. So we got the apple and vodka mixture. I've never seen this. Maybe this was before my time, but I'm wondering. Yeah, that's what it is. Is that a kipping pull-up? She always sounds so out of pocket, completely out of pocket, right? So I was kind of thinking that the replacement for a screwdriver would be a Greyhound. Has anybody ever had a Greyhound? It's like grapefruit and vodka. I don't know. I kind of like it.
Just a dash of apple juice. Give it a stir.
Just the apple juice, yeah.
Needs a garnish.
It's not as good, is it?
Stunning. I mean, it's not as good as a screwdriver, but if I was in the 70s, I would have thrown back so many of these goddamn things out of pure
yeah, I mean, it's worth it, right?
Right. There's a story that Troy Perry, the founder of the gay...
I don't know, it's Marjorie damaging her shoulders, a horrible form. Well, no, she's not trying to do a pull-up, right? This is a CrossFit exercise. They do that on purpose, right? Yeah, it does potentially impact the shoulders.
Affirming Metropolitan Community Church was on a transcontinental flight, and when the attendant put a glass of orange juice on his tray, he said, "Take that away! I'm a homosexual." At gay pride marches in 1977 and 78, anti-Anita Bryant slogans featured prominently on t-shirts.
Ooh, if you sub tequila, wait, subs tequila for the apple or sub the tequila in the orange one? A chichi? That sounds lovely.
Signs and buttons. Anita Bryant sucks oranges. A day without lesbians is like a day without sunshine. True. And meanwhile, Anita's campaign inspired more anti-gay legislation.
Her rotator, all right, rip her rotator cuff.
Including bans on gay adoption and same-sex marriage, both of which passed in the Florida Senate, as well as the...
I'm gonna make some more Void coffee, chat.
failed Briggs initiative in California, which would have forced public schools to fire gay teachers.
We gotta have
so Anita
the
Bryant
coffee.
was worse than a bigot.
It's a day
she
for
was
Void
an
coffee.
influential bigot, but she may also have helped to unify and galvanize gay activists by providing them with a common enemy. According to historian Lillian Faderman, Anita Bryant created fervent activists out of those who'd previously been content simply to enjoy their newfound freedoms. Faderman cites Eric Hoffer's observation that a mass movement can get along fine without a god, but it won't get along at all without a devil. For gay people all over the country, Anita Bryant became that devil.
I think that she is rallying the community together like I have never seen before. There's no way I could have done it on my own.
So even though she succeeded in her initial goal to repeal the non-discrimination ordinance, there is no question that, in the long term, Anita Bryant was the loser. She took a lot of L's. Rip. That must be super hard for her. For the short remainder of her career, gay activists protested her events. They shut down the tour for her book about how persecuted she was by the militant homosexual, and they succeeded in turning public opinion against Anita Bryant to the point that she became virtually unemployable in mainstream entertainment. And it helped that she came across as kind of a judgmental prude that even hip straight people didn't want to be associated with.
Our top story tonight, Anita Bryant, former mediocre actress and orange juice promoter, performed coitus in public yesterday and campaigned to promote heterosexuality.
We don't serve orange juice anymore.
Like she famously told Playboy magazine,
"Why do you think the homosexuals are called fruits? It's because they eat the forbidden fruit of the tree of life. God referred to men as trees, and because the homosexuals eat the forbidden fruit, which is male sperm."
Oh my god. Like the woman is heterosexual cringe. This is how you lose the culture war.
So let's all squeeze a fruit for Anita. Pass a little juice around.
And of course, there was the famous incident where a gay activist smashed a banana cream pie in Anita's face during a TV appearance.
And went into a place called Norfolk, Virginia, and were met with protest and all kinds of problems. And every...
Security agent, security agent. No, let him stay.
No.
Let him stay.
Well, at least it's a fruit pie.
Miami-Dade County finally reinstated the non-discrimination ordinance in 1998, and they added gender identity to its protections in 2014. In 2021, Anita took another metaphorical pie to the face when her granddaughter, Sarah Green, came out as gay, announcing her marriage to a woman and publicly struggling with whether to even invite her grandmother to the ceremony.
It's very hard to argue with someone who thinks that like an integral part of your identity is just an evil delusion.
That it is, Sarah. That it is. So that's the story of Anita Bryant as students of LGBT history know it. But isn't it a bit one-sided? Wasn't there a lot of toxicity on both sides?
The Anita Bryant forces talk of absolute truth and morality. Gay leaders are equally dogmatic about human rights.
A plague on both the houses.
Isn't it cruel, even, to slur Anita as a bigot and a homophobe? In fact, isn't it possible that Anita Bryant was the real victim? Oh no. Oh no! I can't do this anymore. I'm eating my pie. I'm eating my goddamn pie. Chapter 2. The Witch Trials of Anita Bryant. God help us all. The mainstream media would have us believe that Anita Bryant is a so-called homophobe, some kind of hateful bigot. But isn't this just an authoritarian tactic used to silence valid concerns? Mothers in this country are worried about their children going to school to be taught by perverts. How can we be so sure that the militant homosexuals weren't the real bigots? Isn't it possible that Anita Bryant was the first victim of cancel culture, of, dare I say it, wokeism? Well, no, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. But suppose that you're an idiot, and suppose that that's the narrative you wanted to promote. Well, what would be your argument? I mean, if someone put a gun to my head and forced me to make that argument, I'd probably say something like this. Anita Bryant lived a difficult life. In 1940, she was born into brutal poverty in rural Oklahoma. Her parents divorced when she was just 2 years old, the same year she made her singing debut at the Baptist church.
Parts of my childhood I blocked out because it hurts too much. I guess I was happiest when I was 8 years old, and my parents were remarried, and I was baptized and came to know Christ as my personal savior.
Her father abandoned the family again when she was 12.
It was real painful, and it just about killed my mother. She was a very submissive wife.
A little bit of Stonewall is a treat. Yeah, you're right. According to the CrossFit people, she is way too loose. Oh, so even for a kipping pull-up, oh my god, look at this. I'm way too loose with this butterfly clip, right? Even the butterfly clip people say so. Way too loose in using the sway moment. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So yeah, this is a big thing in all of your exercises, right? It's really easy to swing a weight around. It's really bad too, because you're not actually getting the gains that you think you are, and you're potentially subjecting yourself to injury, you know, messing up your joints, right? So, what's up? Anita loves cream pies. True. Oh my god, I love how, like, the automod is, like, doesn't like cream pies, apparently. We're just talking about pies made of cream. I don't see what could be wrong with that. That seems wholesome enough. Invalid concern. I wish it was a bomb pie from SpongeBob. I haven't even heard of that. Yeah, absolutely. This was the first soup incident, right? At least it's a fruit pie, exactly, right? And yeah, that's
She was too submissive.
What's going
and
on
it
with
angered
this, though?
me. She let my dad step all over her.
This void coffee?
Because of him, I think I went through life for a long time hating all men.
Anita described her most intense adolescent memory as a
it's
feeling
kinda
of
voiding.
intense ambition.
A relentless drive to succeed at doing well the thing I loved.
My lighting is just too good.
But Anita's ambition conflicted with her submissive role as a traditional Christian woman. In 1960, Anita married Bob Green, Miami's top disc jockey, though only after he relentlessly badgered her into it.
This is what heterosexuals do, fellas.
Green was allegedly a controlling and abusive husband. Feminist Andrea Dworkin claims
Green manipulated Bryant with a cruelty nearly unmatched in modern love stories.
And Anita rationalized the abuse, saying,
Despite our sometimes violent scraps, I love him for it.
But while submitting to her husband and raising 4 children, Anita was still able to build the career she'd always wanted. By the 1970s, she was on the payroll of Big Orange Juice, earning $500,000 a year, enough to move her family into a 27-room Spanish mansion on Biscayne Bay. So Anita Bryant struggled all her life for her success. Did she really deserve to lose it all just because she took a stand for something she believed in?
Anita Bryant's role as a leader in the campaign against homosexuals may be hurting her campaign to sell orange juice.
Are you being black?
Boy, delicious.
Well, it looks that way. It's worse than that. We're being threatened, and there's all kinds of harassment, even with my job with Florida Citrus.
And there's more void coffee on its way.
Her entire life had become a series of catastrophes. She'd been dropped as spokesperson by the orange growers. She had been dropped as a commentator on the Orange Bowl parade. She lost a television show contract. Her bookings dropped drastically.
Oh yeah, like, right, this is how heterosexuals, what did you say, this is how heterosexuals have fun?
Florida Citrus.
But while submitting to her husband and raising 4 children, Anita was still able to build the career she'd with her submissive role as a traditional Christian woman. In 1960, Anita married Bob Green, Miami's top disc jockey, though only after he relentlessly badgered her into it.
This is what heterosexuals do, fellas.
This is what heterosexuals do, fellas.
Green was allegedly a controlling and abusive husband. Feminist Andrea Dworkin claims
Green manipulated Bryant with a cruelty.
Does that mean that Adam and Eve were kicked out of Eden for oral? Maybe?
Nearly unmatched in modern love stories.
And Anita rationalized the abuse, saying,
Despite our sometimes violent scraps, I love him for it.
But while submitting to her husband and raising 4 children, Anita was still able to build the career.
It makes me think of George Bush being like, what did he say? It's like, now watch me hit this drive. He said something about Iraq, and then he's like, now watch me hit this drive.
Career she'd always wanted.
Recruited by homosexuals, doesn't she mean understanding what it is to be human?
By the 1970s, she was on the payroll of Big Orange Juice, earning $500,000 a year, enough to move her family into a 27-room Spanish mansion on Biscayne Bay. So Anita...
That is... wow.
Anita Bryant struggled all her life for her success. Did she really deserve to lose it all just because she took a stand for something she believed in?
Anita Bryant's role as a leader in the campaign against homosexuals may be hurting her campaign to sell orange juice.
Are you being blackballed?
Well, it looks that way. It's worse than that. We're being threatened, and there's all kinds of harassment, even with my job with Florida Citrus.
Blackballed is a weird thing to say, right? I mean, recorded for gay kickball, right? Yeah. Oh my god, violence is not love. You're right. Glad to know that she wanted that pain for all children. Yeah. Who doesn't love a cream pie? Indeed, indeed. This is...
$500,000 a year, enough to move her family into a 27-room Spanish mansion on Biscayne Bay. So Anita Bryant struggled all her life for her success. Did she really deserve to lose it all just because she took a stand for something she believed in?
Anita Bryant's role as a leader in the campaign against homosexuals may be hurting her campaign to sell orange juice.
Are you being blackballed?
Well...
yeah, blackballed, right? So, like, now, don't get it twisted, right? It's nothing like blue-balled. Blackballed, the idea is that, like, okay, the idea is that, like, the people in power in the group meet in secret and all decide that they are gonna shut you out, right? That's what blackballed means, right? Powerful people meeting in secret and deciding, like, no comment, chick, she's got to be stopped, right? Nobody have her on. Nobody talk to her. Like, right? That's blackballing, right? But it needs that power, or else it's not really blackballing. If homosexuals decide that you hate their guts because you hate their guts, and then they protest, your Florida orange juice, stuff, if they protest your appearances, etc., that's a little different than blackballing. A, it's very public, it's not private, it's not being hidden, and B, the people doing it are not people with power. The people doing it are people with very little power, and they're using what power they have to make a stand against their oppression. I really don't like. That's wild that reporter used that phrasing, right? Because she didn't come up with blacklisted, same deal. I mean, that maybe fits, or is less objectively or obviously wrong. Hey, what's up, Gatsby? First known use. Oh, I don't even know. 1550 was the first known use of blacklist or blackballed. I don't even want to know the history of that. So many of these old terms, right? When I find out what they're from, it's like some racist thing.
It looks that way. It's worse than that. We're being threatened, and there's all kinds of harassment, even with my job with Florida Citrus.
Okay, so we are coming up on the bottom of the hour, so it is time for me to make a little announcement, a little housekeeping, right? If you don't have a Persona 2 character by your name, you're going to get sucked out of the chat twice an hour, at the bottom of the hour and at the top of the hour. You're going to be forced to watch an ad, possibly an ad. Oh my god, Space Magic! What? Talk about stealing my thunder. Wow. Sensitive, Oral Chai, Social Deviant 666, Rotted Ranch. Rotted Ranch got a gift sub. Lefty Angler, Gorps Inc., Revolutionary Underground, Francesca Labo, Redmond Berry, and Stardust Maid 9. You all got gift subs courtesy of Space Magic. Yo. Okay, so that's one way. Crystal Saphira, thank you for the $2 super sticker. That's like it's like a dog being like, it's a doge being like, number one. So thank you so much. Wow. Okay. So like right before I'm even going to make the announcement that is indeed one of the ways that you can get out of the ads, right? The ads happen twice an hour. They're really bad. They're really distracting. You'll be able to see me maybe. If you're lucky, you won't be able to hear me. You won't hear what Contra's saying. You won't hear what I'm saying. It's a bad deal, right? So one of the ways you can get out of them, if you don't have a Amazon Prime and you don't have $5 to be able to get yourself out of that conundrum of the ads, then you can just chat, be an awesome chatter, make good contributions, and somebody awesome like Space Magic will see you and will give you gift subs and will take the lead. I might point out, right? We'll take the lead in gift subs. You are now the leader for this month as far as gift subs go. Thank you so much, Space Magic, for the 10 gift subs. So that's one of the ways you can do it. The other way, obviously, if you have an Amazon Prime, you can link that into Twitch, and you can get a free sub to use on any channel, including mine, if I am indeed your favorite streamer, as I should be. And if you have the $5, as somebody wiser than me once said, it is just $5, so you can use that. But yeah, thank you so much. Rotted Ranch is cool. Yeah, I've heard good things. I'll have to check out Rotted Ranch's stream sometime. I think a lot of people, yeah. I'm glad you got your sub. So yeah, if you got a sub in that series of subs, you can thank Space Magic. If not, like I said, either you can get your own for $5, you can use your Twitch Prime, or just keep on being an awesome chatter and making an awesome contribution, and somebody will see you at some point, and out of the goodness of their own heart, you will get a gift sub. So that's right, Gatsby. That is who said the $5 thing. And you know what? I gotta say, she did nothing wrong. So.
Her entire life had become a series of catastrophes. She'd been dropped as spokesperson by the orange growers.
Oh, Dr. Butler wants me to change to Persona 3. Hey, we might do that if I ever get a chance to play more video games. Like, look, I'm just worried, right? I'm worried that my numbers will go down if I play video games, but I do play video games. In fact, I just got Minecraft Legends that hopefully we'll be able to get into later today, and it looks like we'll be doing an extra long stream thanks to Space Magic. Thanks to Space Magic for just crushing that sub goal in one fell swoop. That's kind of amazing, right? But yeah, I got Minecraft Legends. I'm kind of curious about this because it's Minecraft, but as an RTS / tower defense / a lot of different things. It's a weird spin on Minecraft, and it's beautiful. And hopefully we'll get into playing that today. Also, Persona 3, like Dr. Butler just mentioned, right? I need to finish Persona 2 first, probably. But oh my God, see the vote? There's a vote. Every person was given a random number okay, so this is like, we're talking about blackballing here. Okay. Apparently a form of voting that used white and black marbles. The black marble was no. A single no would sink a ballot, basically. Each person was giving a random number of black and white marbles. To vote no, a black marble was dropped into the box. The box had a board that covered the voter's hand. Oh, so you can't see what marble is going in. You can't see the vote. Interesting. I taught you how to play Rocket League. Yeah, Rocket League is another fun game.
She'd been dropped as a commentator on the Orange Bowl parade. She lost a television show contract. Her bookings dropped drastically.
It destroys the dream that I have had since I was a child, to entertain and present wholesome subjects to my fellow Americans.
Yo, look at that. That's her house right on Biscayne Bay.
Because I dared to speak out for straight and normal America.
No one has paid as dearly as Anita Bryant for taking a public...
Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but that house is going to be underwater not too long from now, right? Isn't Miami one of the cities that's going to really, suffer from the rising oceans?
Stand on something she believed in.
I remember lying in the bed in my
Rotted Ranch has a cutie coalition with... Oh, yeah. Wait, I'm in the cutie coalition? Score! Thanks for letting me know, Dragon Princess. I didn't realize that I was in a coalition. But it sounds, if it's the cutie coalition, I'm all for it.
mother's house in a fetal position and wanting to die.
Gay activists in the 1970s didn't exactly limit their tactics to polite debate in the
That means we need a cutie coalition emote.
free marketplace of ideas.
Stop Anita now! Stop Anita now!
If I'm the one that's late to the party of even knowing that I'm in the cutie coalition, I probably need to do the emote.
Homosexuals started fighting back. The gays formed new groups and picketed the performer's public appearances, forcing her to cancel a few.
Gay activists routinely compared Anita to Adolf H.
Cutie coalition, let's go!
They created pastiches of her orange juice slogan, they blamed her for hate crimes, they burned her in effigy, they disrupted events she was involved in, they printed toilet paper with her
Yo, look at that! Wipe that smile off Anita. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is up with that? It's literally got her face on every square. It's not just like on like one square out, because like, I don't know, chat. Like, oh, is this too much to talk about? Is this too much information that I'm asking? If I ask you, how many squares, chat? Post it in chat. How many squares do you use? How many squares, chat? I like to start off with 4 squares. I know that sounds indulgent, right? But I really, really, really want to stay clean, right? So I start off with 4 squares, then I do one with 3 squares, and then it's 2 squares after that, right? 4 squares? 4 squares! There's some 4. 0! Bidet! Oh my god! Based. Quills. I was about to say gross, but then you said bidet, and I was like, okay, no, that's... I need to get one. Hassan has one, right? Didn't somebody get Hassan one of these? Must be the cost. It must cost a lot to print the faces on the toilet paper back then. To be a cutie is pretty awesome indeed. What's up, Freedom Envy? Oh my god, Freedom Envoy is probably the truck thing in Canada. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you that. Freedom Envy. Okay, despite, depends on how messy. Oh, yeah, I guess it depends, right? It like, some days are different than other days, you know? It depends on, you know, how solid of a day that we're having. Maybe I don't know. It could be different. Maybe it could be a 5 square day, right? Certain days might be a 5 square. Anyway, Chad, I've already asked you for too much information. I'm sorry. A whole wad. Yo, that was me as a kid. As a little kid, I was a wad. Like I don't know why I used wads as a kid.
Face on it, some sent Anita death threats, or they mailed her rotting oranges, dead cockroaches, human excrement. See, this is
at some point I learned how to fold toilet paper, but I think as a kid I was just like, just get a clump and go to town.
You canceled people before phones. Instead of shitposting, you would simply mail actual human shit through the United States Postal Service. Neither snow.
Is that legal?
Nor rain, nor heat, nor...
I can't endorse that, Chad. I'm not supposed to endorse any illegal or dangerous acts, and that sounds like just that.
Boom of night. Anita's husband pleaded to supporters.
How would you men feel if you opened a letter and there was a photo of your wife's head superimposed on some other female nude body in the most lewd and shocking sexual act you can...
That's like a deep fake before deep fakes.
Imagine.
I can imagine quite a lot. I do think it would be fair to say that a lot of the rhetoric did take on a misogynistic tone. Lillian Faderman recounts that lesbians, particularly lesbian feminists, abhorred the sexist terms that were being used to characterize Anita Bryant. Bitch and whore, gay men called her. The harassment escalated to the point where Anita had to cancel her book tour due to demonstrations and...
Now that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, we're going to see more of that later, right? The idea that somebody might attack a homophobe with sexism, right? But we are living in a sexist society, and those are maybe the easiest go-to like insults, right? It doesn't make it right or anything, but maybe it explains like why that's the path of least resistance and why it's important to kind of not. Because do you see? You're going to see later that with trans issues that TERFs try to cause a wedge in between feminism and trans rights. And people like Vaush play right into their hands.
Bomb threats from gay activists. And of course, there was...
BE excessive? Wait, what is BE excessive?
The pie.
That empanada? Oh no, there's the pie. You could actually post... What? You can do that?
So much for the Tolerant Mattachine Society. It's kind of a deep cut. Well, something to entertain the boomer queers. Gay activists claimed to stand for human rights, but what about Anita's right to free speech? I wish I had some literal pearls to clutch. Civil libertarian Nat Hentoff wrote in his 1992 book,
that's why I have these. That's literally why I have these. Like, right? So I don't have to, my fingers don't get clutchy when I clutch for pearls, right? I could actually see the
free speech for me, but not for thee, that the orange juice boycott reminded him of a little thing called McCarthyism. Have you ever considered that being pro-gay is quite similar to being anti-gay, and that both are opinions? As Anita tells it, she and her foot soldiers of God were the victims of sinister gay carpetbaggers.
The foot soldiers were housewives and mothers. Religious.
He looks old enough to actually have experienced McCarthyism. Now, it's one thing for somebody now to compare something to McCarthyism if you haven't been through McCarthyism, but he looks like he would have been around for McCarthyism. It's hard for me to imagine somebody relating a spontaneous boycott of a product, right, to people being dragged in front of the House and Un-American Activities Committee and being forced to disavow their friends, being forced to, ask questions like, are you now or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party, right? People went to the chair for, and not the, not the chair that I'm sitting in, like a really shocking chair for stuff like that, right?
And civic leaders in opposition to a well-organized, highly financed, and politically militant group of homosexual activists. We were cast as bigots, haters, discriminators, and deniers of basic human rights. And all of this happened because we were sincerely concerned for our children and our community.
So Anita's version of the story is that she and a handful of well-intentioned Christian mothers were cast as bigots by a highly funded mafia of gay extremists, all because they had a few teensy tiny concerns about the militant homosexual cavorting with little boys.
Cavorting with little boys.
Is it really fair to call this woman a bigot? Until the Dade County Ordinance, Anita was a registered Democrat and considered herself a liberal, and she never said that she hated gay people or wanted them dead. In fact, she even said that she loves homosexuals.
I love homosexuals, if you can believe that. I love them enough to tell them the truth,
because I know that there is hope for the homosexuals, that
McCarthyism tips Fedora.
if they're willing to turn from sin the same as any individual, that they can be ex-homosexuals.
You hear that, Milo Yiannopoulos?
Same as there can be an ex-murderer, an ex-thief, or ex...
Just like Milo Yiannopoulos, ex-homosexuals. Yeah, that's a real thing.
Anybody.
She loves homosexuals because they can
That's a real thing.
change, just like murderers. Would a bigot have said that? Just about McFucking had it. Anita was so kind-hearted, she even said that she related to the homosexual.
I can relate to the homosexual because I've had emotional scars in my own life.
Now, if you've paid attention to things that JK Rowling says, things like this, there's a parallel, right? JK Rowling said that if she was born later, if she was born now, she feels like she would have been tempted to think about, transitioning. And it's just kind of a weird thing for her to say, right? That that she thinks that it's the weirdest thing to imagine transitioning as the path of least resistance, right? That's what all these transphobes are concerned about, right? They're concerned that if we make it too easy to transition, that it's going to get cool to transition and people will just be like, hey, what are you doing next year? Oh, I guess I'm transitioning because that's the hip new thing to do, and I change your gender. That's everybody's doing that, right? That's it's just it's never going to be like that, right? Society is so transphobic, and even if somebody used a magic wand to poof Ron DeSantis, Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro, all the most virulent transphobes from the face of the earth, right? Even if that happened, society would still be transphobic. There would still be, even if there was no explicit transphobia, there's still a lot of implicit transphobia. So the idea that you're going to have a preference towards, an identity that still got a ton of tropes associated with it, even if it's not, even if there's not laws against it, is kind of wild to me, right?
I really felt the rejection of my father, and that is one of the things that maybe leads someone going into homosexuality. Look, I don't hate homosexuals. That's the truth.
Maybe that's what leads... How would you know? If rejection... So what is she saying? That she's like, lesbianism, it kind of looks good. It was kind of looking good. It was kind of looking good. And if it weren't for my constant praying and my personal relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ, I might have gotten sucked down into that lifestyle too. It's almost like there's almost an admission here, right? I don't know. I don't want to make, assumptions, right? And I don't think Anita Bryant is alive anymore. Is she? Is Anita Bryant alive? Phyllis Schlafly is alive, right? Is Anita Bryant alive? I've always said I love the sinner, but I hate the sin. I want to meet the Christian that says, I hate the sinner, but I love the sin. Right? That's the...
No matter what they think of my motives, I've always said I love the sinner, but I hate the sin.
Wow, what an empath. I actually think it's really noble how she's able to project all of her own emotional baggage onto the marginalized group whose rights she's trying to take away. Okay, so we've given a
YouTube chat. Without me even looking at you, you have gotten to 42 likes on this video. That's wild. I usually have to bully YouTube chat into 42 likes, right? That being said, if you haven't liked it already, there's 42 people who've already beat you to it. So, I don't know. I'd be embarrassed. If I was in YouTube chat right now and I hadn't liked the video yet, I would low-key just kind of slide my mouse cursor right over that like button, and I would hit like right away and hope that nobody notices, right? Every conservative attack is a self-confession. Getting into homosexuality, it's not fishing, it's not, crocheting, it's not Sudoku. You don't get into homosexuality, right? If Anita Bryant is alive. Thank you, Kilmandra, and thank you for the super chat, right? She lives in Ohio managing her NGOs that weren't nailed for fraud. Oh, that's so good. Alphabet Mafia. So Contra mentioned the gay mafia earlier. There is no gay mafia. I hate to break your heart, right? if you've seen The Simpsons, you might think that there might be a gay mafia. Nope, there's no gay mafia, but there is an alphabet mafia, and you can watch them on their podcast on YouTube. So go check them out. Thank you, Yolmandra. Totally, that was like so totally awesome. Like, oh my god. Am I saying like a lot? Is the jet lane sorry, I can't read anything. Oh, those jet plane preachers. Are you talking about the televangelists, V? It's also dismissive of trans boys who have abusive, misogynistic fathers by implying that they would be supportive when they are not. Yeah. It like what kind of weird this is? We're not living in the world of oh my god, what is that thing called? It's like before Utna there was the Rose of Versailles, right? This isn't the Rose of Versailles. Most of us are not Oscar Sama, right? Our dads are not trying to get us, if you're, like dads are not trying to get their children to transition either way, right? It doesn't make it any easier. It's not easier for trans guys somehow. Like how JK Rowling was like, my father told me he wanted a son. That doesn't mean that your father would have been supportive if you came out as trans. Yeah. Therefore, being a trans man is misogyny. Yo, that's literally the plot of an anime from the 70s. Has anybody seen Rose of Versailles? You know who else is in the Alphabet Mafia? Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. I heard that. Yeah, Poison Ivy is hot. I heard that too, right? Smash that like. 48. Are we gonna get it to 50? Wow, this is like, are we gonna break? I feel like we could get 100 today, chat. Oh my god, I don't want to jinx us, right? But I feel like we could get 100 on. I feel like we could smash the record of 70 and hit 100.
Fair hearing to both sides. To many sides, we've considered all the evidence.
All the sides.
Now, let's suppose there's no longer a gun to my head and ask, did Anita Bryant really deserve that pie to the face? Well, yes. Obviously. Look, the point I'm trying to make here is that it's possible to take genuine virtues like nuance, empathy, and impartiality and to twist them into fucked up apologia for horrible oppressive behavior. If you play this game long enough, you can essentially explain away the entire concept of bigotry and conclude that, in reality, there are no bigots. There's only tragically misunderstood people with difficult childhoods and valid concerns cruelly demonized by militant activists defaming and silencing them with such reputation-ruining slurs as homophobe. Now, because you, viewers, are smart, media-literate people, you understand framing, so you already know that I'm about—
I understand that some people in YouTube might feel a little bit left out. If you've already hit that like button, you're like, why is she talking about the like button? I already hit that. I don't need to hear this. Like, I don't have anything to do. Well, yeah, you do. You have something to do. Look, you can hit this. That's my Twitter thread, right? We still do need some more likes on Twitter just to jailbreak that tweet, just to let it get past Elon, because what Elon does, he doesn't like anybody posting links. So you have to get like a certain number of likes on your tweet just to get jailbroken, just so he'll show it like as a real post, right? Otherwise, he's like, the algorithm is what I mean. Will not let it free, right? So, if you've already done that and you're a little bit like, yeah, she's still talking about those likes, isn't she? No, I'll talk about something else. Here's the Twitter thread. If you want to get involved, if you want to help me out, if you want to make this stream bigger, if you want to make me take small out of my name on Twitter, right? Random small streamer chick. If you want it to just be random streamer chick or something else, right? You can hit that. You can give that thread some love.
To compare Anita Bryant to JK Rowling. In case you didn't know, JK Rowling is a popular author who used to write whimsical stories about wizard school.
It's the same a shame Anita couldn't have been public about playing with her pageant friends.
But who now writes books about transvestite serial killers.
No. We know what she writes books about. She writes books about no comment chick getting demonetized. What's up, Steel Lungs?
Chapter 3. The Witch Trials of JK Rowling.
If you're not on Twitter, that's fine. I'm sure there's something else you can do, like being your awesome self in chat.
Alright, kids. It's Transin time. Last year, I agreed to be a guest on a podcast.
What is she drinking, chat? What is she drinking? Is that athletic greens in her cup? Or is that the green fairy? Can anybody tell me? Is this what green fairy looks like?
About JK Rowling, hosted by Megan Phelps Roper, an escapee from the Westboro Baptist Church, the notorious hate group from Topeka, Kansas, most known for protesting the funerals of soldiers with signs that say God hates f***s. God and me both. I'm tired of you people. JK Illy. The Westboro Baptist Church is one of the most...
Apparently Steven Crowder, also not a fan of figs. Natalie does the fan thing in this video. Oh my god, I love the fan thing. I love the fan thing. That, like, gives me life. I think green fairy is lighter. That's what I was thinking too. So is this some athletic greens? Mint, it could be a mint julep? Wait, I thought mint juleps were lighter colored too.
Famous homophobic hate group.
What is she drinking?
In the world. In a way, I'm like a lifelong fan of these people. I've watched all the Louis Theroux documentaries. I went to a counter protest in 2010. I remember how when I was in high school, the Westboro Baptist
super fan
Church was like the one thing that conservatives and liberals could agree on because they hated the troops and the gays. Essentially the two genders of 2006. But let's not pretend that the Westboro Baptist Church is all bad. Okay, when Megan was at Westboro, she used to do these amazing Lady Gaga parodies about how the gays are going to hell, which
oh my god. Now this I have never seen. Chazzer just says, looks like something I'd order to drink 10 years ago, and now, I mean, if I knew where that was on the menu, I would order that, right? That looks delicious. I love green things.
To this day, I am a big fan of.
But what did you say? You think I love show praying? He hates.
When was this?
It's all you do cause you love fornicating.
When was this? And also, what technology? This isn't a deep fake. This is something else, right? Also, wow, Lady Gaga. Some really cool outfits. I think I remember liking Lady Gaga.
It's perfect. I love it.
I barely remember Lady Gaga, but I think I was a fan.
Played at my funeral.
Stop praying, I will not hear you anymore. You got the boys and...
Wait, are those all Megan? They are. That's a lot of green screen work there. Do you know what this reminds me of? Oh my god, chat. I haven't thought of this for a long time. I have not thought about this. It's a very deep memory Contrapoints is bringing out right now. Wait, does anybody remember what in the butt? I said what in the butt. Does anybody remember that? Do you know what I'm talking about? This has like the same energy as what in the butt. Does anybody remember that? Oh my god. Flawless lip look in that video. My ex-girlfriend loved that. I'm old. Yeah, I feel like I'm remembering some ancient history myself here. What in the butt?
Keep pushing on to the hell where you will forever burn.
Megan left the Westboro Baptist Church in 2012.
Now I want to know if Megan did like a what, like, because if she's doing that, what's to stop her from doing what in the butt?
After a crisis of faith precipitated by a power struggle within the church. She wrote about all this in her book Unfollow, which is honestly a pretty interesting account of deconversion and the circumstances that lead someone to leaving a hate group. Megan contacted me for her podcast because I had criticized JK Rowling in a video a couple years ago. Now you may be wondering, why would I think that a person who's been carrying a God hates sign most of her life would be the correct person to lead an international conversation about the intricacies of LGBT issues?
Because I'm an idiot. Happy?
Basically, I agreed to the podcast because it's a pretty irresistible pitch. A former member of the Westboro Baptist Church wants to mediate a conversation between me and the author of Harry Potter. Would you say no to that? Maybe. If you're smart. Last month, the podcast was announced in an essay by Megan titled The Witch Trials of JK Rowling. Obviously a tendentious framing that posits Jo Rowe as the target of an irrational trans witch hunt. The essay included a teaser quote from Rowling complaining that she's been profoundly misunderstood, as well as a photo of an angry trans mob holding a Rotten Hell Rowling sign, juxtaposed with an image of conservative Christians burning Harry Potter books in the early 2000s. This
the
did not
Gay Bar
bode
song.
well. So I disavowed the podcast on Twitter because I didn't want my name lending
this is like early YouTube, right?
legitimacy to some kind of unearned JK Rowling redemption tour.
Okay, let's
this
see if we
caused
can do
Megan's
white
mom,
coffee.
Shirley, to quote tweet me, calling me a bigot against God. I mean, God is one
So
of the
that's
most
Shirley Phelps Roper. Shirley Phelps Roper is still in the church. I don't think ever left, right? Megan left the church, believes in free speech now, kind of still conservative. Pretty conservative, not as conservative as she used to be, right? Because if you remember, the Westerboro Baptist people, what got them canceled, we want to use that phrase, was the fact that they didn't just attack gay people, they attacked dead soldiers' families, right? They picketed the funerals of soldiers out of an opposition to, I guess, gays in the military. Yeah, so they picked too many fights. They were like, you know, that was a bad mistake. Bartender of 5 years here. She's drinking a Midori Sour. Yo, let's go Midori Sour. Chat, I don't even like alcohol, but I know what that is. Midori's like a, yeah, that's, okay. What is Midori though? I've seen this before, right? Anything that's green, I love, but Midori especially. When it needed to save the children, she was being investigated with 17 counts of misconduct and 2 counts of SA with minors. Damn. One of the daughters of the Phelps family is part of the LGBT community. She left the church years ago. I don't think this is her, though. Am I right? Midori, the My Hero Academia character? Wait, which one is Midori? Is Midori the frog? That's another thing I need to watch too. Is God isn't actually a minority. There are thousands of gods. That's true. There's probably more gods than there are of us. Yeah, it's Japanese for green, and it's some kind of delicious. I've had this before, and it's like a sweet, tangy alcohol. But Zale's letting us know this is like, yeah, it's honeydew melon. That's the flavor. Okay, sweet melon or honeydew melon. And you add some more stuff to it, right? It's not, so a Midori Sour, which is what Contra's drinking, is not just Midori. It's Midori and some other stuff, right? And that's what gives it the, My Hero Academia, the boy is called Midori, wait, the main character? Midori is a green liqueur. I think it's Brazilian. Westboro Baptist has a messed up documentary. They should have been canceled long ago. The main character with the green hair is Midori. Okay, that makes sense now. That makes sense. Wait, Midoriya? It's manufactured in Mexico, but owned by Suntory. I think it's a grasshopper. Wait, what's in a grasshopper? You might be right. I literally don't know enough about alcohol to... I was just saying, like, I don't really like alcohol, but, like, if you give me something sweet and green, I will drink it. Even if it's just got athletic greens in it. Which, by the way, athletic greens, why aren't you sponsoring me? What the heck?
vulnerable minorities.
What the heck, athletic greens? I would look great drinking a glass of green juice.
There's only one of him, and he could really use your help, Shirley. I said in these tweets that I felt used, which that is how I felt, but ultimately, I need to take full responsibility for my involvement.
Okay, so Midori Sour is a Midori liqueur, splash of citrus, vodka, and it's topped with seltzer. Oh my god, that sounds profound. And the thing about it is, chat, since I don't drink alcohol, that means my tolerance is like nothing. So whenever I do drink alcohol, I have to be like a strict limit. The problem is that the last time I drank alcohol, you know, it was celebration. It was celebrating my own canceling. That was right. It was celebrating my own cancellation. That's where that famous clip comes from, when I said that I wanted to get spanked by Vaush and Contra and just have it over with. If I could just, like, you know, let them, like, use physical corporal punishment on me, maybe they would stop canceling me, and, you know, that I could just, like, get back to doing my content, right? Because I was really, really wasted, and I fell off the trampoline. I was on the trampoline playing Rocket League badly, and I fell off the trampoline, and it was a mess, right? But like the problem was that the reason I got so messed up that night was that I bought a bottle of wine, and like with my alcohol tolerance, one drink is all I need. But I had a bottle, right? So I had one drink and it was really yummy. It was sweet wine, and I'm not used to sweet wine. I'm used to dry wine. And I was just like, this is delicious. Like, I didn't expect this to taste like this. Actually tastes good, right? So I'm like, I might as well have another drink. And I drank that. And then I'm like, oh my God, well, you know what? This bottle's like half empty. This is like small. Let me just like pour another one. I drank the whole, I ended up, by the end of the night, chat, I was chugging the wine from the bottle. I am so lucky that I didn't get in trouble back then, right? This was like a year or two ago, right? It's 2.1% alcohol by volume. Wait, what is? Wait, Shakespeare, what is 2.1%? That's like less than beer, right? Yeah, I think Midori's a pretty light drink too, so that's probably the right drink for me. What's up, Lady Grey? I have my issues with Natalie, but she was a lot kinder to Ian than he had any right to. That's true. And she hasn't really said anything, right? He sent his community to publicly shame her. And this is the thing, usually it doesn't happen like this, right? Sometimes people get attacked by somebody's community. If you got a big community and you say, this person really messed me up, this person really screwed me over, this person betrayed me, there's some chance that your community is going to go attack that person, even if you don't say attack that person. Vaush was like, publicly shame her into agreeing with me. It did not work. I made some gyoza. Wine is dangerous. I tried some orange cider the other day. Orange cider? Okay, I don't know if I can handle that. What is orange cider? Wait, is that actually oranges and you ferment it into cider? I don't know if I'm with that. I like apple cider. I really like pear cider. Like, you know what I need is I need a pear cider and athletic greens and Midori and mix them all together and make some kind of drink and call it an Irene. That's right, an Irene. This is pretty tasty. That's how... Oh my God, thank you. Thank you, Iron Orchids, for re-upping your sub for the third month. Fart? I have to read that out. I'm contractually obliged to read out fart now, because it's in the sub message. So basically a recovering alcoholic. So it's very funny talk. Yeah, and that's why I try to like temper my alcohol talk, because I know that people, you're not the only one experiencing that, Sam Kane, and I don't ever want to make it not a funny talk for people, if you know what I mean, right? Because like, so people are in different stages of recovery, and sometimes hearing about it again can be tough. So I want to be sensitive to that. So in interest of that, we will move on. Austin East Cider brand is good.
The thing about being a guest on a documentary like this is you honestly have no idea what the final product is going to be like. So the decision to participate is always a leap of faith. And I can't really say that Megan misled me. There were red flags from the beginning, and I ignored them because I was projecting.
That's really sweet of you, Iron.
My own hopes onto the situation. You know, it's a compelling story.
Ooh, I'm gonna have some void coffee. Are you ready?
That this famous former bigot could talk some sense into a famous current bigot. We all love a good...
Sarah, if you're here, we need to get the void coffee as like a, we need to make it like a, what do you call it? Like a soundboard thing. Like, right? Because like, well, you're gonna hear it. We've got a void coffee sound, okay? But it's not gonna make the sound this time.
Redemption arc. And I started my career de-radicalizing the alt-right. That's something I've moved away from, but there's still part of me that wants to see the best in people, and to believe that people can change if you just talk to them and make a good enough argument. Maybe my wishful thinking was that because Megan left Westboro,
let's give this a try.
That must mean that she must understand the intricacies of anti-LGBT bigotry.
Look at that.
Right? And despite no evidence for this, my hope was that Megan would act as a trans ally and could be really effective at confronting Joro about all the transphobic stuff she says. Right?
Wrong.
Delicious,
though.
I'm Megan Phelps Roper, and these are the witch trials of JK Rowling.
The Witch Trials of JK Rowling is more than 7 hours of apologetics for JKR. The podcast presents Rowling as a complex, humane, heroic figure with an inspiring feminist backstory.
Jo Rowling's rise to success is...
Lady Grace says Megan did not leave.
This sort of feminist Cinderella story.
Now cruelly besieged by a vicious mob of transgender activists, All
my God,
because
this is
she,
good, though.
as a woman, had a few tiny concerns about the transgender rapists.
I had been becoming increasingly concerned about the way in which women were being shut down, women who I felt had some very valid concerns.
Megan uncritically accepts Rowling's framing of the conflict.
Adidak says, I'm drinking an Irene, a scorching hot coffee as black as my soul. Yeah, I mean, that is generally, you know how I like to drink coffee then.
As feminists versus trans rights activists, whom Rowling describes as
a powerful,
I need to learn how to grow my own vanilla. I'm making a freaking mint. I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen vanilla growing.
Misogynistic movement.
For the
Kona is so good. I agree. I love Kona.
first 5 hours of this podcast, Rowling's critics are presented as an irrational mob of enraged, shrieking, sexually violent fanatics.
Wait, Taco Cat, what's 7 hours?
You are murdering trans children! Get off my time! A huge amount of, I want her to choke on my fat trans dick.
Wait. How do you stay monetized, Contra? And why do you get me demonetized? Oh my god. Oh my god. Every time I hear something like that, my heart sinks. Last time it was Illuminati talking about Jinx, shenanigans around horses, right? That's, who knew? Like, Vaush has shenanigans around horses, so does Jink, right? This is the rip this VOD, right? This VOD is not going to stay monetized. I am effed in the
and
A.
you did it at my birthday dinner.
What in the butt?
There's this one clip of some kind of Antifa super soldiers abrasive screaming that they play like once per episode.
Fuck you, you ugly piece of shit!
Was it Tabby by chance? No, it's not Tabby.
You look like you got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascist!
Oh my god, how do you stay monetized, Contra? How do you even stay monetized?
Nobody knows who.
Let me guess, you don't care about monetization because Nebula. Nebula, help! Jesse Gender, help! I can't stay monetized. I do my best all the time. I was so good this time. Chat, was I good? Was I good? Wait, and Patreon? Was I feel like I was good this time, right? Turn on subtitles and you'll be able to predict. Yeah, well, I mean, I've got them turned on right now. Do you see them? I was so good. I was so good. I was being a good girl. And then this came along and rip.
You are and nobody cares and you will die alone!
Oh
and then it usually cuts to like somber monks chanting some kind
Through her Patreon. Oh, did you know that I have a Patreon too?
of medieval lament.
You will die alone and you will burn in hell!
Cuyus
Just in
Viscerere.
case you didn't get from the title that this is a witch hunt.
We gotta do the Cuyus Viscere. Viscere.
Do you guys get it? Do you get it yet?
You got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascist! Get off my time!
And then these mobs
Okay,
of
look.
irrational, misogynistic trans rights fanatics are contrasted with this poignant story.
I don't talk about it nearly enough, but I do have a Patreon too. If you're interested in it, here's the link. You get the videos first, you get the videos early, and you also get some stuff that other people are not getting, right?
Of how JK Rowling escaped her abusive
Stuff
husband
that
to
exclusive, Patreon exclusive.
publish our generation's most beloved novels.
I was still very committed
Hi, Ace Hood.
to those parts that I'd plotted in darkness, as it were, because there was a truth to
I bet that Lily Orchard. Oh yeah, wait, Lily Orchard and Contra have like a thing, right? They have a thing, right? So yeah, that's the Patreon link if anybody's interested in joining that. Some cool stuff on there. Let me put it in YouTube chat again. There's the Patreon. As you can imagine, it's just no comment check on Patreon.
to them, and there was a power to them.
Yeah, Vaush and Contra, are they gonna have a live off? Well, apparently Vaush. I don't know. Wait, who won the live off? Lily Orchard is like the queen of juicy responses. Vaush and Contra. Oh wait, that means that doesn't Lily kind of like dislike both of them? If I remember correctly, but Lily only did like one video about Contra.
Voices of genuine trans descent appear in episode 6 out of 7. More than
Is JK Rowling Catholic? I don't know. Does anybody know? She hates them both.
5 hours in, and there's only 2 of us. One is me.
So if somebody said 7 hours, you might have seen the time code or something. It might have looked like... No, wait, it doesn't, right? Because it's only 1 hour and 55... I don't know where you got 7 hours, actually.
And the other is a teenager named Noah, who kind of just seems like he wants to
Lily Orchard is a demon?
liked and understood, and wishes that his favorite author would please stop saying bigoted things about him.
I'm such a big Harry Potter fan, or I was such a big Harry Potter fan.
Oh my god, I gotta thank people for following. We have CatDev90 following. We have Cat Plinth following. We have Rialan86 following. Thank you all for your follows. What? I'm so confused. Oh my god, I guess Kai Pewter gave me a shout out while we were streaming. That's really sweet.
Especially because it was so hard to be in the real world. I can't even state how important it was to me. JK Rowling, I stole her biography.
I thought maybe Lily was like a yokai, but...
From my...
Oh, JK Rowling, I'm sorry, not Lily. We're not talking about Lily here. We're talking about, yeah, JK Rowling.
3rd grade classroom, and I kept it for a long time because I just loved reading it, because I just admired her so much.
It's honestly pretty heartbreaking to listen to.
Yes.
On my last day editing this video, I got in touch with Noah. I asked him if...
Thank you, mods. If you haven't already checked out Kai Pewter, you're missing out. Kai Pewter is a really cool streamer. You will learn stuff on Kai Pewter's stream that you will not learn anything anywhere else. So make sure to check them out.
If he had any thoughts about the podcast, he wanted me to pass along. And this is what he said.
I want to emphasize that the stakes of this issue are very different from any sort of rhetorical debate.
The actual trial of JK Rowling that Contra is talking about. Oh, yo! What? It's a 7-hour episode. Oh my god. 7 hours of Shirley Roper Phelps. No, not sure. Megan Phelps Roper. But yeah, definitely check out Kai Pewter, and also thank you for the shout out, Kai Pewter.
Conversation, dialogue, and debate are important, but for many of the most vulnerable people in society, the outcome of this conversation dictates their health, well-being, and ability to...
That's a 7-hour podcast. How long does Contra talk?
Survive. How we treat or talk...
We're planning on watching that, right? So next, let's just orient us for anybody just joining us. Hi, welcome. I'm No Comment Chick. We're talking about Contrapoints. We are talking about Contra herself. Contra and Vaush, that's the conflict that's going on right now. Now we're watching Contrapoints video. So the reason that Vaush, Vaush has gone after Contrapoints again, and Contrapoints' video was precipitated by this Witch Trials of JK Rowling stream that Megan Phelps Roper, or Roper Phelps Roper, I think it is, Phelps Roper did. Just kind of apologia for JK Rowling. Contra didn't really know what she was getting into, and feels kind of used by this whole thing. So we're gonna watch the Vaush thing. We're gonna watch the witch trials. We're gonna watch everything. And if we have time, chat, we're gonna play some Minecraft Legends. So I hope you're excited for that. Right, the brand new Minecraft game has just been released.
Talk to people like JK Rowling should come second to fighting for maintained access to healthcare, support, and general resources for children and adolescents seeking gender care.
I agree. The most frustrating thing about this podcast is that it refuses to be honest about what it...
Are you sure it isn't 7 one-hour episodes? I mean, that sounds more like what it would be.
It is. They spend 7 hours implying that JK Rowling is the victim of a witch hunt in the most heavy-handed way imaginable.
These are the witch trials of JK Rowling.
Okay, I gotta say, though, this is... Let me fix this. I don't know how this got messed up. Nope. Not that. Shrink that down and then raise this out. Right, so I gotta say, Megan Phelps Roper, this is a pretty gross podcast. This is apologia. This is apologia for JK Rowling's bigotry, right? That's what this podcast is. That being said, it's they definitely got the vibe right? Because what she's trying to do with this monastic music, right, is she like you saw it before where she shows the Antifa super soldier shouting, violent stuff at JK Rowling. And then she cuts to this. And what it's supposed to make you feel is that like these are the persecutors. These are the, this is like the drama of this is supposed to be like, I got out of the Westboro Baptist Church family and I thought I was good. But it turns out maybe the regressive, intolerant left is just as bad as they are. So it's BS. It's BS, in other words, right? Phelps Roper is very bad faith.
I mean, TERF is basically witch.
But if you point this out, they just deny it. Show me the actual words, Jack. Show me where I said I'm the victim of a witch hunt by trans people.
You're on a podcast called The Witch Trials of JK Rowling.
Funny.
Yes, a podcast on which I never once say I'm a victim of a witch hunt by trans people.
What are you talking about? I'm not scamming the government, if that's what you're saying.
Your license plate says scamming.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Yes.
Joanne, show me where I ever said that I'm the target of a witch hunt, you liar. Why would you even think that? You're crazy. By the way, come get your This Witch Doesn't Burn t-shirt for sale now at Wild Woman Workshop. And Megan is not much better. Like, there's this whole section in episode 2 where Megan interviews Christians who burned Harry Potter books in the 1990s, and this is obviously meant to be foreshadowing.
So looking back, would you say that the Christian parents were maybe part of a moral panic?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a scary world out there.
Megan doesn't explicitly say she thinks trans protests against Joe Roe are equivalent to the Christian ones in the 90s, but she does heavily imply it.
There is some, like, look, I feel like a better thing to focus on, like a more interesting dynamic would be that you've got Christians who in the 1990s, like, burned Harry Potter books, right? And why did they do that? Because they don't like their children reading books about witchcraft, right? They're like, witches are evil, remember? Well, yeah, I mean, like, that's what Christians thought way back in the day. That's why there were witch trials. That's why witches got burned, right? It's this whole... And it's a weird thing because, like, it talks about, like, witches and not fortune tellers, but, like, future tellers, like people in the... It is like fortune tellers, right? In the Bible, negatively, like, they're spoken of negatively, right? But the people who were cast as witches were, cunning women. Like they were witches because they knew how to use herbs that the men in the medical establishment of the time didn't know about. If you were in the medical establishment, you knew that herbs don't work, or maybe herbs do work, but they're evil and they're satanic. And what you should use instead is leeches. Although leeches, turns out, does work for a couple of things, right? But, like, they didn't know that. They really like to put the leeches on people. They did the bloodletting, they did the leeches, they did all kinds of stuff. And for women to be like, use herbs and maybe get some better results than the leeches were getting, that was a bad thing, right? So if you're a woman, living at the edge of the village with that cunning knowledge, that knowledge of herbs and stuff like that, right? You were a threat to the society at the time. And so, but yeah, I mean, like, that's why they thought that, they shouldn't let their kids read Harry Potter. Now, you flash forward to today, the same people are like up JK Rowling's butt. Why? Because JK Rowling's threw them trans people, right? They hate me, JK Rowling's, because I wrote a book about witches. Okay, but what do they hate more than witches? Oh, trans people. There we go. Throw them trans people. That's... You're going to see this dynamic more and more, just like I said in that video about the cost of crossing Keffels, right? Keffels is hated by the commentary community. What does she do? Throws Kira chats to the commentary community. The same people that called her satanic are the same ones. Yeah, exactly. That's some hypocrisy that really needs to be, like, unpacked.
There was an explosive reaction to Rowling's tweets, which led many, including lifelong fans of her work, to condemn her and to call for her books to be banned, boycotted, and in some cases, burned.
When confronted about the obvious implications of the podcast's title, Megan said, "The title is ambiguous. Toward the end of our conversations, I spent a long time talking with JK Rowling about discernment, about how a person can ever know if they're standing up for what's right or joining a moral panic. I think you'll be surprised by the thoughts she shares." Megan, I was not surprised.
Wishes were hunted mostly in times of socioeconomic strife, as a way to solidify the community anger and aim it in a semi-useful direction.
I know I won't ever regret having stood up on this issue, ever.
I mean, useful for the patriarchy, for sure. Reactionaries will always be reactionary. Trans people in history were accused of being witches, like literally explored in many books, like half humankind.
The podcast released new episodes weekly, and whenever Megan was challenged about the blatant one-sidedness, Megan would respond, "Oh, you just think that because you haven't listened to the whole podcast yet. Maybe you should reserve judgment. Much more of other perspectives is coming. Make sure to tune in next week. More bombshell revelations to come." Well, I've listened to the whole podcast now, and I truly do not think that anyone with basic media comprehension skills could come away from this thinking that the main intent was anything other than to portray JK Rowling as the martyr of an unjust, what's the word? Witch hunt? This is the obvious implication of the podcast from the first words to the very last. And of course, Rowling does literally get the last word. The final episode concludes with this.
There are more important things in this world than being popular. And that doesn't mean it's more important to me to be right. It means it's more important to me to do the right thing.
Why would you end on that note? Why would anything about this podcast be the way it is if Megan didn't fundamentally believe that JK Rowling is in the right?
I don't regret it because I did the right thing.
Like, there really is no other reasonable way to interpret this. So I wish that she would just be honest. If you believe that JK Rowling is the misunderstood victim of a witch hunt, then just say that. Make the argument you want to make. Don't crouch and hide behind this disavowal, this obfuscating veil of just asking questions. Don't rely on innuendo and framing and lachrymose Gregorian chanting to make your point, while coyly denying you have any kind of agenda beyond, "I just believe in conversation." I don't know, I just find this a slippery and dishonest way to argue. But if you happen to be a fan of slippery and dishonest arguments, you're in luck, because there is more where that came from. This video is sponsored by Canabox. Canabox offers fresh human meat delivered directly to your doorstep. As an alphabet mafiosa, sometimes I just can't fit the most dangerous game into my busy lifestyle of destroying the family and recruiting children.
God.
Whenever a new box arrives, I get out my copy of Bless This Food, the Anita Bryant family cookbook. The best thing about human meat delivered to your home by mail in the dead of night? You don't know who you're eating. So it's totally
This kind of reminds me of the NCC cooking stream, right?
guilt-free and ethically sourced. Maybe. There's no ethical consumption under
looks
capitalism.
yummy.
That means you're not allowed to cancel me. Chapter 4. Jo Row's Transphobia. That's it! I'm going full Slytherin. In episode 5 of The Witch Trials of JK Rowling, Jo Row compares trans activists to Death
Do we have any Slytherins in chat?
Eaters, the fictionalized fascists in Harry
Any
Potter.
Death Eaters and
My
any
position
Slytherins?
is that this activist movement, in the form that it's currently taking, echoes the very thing that I was warning against in Harry Potter. The Death Eaters
look,
claimed
Pitt's
we have
got
been
shaved,
made
kind of.
to live in secret, and now is our time. I am fighting what I see.
Anybody else have the issues that I have shaving my pits? It's like, if I leave them too long, right? If I don't shave my pits, then the hair gets like long. You can't even see it, can you, though? It's like invisible. But like, there's like, the hairs get long and then they're like harder to shave. Like this one you can definitely see, right? You can tell that this is not a clean shaven pit, but it's better than it was before. I shaved some of the pit.
As a powerful...
Don't at me. Do not at me. The gal may have left the West Butkiss? Butkus. The West Butkus Church, but she certainly retained the ability for Christian sophistry. Goat Roper isn't reformed, just rebranded. Isn't it Goat Roper? Like, if you're like a country person, or you're like into like like a goat roper in country parlance is somebody that like wears the boots and like dresses up like Boot Scoot and Boogie, but they don't really do it right, and maybe they can't shoot guns very well and stuff. Wait, I'm trying to remember. I've heard this before, right? I've heard Goat Roper before. I have a Death Eater tattoo. It's kind of embarrassing now. Thanks, Jo Row. What's the other one? The like triangle one that's like the Order of the Phoenix a lot of people have. All pits are good pits. I know. I love my pits.
Insidious, misogynistic movement.
The best thing about your pits, chat, is if you put your hand into your armpit and form an airtight seal, you can make a very realistic sounding fart with your armpit, yeah.
When an article then claimed she had
Or in
equated
here.
trans people to
That.
Death Eaters, the podcast's PR firm reached
do
out
it.
demanding a correction because she only equated the movement to Death Eaters, not trans people in general. Yeah, I don't hate marginalized people, I just hate it when they advocate for themselves. So I do have to be very careful with my wording here, lest a defamation letter
That was
arrive
the
by
problem
owl.
with the
JK
Death
Rowling's
Eaters,
bigotry
yeah.
is exhausting to argue with, because she expresses it as an endless
wouldn't
series
stay in the
of what are
closet.
called Mott and Bailey arguments.
Oh
a
my
Mott and
God.
Bailey argument is named after a type of castle consisting of a motte, that is, a tower atop a
So
mountain.
chat, around these parts, we call those take-meisters, right? Mott and Bailey arguments. This is the take-meister. This is Vaush is famous for this kind of stuff.
A hill, easy to defend, and a bailey, a fenced court.
If you smelt it, you dealt it.
Yard that's much more vulnerable to attack, difficult to defend. So a Mott and Bailey argument is when someone makes a provocative claim that's difficult to defend, the bailey. And then, when confronted with counter-arguments, they walk it back to a much less controversial and easy to defend version of the
Mott
claim,
and Bailey's.
the Mott. For example, Rowling will make an ambiguous claim like sex is real.
And that's when you combine apple juice with the Bailey's Irish, what is it called? Bailey's Irish cream. Have you ever had a Mott and Bailey's? It's like apple juice plus Bailey's.
What does she mean by that? What are the implications? Well, in the podcast, she explains that
I
she
want
thinks
more
it's
void
very
copy,
sinister that in the Associated Press style guide, it says that instead of referring to a trans woman as a man who identifies as a woman,
Yo,
journalists
void
should
copy
simply say a
time.
trans woman is a woman.
That from the Associated Press is hugely powerful. They've edged from identifies
Edged?
as a woman, so a man identifies as a woman, and I think we all understand what that means, into is a woman. And that's precisely the creep that I'm talking about. We are using language to make accurate definition of sex difference
Void
unspeakable.
copy.
Which is, of course, false, because the words trans and cis exist precisely to make it easy to talk about sex difference. Thanks a lot, Tumblr. God, there's this whole
So, do you get that? This is wild, right? Megan Phelps Roper thinks that it is insidious that every time a trans person is mentioned, let's say I was in the, heaven forbid, but let's say I was mentioned in some sort of a publication, and they were like, no comment chick, who is actually a, what did she say? What did she want me to be called? It's some kind of slander.
Definition of sex difference unspeakable.
Which is
we are using language to make accurate definition of sex difference. Identifies as a woman, so a man identifies as a woman, and I think we all understand.
So you would say no comment chick, I can't even say it, chat. That's how she wants to refer to me. If I'm ever mentioned, heaven forbid, in the papers, in the publications, in a magazine or something like that, no comment chick in parentheses. I can't even say it. That's how she wants me referred to. But how weird is that, right? Even if you're a transphobe, the idea that every time a trans person would be mentioned, that you're gonna misgender them and say that, well, she's kind of messed up and identifies as a woman, but we all know what the real deal is with no comment chick, I don't know. I can't dehumanize myself enough, chat. I can't do it. I'm usually pretty, if it doesn't, I'm not as bothered as some trans people when some transphobe comes to me and they're like, they say you will never be whatever, right? That, I just throw it right back. It doesn't bother me. I can't do it to myself though. I'm not quite Contra. Contra can actually just say the weird thing and let it be discordant and everything. JK Rowling and her ilk want to control language. True. Yeah.
Understand what that means.
You were in the papers a few times. Nice.
A woman, and that's precisely the creep that I'm talking about.
Dragon Princess says, trans women are women, trans men are men, envies exist and are valid.
We are using language to
I will never
make
be a pterodactyl.
accurate definition of sex difference unspeakable.
Which is, of course, false.
Yeah, it's every time they mention a trans person, they want to say YWNANBAW. It's gaslighting. Yeah, I would never say a thing like that to a lady. Oh, that's sweet of you. A man who identifies as a woman is so many more words than just woman. Yeah, these are the same people that say that it's too much, effort to say birthing person or whatever, right? And they want to throw that garbage in. If you say, did a beer ad and the children saw the beer ad, oh, yeah, forcing them to watch football. I'll never be a pterodactyl. Well, there's a good reason for that, right? Because if you've noticed this, like every time I do a screechy voice, like you know how Demon Mama gets kind of screechy from time to time? She must have a better mic than me, or like a better, like noise filter or something like that. Because like whenever I make a screechy Demon Mama sound, it gets like it cuts out, right? It like the filter's pretty sure that that is noise that is not supposed to be on the tape, that is not supposed to be on the VOD. Let me cut that right out, right? So that's why I'll never be, because I can't do the to be a pterodactyl. You first of all have to have pterodactyl wings, right? And maybe I could manage the pterodactyl wings, right? I mean, I managed the Trump dance earlier, right? We did the Trump dance, right? But as far as managing the pterodactyl wings, it's like that. You know, I got that. Okay, so we got the pterodactyl wings, but then I have to go like, ah! I can't do it. I can't even do the screechy. Ah! I can't do it. I can't get the screechy. So yeah, I will never be a pterodactyl for that very reason. Anyway.
Because the words trans and cis exist.
Wait, your banger joke got snapped? Oh my god. Well, I mean, I kind of see why.
Precisely to make it easy to talk about sex difference. Thanks a lot, Tumblr. God, there's this whole section of the podcast that sort of implies that transgender people were invented on Tumblr, which I'm not even gonna get into because we don't have time. Rowling has also tweeted that she thinks that all people who menstruate must be referred to as women. Or was it wumbin? I'm pretty sure it was wump mud. So trans men and trans masculine people, they're all women and must be referred to.
I feel like there was a name for it. What was it again? Womban? Wombat?
As women, because JK Rowling demands it. This is controversial, right? Calling trans women men who identify as women, calling trans men women. This is the Bailey in her Mott and Bailey argument. Trans women are men, trans men are women. That's the controversial interpretation of sex is real.
And also, thank you, Contra, for actually explaining where the terminology Mott and Bailey comes from. Bruce Zerker, thank you for the follow. Probably because we're talking about drinks today. We're drinking Void Coffee, Void Wombat. First it was Tumblr, then it was Twitter, now it's TikTok. They hate these platforms. Any platform that the right wing cannot capture for itself, they hate.
Now, when accused of transphobia and facing backlash, Rowling walks the argument back and says, I'm being persecuted just for saying that women should be allowed to discuss how being female has shaped our lives. Women should be allowed to discuss how being female has shaped our lives. This is the obvious and utterly uncontroversial interpretation of sex is real. The Mott. And virtually every argument sophisticated transphobes make about trans people follows this pattern. JK Rowling's friend and ally Maya Forstater will tweet inflammatory things like, men cannot change into women. But then when she's criticized, she'll say that she's being attacked for gender-critical belief.
Gender-critical belief, which is the absolutely ordinary belief about sex, that your mother and your grandmother are women, that being female is a thing.
Your mother and grandmother are women. Being female is a thing. That's literally all I'm saying. But if that's literally all she's saying, then no one would be mad, would they? 9. Nar. Men cannot change into women is the Bailey. Your mom is a woman is the Mott. Your mom's a woman. This is why arguing with these people is infuriating. They'll insinuate that trans women are dangerous rapists, exhibitionists, and voyeurs. Then when trans people understandably get mad, they'll say, look, I'm being attacked just for saying that being female is part of my experience. It's dishonest. They talk a bunch of trash about trans people, and then when trans people talk trash back, they pretend that they're being victimized for making totally innocuous statements. We can name this behavior the birthday boy argument. I dated a 5'8" guy who'd taunt every jacked 6'3" bro he met, and
now this one I haven't heard. Jink is a Mott and Anna is the Bailey. Oh my god.
How they'd pull their fist back to beat him up.
I love it.
Whereupon my ex would go, hey, come on. I'm a little guy. I'm just a little guy. No.
I mean, how does Contra literally have a medieval castle room? You're talking about this tapestry she's in front of, right? Which is indeed a authentic reproduction of a medieval is this in this is in France somewhere, the actual tapestry?
It's also my birthday. I'm
the original. It's is it in the Clooney?
Birthday boy. And somehow it always worked. So a birthday boy.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. So look behind Contra. This is actually probably my favorite piece of medieval art. It's called La Dame et la Licorne, right? Or the Woman and the Unicorn. The Lady and the Unicorn, right? And it's a series of tapestries, actually, with these really cool medieval animals. Like, who knew that lions' jaws had multiple joints? Like, do you see that lion? That lion's jaw is going hard, like, right? It like opens and then it like curves back in. Like, I don't know what's going on. Look at that lion's mouth. Seriously, look at that lion's mouth, right? That's how all the lions were back in medieval days. That's why they paint them that way. That's actually how they looked back in the day before evolution streamlined their jaw, right? But I don't know. For some reason, the lion always looks like it's getting like. The lion looks like it's being tickled. But anyway, yeah, this is a famous medieval tapestry, a series of tapestries, actually. And I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think anybody really knows what it means. There's some kind of symbolic significance to, like, there's obviously something going on in these tapestries, but I'm not sure if people really know I feel like it's one of these things that, like, people disagree about, like, the meaning of this, but the what is it? The caption on this thing is "to my soul desire," right? What does that mean? What does that mean? Anyway, sorry, that's a real
boy argument is when you make aggressive, inflammatory assertions followed by teacher, look.
My favorite medieval tapestry has a sequence where Aristotle lets Alexander the Great put a bridle on him and ride him like a horse. That's kind of awesome. The disadvantage of trying to draw a lion without having seen a lion, true.
What he's doing to me. When the target reacts,
you've heard what a lion looks like.
With anything less than extreme politeness. Another common tactic you'll see anytime Rowling's transphobia is discussed is you'll see someone jump in to say, show me one thing she's said that's trans.
The new Hakim video, fairly well tied height to better social policy, but I kind of always wanted to borrow sized. The line has a yeah, it does have some manticore energy to it. Selective breeding. 5'8" is considered. Is it? Then that means that I'm small, because I'm 5'7". Yay. 3 grams. Wait, is it 5 grams now? People always have the latest site to blame for the existence of LGBTQIA people if they aren't just entirely blaming the internet. I hate being 6'1". Google the borrowers. Wait. Tied height to better social policy. We got some 5'3" in chat. Free feet. Oh, I need my feet freed. I need to take my socks off since I'm on a trampoline. There were no gay people before Grindr, that's right.
Transphobic. For example,
that's right, no one was gay. Okay, now here's an interesting thing, right? Large gamete producer. When I saw this, I was like, wait a minute, why is that familiar, right? And like part of why it's familiar is that this is something that JK Rowling said, right? Her quote was about like large gamete producers. What she meant is people who produce ovum, right? A larger gamete than the sperm and therefore the large gamete producer, right? Now, when I saw this, right, it was familiar to me and I realized where it was. This person, I think when I was tweeting about Poker Posse, Posey Parker, when I was tweeting about Posey Parker, this person actually replied to my tweet and I think I blocked them. I think they said something turfy and I blocked them. So
example, here's someone
friend of the VOD, enemy of the VOD, I don't know.
On Twitter called Large Gamete Producer. It's funny, isn't it, how these people will insist that awkward inclusive language like people who menstruate is horribly oppressive and degrading, but then they'll just straight up call themselves Large Gamete Producer. Which, by the way, is Rowling's.
Yeah, wait, we cannot say people who menstruate, cannot say birthing people, but Large Gamete Producer, perfect. Yeah, pare down a. That's what's so weird about TERFs, right? On one hand, they'll accuse trans people when we try to use inclusive language to talk about people that are really affected, talk about all the people that are impacted by legislation around reproductive rights, right? we'll use phrases, we'll use terminology that actually covers everybody who's impacted, right? Like that's where birthing people who menstruate, that's where all that stuff comes from. So they don't like that, but at the same time, they have this desire to pare down womanhood to that which bleeds, that which produces large gametes, that which has a uterus, right? And that I don't know, which way is it? Is it dehumanizing or is it empowering, right? It's not about empowerment though. It's just about trying to find new ways to say trans people aren't valid. That's all. A large gamete producer, like I have a thorax and some shit. Wait. I like being 6'1" when somebody wants to attack me. Yeah, that's true. That does help. It definitely expands your reach too, right? You'll have like a longer reach usually along with that. I don't define women by their body parts. Also, TERFs, we define women by their body parts, right? It's confusing.
Definition of a woman.
It's a bit confusing.
The woman is the producer of the large gametes.
Oh, I like it. It's very brutal.
No one produces larger gametes.
Mother. That Rowling
except for aliens, chat. We'll get to more on that later.
Words regular.
Wait, have we gotten to the aliens yet? Have we gotten to the aliens? Have we done the aliens? Did I miss the aliens? Was I peeing while the aliens? Can somebody confirm to me we have not gotten to the aliens yet? I want to know about the aliens. I want to know how they have segs. The largest cell in the human body are the ova. The smallest cell in the human body are the sperm. Ah, interesting. It's a powerful weapon. Not in the way you think, though. I don't remove aliens. We haven't gotten to the aliens yet. Can we confirm? Rowling is a confirmed Zerg player. We're gonna talk about aliens, though. I don't wanna beat her. I don't want to beat a contra to the point.
Gender critical
to the
arguments
punch.
shows the massive influence that she has in the anti-trans movement. She's like their queen, their leader, their headmistress. She's the best thing that ever happened to them. Because Sheila Jeffries certainly wasn't persuading a lot of people. If you know, you know. Large gamete producer says, JK isn't anti-trans. Give me just one.
We need a new subpoint goal. We do
direct
indeed.
Quote that she has said, which is anti-trans. Oh, what's that? You can't find one? Well, color me shocked.
Imagine.
Before we waste our time trying to provide examples, let's take a look at large gamete producer's profile. Trans women are not women, they are men. Trans men are not men, they are women. Nothing can change that. Sex is binary. Like if this person doesn't think that trans women are men, trans men are women is a transphobic statement, then what would they consider a transphobic statement? This is why the first question you should always ask such people is, do you believe that transphobia is a legitimate concept? What are some examples of statements that you would consider transphobic?
Yeah, what would be
because
transphobic,
many of them
right?
don't.
Because I mean, like, this is just like even any kind of argument that you're going to have with somebody, any kind of discussion that you're going to have with somebody. If you want to know that they're good faith and they're like, you know, well, I don't believe what you said. I don't believe that you have proof of your claims, and you got to sort of ask them, what would be proof? What would proof look like to you? What is your standard of proof, right? Because otherwise you're just going to end up with them moving the goalpost or I mean, like, at least then you force them to move the goalpost, right? But like here they'll just redefine what the goalposts are. The hate for intersex people, yeah, God. What even is a gamete? I never got sex ed. That's right, thanks to conservatives. We never got no blue alien yet. Not as far as I know. Okay, so no aliens have shown up yet.
Believe that transphobia is a valid concept because they don't think that trans people are a legitimate minority.
There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing. There are people that call themselves these things that may have other issues manifesting that then make them think they're this. But no, we have to stop using any words like transgender. There may be more words that we have to say in order to say that. We may call it transgender ideology. But when it comes to a person, they may be following transgender ideology, but they are not transgender.
They use this TIM acronym on trans women, right?
There is no such thing as a man or a woman being anything other than a man or a woman.
So when they say,
you got magnetic cat ears?
Show me an example of something transphobic JK Rowling has said. This is a trap. They're just messing with you. There's nothing that she could have said that they would acknowledge as transphobic. Now, if you're someone who believes that transphobia is a valid concept and you believe that trans people are a legitimate minority, but you just genuinely are unaware of what JK Rowling has said on the topic, then I will refer you to my past video on JK Rowling's transphobia rather than recapping it all here. Just keep in mind that she's gotten significantly worse since I made that video. I mean, just look at her Twitter feed. True, she never says the phrase, I hate trans people, because she's not a complete idiot, but Anita Bryant never said, I hate gay people. She said, save our children.
I love homosexuals.
For that matter, I'm pretty sure David Duke doesn't say I hate black people, but he will share a lot of statistics about anti-white crime. So this is not really a
I mean, even look at Matt Walsh, right? Matt Walsh has said horrible things. Michael Knowles has said horrible things about trans people. I don't think one of those horrible things that they've said is that they hate them.
very good criterion for deciding who's a bigot, is it? What JK Rowling does do is tweet again and again about transgender rapists, about the danger trans women pose to cis women. She implies that trans-inclusive language is equivalent to the dystopia of Orwell's 1984. She writes at length about the vague, nefarious cabal of endocrinologists and ideologues that is supposedly persuading confused, vulnerable girls to transition. To quote Washington Post opinion writer Monica Hess, I do not know what is in Rowling's heart, but reading her Twitter feed, this is the overall effect. Her Twitter feed does not ask its readers to think. It asks them to fear. It creates phobias of trans people. It creates trans phobias, if you will. Rowling has also attacked pro-trans politician Nicola Sturgeon, calling her destroyer of women's rights via a t-shirt she got from anti-trans hate-monger Posey Parker.
There's
Nicola Sturgeon? Wait, who is Nicola Sturgeon again?
Fear. It creates phobias
of trans people. Phobias related to trans people.
Trans people. It creates trans phobias, if you will. Rowling has also attacked pro-trans politician
Nicola Sturgeon.
Nicola Sturgeon, calling her destroyer of women's rights via a t-shirt she got from anti-trans hate-monger Posey Parker.
There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans
The First Minister of Scotland.
person. There is no such
leader of SNP.
If there's one thing that I want people to understand about Rowling's transphobia, it's that this is not a case of someone posting a couple insensitive tweets that got blown out of proportion. Rowling is an extremely outspoken opponent of trans.
Oh my god. Now, like, some people would say that Contra is a case of that, right? And, like, it's weird because, like, you know, so in other words, like, and I'll grant that, right? What JK Rowling did to trans people, what JK Rowling has done to trans people is on a whole nother level of like what Contra like did to non-binary people in tweeting out that she's sick of pronoun circles and it, you know, she'd rather get that little gold star of like, I'm gonna call you the pronouns that you want without you even telling me what those are because you're just such a good, you know, you're such a good trans, right? So people obviously, you know, have problems with that for a lot of reasons. It should be pretty obvious. I don't think it's something that she can't come back from, right? Because it's honestly like the feeling that she's describing is something that a lot of trans people share. Now, how you talk about that feeling kind of says a lot because when you're Contrapoints, and this is rehashing my old content, one of my first videos that I put out about, like, you know, politics, discourse, etc., was on Contrapoints, was a response to that way back in the day when that happened, right? I responded to that, and I still believe what I said then, which is that if you are a well-known content creator, if you are the best known, perhaps, trans person on YouTube, when you say, I don't like pronoun circles, you have a bunch of cis people out there. They're trans allies, right? They want to do right by trans people. And they're listening, right? And when you say, as the trans person that you know, I don't like pronoun circles, what are you going to take that? What are you going to do with that? There's a good chance that a lot of people hearing Contra say that, and this is before the pushback, right? You know, if there's no pushback, if Contra just says that and it's uncontroversial and it just gets let go of, right? Which is what Contra and her, you know, supporters kind of wanted, was like that she didn't do anything wrong, right? You know, she's allowed to not like pronoun circles. Yeah, you're allowed to not like pronoun circles, true. But when you are Contrapoints and you say you don't like pronoun circles, the result of that is going to be less pronoun circles, right? And although, like, you know, although people like me and Contra may have some doubt after a pronoun circle, after having said my pronouns are such and such and such and such, and now people say she, her to me, and I don't know, would you have said she, her if we didn't do the pronoun circle? Well, you know, that might be, you know, a fact. That uncomfortableness that we have, it has nothing on the uncomfortableness of non-binary people being misgendered again and again and again, or just anyone being misgendered again and again. The reason that pronoun circles exist is because it sucks to get misgendered. And I think we all should be able to relate to that, right? Including Contra. And she wasn't thinking of that. She didn't have that on their mind. She was just kind of top of the dome, you know, on, I don't like pronoun circles. I'd rather just, you know, be able to pass. And then people naturally say she, her, and I like, I'm doing good, right? And it's just like, you know, is it worth it? Because, like, you can't just say that. You can't just put that out there and expect it not to have an effect, right? When you put that out there as the only trans person a lot of people know, they're going to go take away that trans people do not appreciate pronoun circles. Trans people actually do not like it. We want to help trans people. We want to do right by trans people. We want trans people to be comfortable in our social groups. So when it comes time to do a pronoun circle or not do a pronoun circle, since I am a Contra viewer, I'm a cis person, and I know that Contra does not like pronoun circles, I'm going to say trans people don't like pronoun circles. Let's not do a pronoun circle. Look, like, you know, trans people, depending on who you are, you may or may not like pronoun circles, but the people that are impacted from not having them are impacted in a more severe way, in a way that, like, that gatekeeps them from society more than, like, you know, did I get the gold star of you naturally, you know, gendering me correctly, right? So I mean, it's a nuanced thing. But, you know, I mean, like, I do think it's important. That's why I spoke up on it. I didn't think that this should be, like, the end of Contrapoints. I didn't think that everybody should abandon Contrapoints. However, Contra's reaction to that, which could have been just like, yo, I'm sorry, I'm new to being the only trans person people know. I didn't realize, like, how what I said impacted, like, all of trans people, and I'm gonna take this into account in the future. That would have been so easy to do, right? Of course, if you're Vaush, you don't do that because you never apologize. But as Contrapoints, like, it would have been so easy to do, and we didn't get that. We didn't get a real apology for that. We didn't get a real apology for the Buck Angel thing. That's the, in my estimation, that's where Contra really fell down. It's not that you're expected not to mess up. You know, it's not so that you're expected to jump over the building, you know, in one try, like Neo. You know, you can have another try, but you do have to try to correct your mistake, and you have to, like, kind of own up to that, instead of characterizing the people that are hurt by what you do as, like, some kind of woke cancel mob that's out for your head, right? That's not really what happened, and things got a lot uglier because of the reaction to this, and because there just wasn't, you know, a simple thing like an apology didn't happen, and it pains me because I like Contra, despite the fact that, you know, especially back in the day, we had very different politics. I think we still have very different politics. I don't agree with Contra on everything, but I think that she makes a positive contribution, you know, in terms of trans rights. But yeah, there are areas where, you know, she's lacking. And anyway, not to rehash that, but I mean, I guess since she kind of subtweeted it.
Rights. This has been her main issue for several years now. And because she's so famous, she's become the de facto global champion of backlash to trans rights. Truly, the Anita Bryant of transphobia, except worse, because she's way more famous and way
it was the canceled video for
more
you?
liked than Anita Bryant ever was. Rowling has also praised self-described theocratic fascist Matt Walsh for his transphobic propaganda film. She refers to trans women as trans-identified males, known as Tims among people for whom this is.
It sucks being the only person asked because you're visibly trans that no one else offers. There's yeah, that's the idea of pronoun circles, right? I mean, I get what she's saying, and on some level I sympathize, but, like, you know, even as a small streamer chick, I'm going to be real careful about what I say. I'm going to be aware that there's somebody out there that's cis, and that, like, I'm the only trans person they really know, and that when I say I don't like this, they think that, like, I speak for all trans people. It's at the very least, you got to say that, like, you know, this trans people's experience is not universal. This is just me talking from my perspective, right? But even then, realize what kind of power that you as Contrapoints has, rather than some, you know, random, like, non-binary person, you know, trying not to be forced into some black hole of social awkwardness that you don't deserve to be forced into, right? What is a pronoun circle? A pronoun circle is something that people will do oftentimes, like, in a group that tries to be trans inclusive. it's a nice thing. It's a nice gesture, and it's useful to go around the circle, whether you think anybody there is trans or not, and just say, hey, like, let's just, we're a group, we're interacting. Let's check in on pronouns. What are everybody's pronouns, right? Because you don't know these people's pronouns. You don't want to assume their pronouns, so go around and let them say, hi, my name is Irene, my pronouns are she and her, right? Hi, my name is so-and-so, my pronouns are they, them. Hi, my name is so-and-so, my pronouns are he, him. Hi, my name is so-and-so, my pronouns are they, fair, right? Just get down people's pronouns. Make that sort of a part of the social interaction, so that nobody has to feel awkward and say, hey, by the way, you called me, the wrong pronouns back there. I actually go by this and this, right? That's so much harder than if it's just kind of or put like on name tags. If you have name tags, add a space for pronouns, right? Just stuff like that. People do it on their emails. It's like this kind of stuff, right? And I understand how, as a trans person who wants to not have to deal with being trans in public, right? Who wants to, be able to, not think about that. I get how that would be uncomfortable, and how that puts you in a place of not really knowing, do people recognize me as trans or not, right? But I think the consequences to somebody, that is going to get misgendered if you don't do a pronoun circle is much more severe, and that's why. Anyway, wow, that's a stunlock so hard. I introduce myself with my pronouns just in case I'm we're introducing ourselves with pronouns right here. Hey, actually, chat, I used to have pronouns in chat. I used to have automatic pronouns that you could select and it would say it by your name. I don't have that anymore ever since my computer died, and all of my I had a drive that they erased. Despite they just needed to erase one drive, right? I have multiple drives, but there was an internal drive that I thought they were going to leave alone. They erased that too, right? That's what had all of my stuff, all of my setup on it. So I had to recreate. I mean, you noticed, right? When I got my computer back, everything changed. There's a reason for that. So, but part of that was that I didn't have the pronoun software. I think it's a plugin, like a extension for browser that I had in the past, so I need to re-implement that.
Become an unhealthy obsession. She retweets images of the trans colors being erased from the
Oh god, this person replied to this video. This person, and you see that blue check mark? That's a Twitter blue. This is a Twitter blue person. This is a person who pays Elon Musk $8 a month to get their tweets sent to more people, and to be confused with, people that are legacy check marks, etc., right? But yeah, this person replied to made a really snippy reply to Contra this morning.
Progress flag. Also the colors representing queer people of color, so, great. Love that. Often, Rowling pretends that she's being transphobic for the principled and valiant purpose of defending lesbians. It's something of a fixation for her. I find this particularly gross.
Oh my god, have you ever heard the way that she says this stuff, right? When she's talking about lesbians and I'm bisexual, but if I was a lesbian, this would make me uncomfortable. Like a brave young lesbian who, did nothing wrong except for dehumanize the crap out of trans people, right? I don't know. The way that Rowling talks about lesbians is just whack.
It plays into the lesbophobic trope that gay women are especially
important. Uncle Musk says so.
Anti-trans, when in fact they're the least transphobic.
This is important.
Demographic of cis people. According to a survey of young adults in the UK, lesbians were most likely to know a trans person, and also.
So if you listen to the media, especially the New York Times or, the Daily Mail or whatever, you get the idea that lesbians are all trans people. Oh my god, they're always coming into our space. I hate them so much. Oh my god, trans people, this is a threat to our movement. They expect me to have, relationships with them even though I'm not attracted to them because of them being trans. And you get the feeling that lesbians really hate trans people. It's not true. Of all the demographics that they surveyed in this survey, the most supportive demographic was literally the lesbians. Literally the most supportive demographic. But not if you listen to Posey Parker, not if you listen to JK Rowling, not if you listen to any of these jokers.
Also most likely, at 96%, to say that they're supportive or very supportive of trans people. So I think it's fair to say that most gay women are probably not super thrilled whenever Joe Rowe the lesbian defender logs on. My own partner is a cis lesbian, and I asked her if she enjoys JK Rowling defending her from the transsexuals, and she said,
"It makes me want to gouge out my eyes like Oedipus."
By the way, here is JK Rowling enjoying a bit of banter with her friend Baroness Emma Nicholson, the co-founder of Rowling's charity Lumos. Baroness Nicholson is a conservative member of the House of Lords who voted—
Ew, Void Coffee is back. That's right. Void Coffee is back on the menu.
Against same-sex marriage in 2013. In 2020, she tweeted in defense of her vote, claiming that gay marriage would lead to degrading the status of women and girls. Truly, one of the great lesbian allies. And in 2022, here is JK Rowling joking around with Lady Nicholson. Excellent question, Emma. Defining lesbians as same-sex attracted women excludes and depresses the most marginalized of all groups, i.e. people with penises and beards who want to shag women. And before you say, but aren't they straight men? They're wearing eyeliner, bigot. Try for a moment to put aside any nostalgia you may have for the Gryffindor common room, and just look at this interaction for what it is. Two straight women, one of whom is a homophobic peer of the realm, having a nice little chuckle together about how trans women are men wearing eyeliner. So that's it, right? It's over. Case closed. I still like hammering things. I'm not going to argue anymore about whether JK Rowling is transphobic, because anyone who believes in transphobia can see that obviously she is. The question now is whether transphobia is the sort of thing that progressives can denounce, the way we at least aspire to denounce racism, misogyny, and homophobia. That's usually what we're talking about when we talk about JK Rowling, right?
Good call, Adadek. I made a point of screenshotting this tweet for every time someone demands I provide evidence that Rowling has said something transphobic. Yeah, because you'll literally get that from people like large gamete producer.
Whether it's fair to cancel her.
I mean, yeah, that's right. Hammering is a fairly gay activity, true.
That's what the witch trials of JK Rowling is
here
about.
We go.
The Rowling debate is a proxy for a larger
go.
question. Is transphobia a legitimate viewpoint worthy of polite consideration and respect in liberal humane society?
Oh wait, we got some news from the debate sphere. Apparently Shark300 reacted to her video after someone told him that Contrapoints was defending Joanne. Yo, this is what Vaush people believe unironically, right? If you're in the Vaush network, you're being told not to watch this video because she says something bad about Vaush, right? And you can't possibly watch it. You gotta watch Cherry Bread TV's clip instead. And then you gotta also think that somehow this is a defense of JK Rowling. That the whole thing with Vaush that went down was Vaush saying, hey, JK Rowling, transphobia is bad. And Contrapoints saying, unhand her, you foul knave. Right? Contrapoints defending JK Rowling. That's what Vaush people believe. Y'all are ridiculous, and y'all are making yourself more and more irrelevant every day. This was Vaush's Waterloo. This is when most people realize that he is not somebody that we need on the left. He does more harm than he does good. When your response to a transphobe is like, what do I use? Oh, I know, misogyny. There we go. Blatant misogyny, go. I choose you. Vaush just like grabs his pokeball. Blatant misogyny, right? That's his Pokemon of choice, right? We don't need that. Trans people don't need that. You're a feeder, Vaush. What you just did is handed JK Rowling a fat dub, and now you're trying to revise history. You're trying to re-envision things to make it that Contrapoints was actually on the side of JK Rowling. Holy fuck, right? And Cat Black is well, what Vaush actually is, right? Of all the things to accuse Cat Black of, right? In terms of SH, Vaush is screenshotted doing SH to like a fan, to some girl that just wanted to debate. Actually, I don't even remember what their gender was, but like somebody on Discord who just wanted to debate Vaush on Jesus, actually. Wanted to be like, hey, Vaush, I know you're an atheist, but, what about Jesus, though? Right? Yeah, like, call it cringe if you will, but that's all they wanted. Instead, they got Vaush constantly hitting on them saying, could you please not make it sexual? I'm not trying to be sexual. I'm trying to have a debate conversation with you. Fellow debater, can you see me as equal? Nope, Vaush only sees you as a sex object. He's a creep, okay? Straight up, I have no problem saying that. He's a creep. right? And his community is full of creeps, and his community enables creeps, right? And we'll get into that more of that later, right? We do have receipts on that one, right? But like it's just so messed up that Vaush went after Cat Black like that. It's so messed up.
Or is it just an ugly prejudice that we can justifiably react to with scorn?
The Vaush cult weasels are coming, are they? Are we going to get raided? Are we going to get raided by Vaush cult weasels?
There's an even broader question here about whether we can justifiably react to anything with scorn and condemnation.
Oh my god, I didn't even finish your comment there, Metal. Okay, so Contrapoints was defending Joanne. The comment said that the person lied to him and that whoever said that didn't watch the comments. So Sharks 300 just believed this person, but got corrected in the comments. I see. Oh my god, thank you, Jules. Thank you for the resub. That's 21 months for you. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. And the jellyfish sound is nice too. So meow, 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 meow. Anytime you make the emotes go... Like, it feels like I used to have the emotes on me, which was nice because it felt like a bubble bath, but they also get in front of me and people were like complaining, so I moved the emotes up there. I hope that's okay. Does everybody like where I moved the emotes? I can't believe I missed this. Well, I mean, you know, you've only missed less than half. You've missed less than half of it, so. He is worse than a creep. He's a crap. Okay, comments on Shark's video reacting to Contra's video. Okay, so you're saying that Shark got it wrong in his reaction, but the comments corrected him. I see. I was arguing this morning with Voshites who still can't understand why calling Kat a SH for not keeping her relationship with a cis man is a trans misogyny and trans panic defense. True, yeah, true. Seriously, if I were Vaush, I'd be rushing my ass off to stop the dominoes. This is the thing, right? This was Vaush's Waterloo, and the only thing that saved him from going down the drain was the fact that he switched into fortress mode. Somebody close to Vaush gave him good advice, and he actually listened, and he said, you know what? No more drama for me. I'm shutting it off. We're going back into our wait. Which one's the Mott? And we're abandoning the Bailey and we're going back into the Mott. The Mott is defensible. That's what Fortress mode was. It was like a permanent it was a permanent Mott mode, right? Am I getting these right? Yeah, the Bailey's the one that's indefensible. The Mott's the one that's defensible. So he goes back into his own into his own community. Stops really doing drama with people, and it kind of saved him for a limited time only, but he could not resist. He could not resist responding to the 2 minutes of commentary Contra gave about that situation, right? He had to reopen old wounds, and I feel like it's going to be his undoing. Mark my words, chat. Mark my words. This is the beginning of the end for Vaush.
Ever warranted? Is it right to condemn racism, homophobia, and misogyny? Or should we allow spokespeople for these prejudices a respected
Arguing with a Vaushite is like arguing with a refrigerator light?
Position in the free marketplace of ideas, where we can all sit around debating the legitimacy of gay marriage or the possible merits of a white ethno-state. Is the final solution a myth promulgated by the international Jew? Are yoga pants to blame for sexual violence? Wouldn't the taxpayer save a lot of money?
No, I thought it was makeup. Speaking
of
makeup,
so many disabled people, who knows? These are open questions. Let's sit down with people on both sides, on many sides, and have calm, civil conversations.
Communists invading radicals. Thank you for invading my chat, Life of Stan 101. Thank you.
Conversations about it for the rest of our goddamn lives. Chapter 5. Debate. Sar, I know I did this look before and it's not related to the video topic at all, but it just makes me feel sliving. The boy who slived. So Megan Phelps Roper's viewpoint seems
so it's Slytherin? Is that what we're affecting here? I don't remember seeing this look, but I like it. What do we think about this look, chat? Does this look good?
that scorn and condemnation are never appropriate, that we should approach every conflict with empathy and compassion, even when dealing with the worst, most
and there's like a different drink with every look too. This looks like white wine here.
Destructive people in the world.
Hi, my name is Megan, and my heretical belief is that even the people who seem to be the worst, most destructive people in the world are human beings who deserve compassion and empathy if we want to find a way to change their minds.
In her book, in her TED Talk, in her public appearances, Megan expresses the idea that society has recently become polarized in some unprecedented way, that we've all become extremists, that in some sense, we've all become the Westboro Baptist Church.
I can't help but see in our public discourse so many of the same destructive impulses that ruled my former church.
She identifies things like certainty, vilification of compromise, us versus them thinking, suppression of empathy, and celebration of death and misfortune.
Wait, so we got death and we got certainty? Where's Wick? Where is Wick in getting this person on one of his panels, right? Like, Wick, what are you doing? This is your gal right here. This is Megan Roper Phelps.
As Westboro-like elements in public discourse. And this really bothers Megan because she claims—
Oh my god, speaking of YouTube, I haven't even been paying attention. What have you been up to, YouTube? What have you been up to? I must know. You've been up to 58 likes. Can we get it to 60?
That a decade ago,
we can.
When she went on Twitter—
We're going for 100 likes today, okay? If you know, right? If you don't know, if you know, we're going for 100 likes on YouTube. So if you haven't liked it yet, go over there and give it a like, and you know, help us get to reach our goals. We got big goals, chat.
To tweet
big
about
goals.
how marriage is abominable to God. It was people who engaged her in a civil, rational way that eventually led her to renouncing Westboro's ideology. And like, I don't entirely disagree with Megan about this. She's totally right that if you want to
So the Leftist Cooks did a really good video on Megan Roper recently. He might talk to Contra, but that won't help him. Wait, who might talk to Contra? Are we talking about Vaush? Vaush is going to— I wonder if he'll try to approach Lily and or someone like Polly to do damage control. Interesting. Really? I can't imagine him doing anything like that, but yeah, this is bad for him.
People's mind.
This is not just bad for him, and it's bad for his community, right? Because here's the deal, okay? Vaush people, you might be in the audience. I'm talking about your dude today. You're often in the audience when I'm talking about your dude. I want you to understand something. I don't hate you, all right? I don't paint you with a broad brush. I don't look down on you. Nothing like that, right? But I do have to talk to you, and we have to do a little intervention here, okay? Some of the worst elements of your community, yes, including your thought leader, are giving your community a bad name, right? When you lie about people like Cat Black, or you transmit lies about Cat Black without even looking into them, when you transmit lies like that Contrapoints somehow is supporting JK Rowling, like, it makes you into pariahs, right? And pariahs are people that nobody wants in their community. Unlike Mariah, who can sing amazing Christmas music, pariahs are just really annoying and just kind of a you know, like kind of like weasels in a way, right? And like, you don't have to be like that, right? But I don't know what to tell you, because I feel like your ship is sinking, and like, the, you know, polite advice is a little different than the good advice, right? I'm not supposed to tell you to abandon Vaush. I'm not supposed to tell you who you can like and who you can't like, so I won't. I have respect for you. You have to make your own choices. You can like who you want. You can dislike who you want. Whatever. Do you, boo. But understand that it's going to be a little harder for you in the future to interact with other communities, right? And that is a sacrifice that you're making to stand Vaush. Just please think about whether it's worth it or not, right? Because, I mean, it's...
then approaching them with compassion and empathy is usually the best way to do that. But Megan reaches another conclusion that I don't agree with, which is that
they're calling Contra a misandrist. Is that right? Oh my god, we might have to take a look at that. Wait, this weasel is too cute though. Yeah.
Because compassion and civil conversation are most likely to persuade people, we should never cancel—
Wait, what is the animal that people don't want in their garden? Like a gopher?
anyone, even the most horrible bigots. And canceling is a pretty meaningless term at this point, but what Megan means is we shouldn't say mean things to bigots. We shouldn't boycott or counter-protest or raise our voices. We shouldn't shun or exclude anyone, because that's just not how you change minds. And I get why Megan thinks this, right?
Oh, you're right. No, nobody hates gophers. People hate moles. Yeah, it's moles. Why was I thinking it was a gopher? What are gophers famous for? Yeah, be a Mariah, don't be a pariah. Vaush has been on an MRA arc for a while now. Miss Andress, right? Yeah, is this 2013? I guess so, right? Snails. Yeah, snails eat vegetables. Snails eat vegetables in like kind of a weird way, because like you can tell when a snail's eaten something. There's like this little like kind of path that the snail, I don't know how do snails' digestive systems work? Because it seems like maybe their whole body is like digesting stuff. Because just like whatever a snail crawls over, it's got like, if it's a vegetable, it's got like a little eaten out path, right? And it's kind of gross because you're about to eat this and you're just like, a snail got here first. I'm like eating a snail's sloppy seconds, and I don't like it. I don't like it much at all. Every time we go to the park, my daughter brings a snail home for our garden. That's so adorable. That is so adorable, right? I should just get over it. I get weirded out when I see that like something that I'm about to eat has already been munched on by some little critter. And especially a snail. Snails ate parts of our mail sometimes. What? Really? I hate that mole that spawns with mines attached to it. Wait, mole that spawns with mines attached to it. Wait, is this like a video game thing? Kid Me was so angry at the snails getting... Oh, they eat the strawberries! That's right, they do. Snails drool on stuff and to break it down, and then they use some muscular contraction to move it through their body. Yeah, because they don't exactly have a mouth, do they? I think it's a Caddyshack reference? Wait, what is? The mole that spawns with mines? Oh, okay. Wait, I thought that was a gopher. Wasn't that a gopher that was the Caddyshack thing? She's gonna mention Putin again lately. Yeah, Putin's all about cancel culture. Putin feels like, you know, Russia's... We got canceled for invading Ukraine. What the heck? What the heck? No, but he unironically like talks about cancel culture and like Russia is the savior. He knows that he's playing to a certain audience in the United States, right? It's so weird how the Trumpies, who in another time would have been McCarthyites, right? Let's be real. Let's be real. They hate communism. They you know, they would have been the McCarthyites, right? But because Putin is like, yo, cancel culture is bad, then Vaush hates Thought Slime. He'll never talk to them. Wait, is he really thinking about Vaush will try to approach Thought Slime for some kind of apology stream? That's my prediction. Well, I mean, like, what's happening right now is Vaush, like, we haven't even been to Twitter yet, chat. We gotta check out twitter.com or titter.com, as it were.
A really important part of her life experience. She's also clearly holding out hope that other members of her family will leave Westboro and have a life on the outside. She has a quote from her mom in her Twitter bio. The last lines of her book is about her family. We're up to 61 likes. I want to tell them that I love them. I'll just have to...
Listen, I'll let you know this right now on YouTube. 70 is our record, all right? We have hit 70 likes in I think on YouTube before. So if you get it to 71, that's going to be a new record. Can we make it happen? I feel like we got a really strong chance.
Find another way. This is touching and human and...
Yeah, apologizing is against his code of honor,
also
true.
Kind of a conflict of interest. The problem is, Megan's views about this only make sense if you assume that Megan is the main character of reality. If you assume that the moral improvement of bigots...
Well, I mean, if he's gonna talk to Riverboat Jack, you might as well talk to Demon Mama.
...is more important than protecting the people they talk...
She represents the left within the Vaush community. She's like the closest thing that they have to an actual leftist in their sphere.
Target. Or if you assume that changing bigots' minds is the only way to make social progress, which it isn't. As far as I know, Anita Bryant is 83 years old, and she's still
Oh my god, you're right, chat. You're right. She's still alive. So Phyllis Schlafly, not alive. Anita Bryant, still alive. Margaret Thatcher, still dead.
But even without Anita's blessing, gay rights have still somehow managed to progress since the 1970s, because gay activists didn't need to persuade Anita Bryant. They needed to defeat her. And that's what they did. We have to accept that realistically...
What if Keffels comes back and then Vaush and Keffels do like a mea culpa stream where they're both like, you know, yeah, like remember that Picru invasion that I did? That wasn't great. And Vaush is like, yeah, like remember that like slander against Cat Black? You know, that wasn't great. And they're like, okay, so we can be wrong. We apologize. Please love us again.
Persuading all the bigots is just not an option. Yes, we should convince as many people.
Iron Orchid says, I'd at least try for Thought Slime. It'd be smart enough. So wait, is he just getting destroyed on Twitter? Is that what's happening now? I haven't even checked. I have yet to check.
People as possible, but there will always be bigots. And mocking them, shaming them, or boycotting them is, I think, a perfectly valid strategy. Does that mean that when we cancel bigots, we're acting kind of like the Westboro Baptist Church? Nar. You would only think that if you're a total moral relativist. I guess controversial opinion, but bigotry is shameful, and it should be shamed. I'll say it. You know, if you're testing out some racist ideas in your head...
Actually, Lance would be a good person to talk to. If he wants to stay in the network, he could talk to Lance, right?
You might feel afraid to express them publicly for fear of being...
Where does Nar come from? Is this just a Contra thing?
...shamed or judged. Is that because we live in an Orwellian dystopia that punishes people for wrongthink? No.
No, we live in an Ortopian dyswelia, actually.
It's because racism is dangerous and shameful.
Get it right, Contra.
And you should be...
It's Australian for no. It's like, nor. Oh, really? They say nor? They say nor? Like, oh my god, I never noticed that. You're right, you're right. They say, instead of no, they say nor.
Be ashamed of it, and the people judging you are right to do so. And sure, there are some very patient people who devote their lives to de-radicalizing bigots, which I think is a perfectly noble thing to do. There's a guy named Daryl Davis who's befriended members of the Ku Klux Klan for over 30 years, and he claims he's convinced more than 200 of them to leave. And good for him. De-radicalization...
Asterisk. Does anybody know about this? There's some controversy with Daryl Davis, right? I don't know that much about Daryl Davis, but like, I'm not sure the jury is in on Daryl Davis, right? Vaush calls Lance my boy. Really? Like the king in Zelda? Like, Lance my boy.
Is a valid strategy, but it cannot be the only strategy, and it must not be the primary strategy. Because we're not going to defeat racism by telling black people
Daryl Davis is low-key
to be a little nicer to racists. Feminists would be wasting their time trying to convince Andrew
yesterday he said this
to respect women.
Top G.
In general, I think that the massive
Top G
effort that it takes to maybe persuade bigots is better spent persuading other people not to listen to them. And it's also worth cautioning that de-radicalization is often a messy and incomplete process. 20-year-old white nationalist Peter Saitanovic became the face of the fascist Unite the Right rally in 2017.
This guy, though.
When a photo of him...
there's something about this guy that just, perfectly encapsulates the 2016 non-Fox News right-wing Trump supporter, right?
Mid-scream, tiki torch in hand, was published in news outlets all over the country.
Yo.
Peter was unrepentant and
in my headcanon, right when they took that picture, the word he was saying was Jews. I don't know if that's true, but that's how it works in my headcanon. He was in the middle of that chant, of the anti-Semitic chant.
Interviews he gave immediately after the rally, but he began to question his beliefs after befriending a Muslim woman.
Oh, while he was trashing Anna. Well, I mean, Anna definitely deserves it, but that's it's weird though, because Vaush and Anna, in a lot of ways, they're two sides of the same reactionary left coin.
Who, according to Charlotte McDonald Gibson, challenged his...
Who strikes me as a problem client. Oh my god, I wouldn't want to have Vaush as a client.
...views without insulting him, allowing him to understand the hurt he had caused.
Wait, that's probably true. He doesn't respect educated people. He probably doesn't have an image consultant. Oh, as an image... Oh my god, that'd be a nightmare to be Vaush's PR rep.
Peter is no longer a white nationalist, but that doesn't mean he's fleshed out every trace of bigotry. In a 2019 interview with...
Daryl Davis has defended Klan members. Okay, so some people in chat know about this. Nar is making fun of Australian accents, I think. Except Vaush would never issue an apology. Oh yeah, Keffels is coming back at the end of the month. Oh yay. Congrats. Great, wonderful, wonderful. Speaking of friends of the VOD, right? Keffels, if you want to have that debate with me, all you have to do is is apologize to Zara.
London School of Economics student paper, Peter said,
I don't like the whole transgender thing. You're born either a man or a woman.
Yo! You just ruined it for us, Peter. You just ruined it for us, right? You destroyed my immersion.
So he maybe still has a little bit of work to do. When I did de-radicalization
Zara, we gotta get Void Coffee on the soundboard.
Work on YouTube, I used to get some criticism from people
I got my
of
Void
color
Coffee right
who were
here.
not thrilled that I was bringing a bunch of
refill it.
semi-reformed racists over to the left. A frustration that I totally understand.
Ooh,
To
okay.
paraphrase YouTuber
Wow.
Ian Danskin, diverse leftist communities are maybe not the best holding space for someone who's
a bit of a Nazi but working on it.
In the case of Megan Phelps-Roper, I don't know if she has lingering bigoted sentiments, but what she does have is a kind of hyper-vigilant skepticism about anything she perceives as ideology. This is pretty common with people who used to be religious fundamentalists. They were so certain they were right, only
grab Keffels before she goes to Vaush on her hands and knees.
To realize that everything they believed about the world is wrong.
So Keffels, weren't we supposed to debate Catboys versus Catgirls at some point? I don't know.
Become distrustful of any.
All you gotta do is apologize to Zara.
Strong moral
and I'm yours.
Convictions, because it reminds them of their former fanaticism.
Coming from Westboro, where I believed so strongly that I was doing the right thing, and then to leave and come to believe that it was so destructive and harmful, I had this moment in time, and it lasted for many months, where I was like, how can I ever trust my own mind again?
This kind of skepticism is in some ways a good impulse, but valuing dispassionate intellectualism above all else can cause problems, especially where topics of social justice are concerned. Because it can lead you to this kind of toxic centrism that asks, why are marginalized people so unwilling to have calm, philosophical debates about whether they should have rights? Are they afraid of dangerous ideas? Atheist philosopher Sam Harris, in his podcast
63.
about Megan's podcast, can we talk about how
we're 7 away? Chat, can we get to 70 likes on YouTube? That would be so sick.
There are too many podcasts. I'm calling for a complete.
That would be so sick. Is there anybody in YouTube chat right now that could help us? Anybody who hasn't liked it yet, who could put their little mouse button over the thumbs up, even though it's very 2008. I know, it doesn't feel like you're doing much. You're actually doing more than you realize. You get me to 100 likes today, you're gonna open doors for us, right? And I'm gonna walk through those doors. Let my love open that door, chat. Let my love open the door.
Total shutdown of podcasts.
Who am I quoting? I don't even know.
We can figure out what's going on. Sam Harris, in his podcast about Megan's podcast, complained that trans activism and activism in general.
What is up with the fact that classic rock is just like everyone is bad? I think Lance has talked about this before, right? There was like a Surfs bit where they were like, hey, let's listen to some classic rock, Lance. Okay, what are we gonna listen to? How about some David Bowie? And then they're like, they remembered like David Bowie like doing something with somebody underage. They're like, okay, maybe not David Bowie. How about this person? How about that? And like literally everybody that they came up with. Oh yeah, Led Zeppelin. Yeah, Led Zeppelin. Let's listen to some Led Zeppelin. And they're like, oh wait, they abused a groupie, right? They're like just like every single classic rock person they could think of was like super, not just like a little bit problematic, but like super problematic.
By mental illness and hysteria.
I frankly think there's a fair degree of mental instability and even frank mental illness in the activist community. I mean, in really in all activist communities, the level of viciousness and hysteria is, it's hard to know what to compare it to.
Diversity win. Man accuses trans women of being hysterical. Is it really hysteria to react with strong emotions when your basic inclusion in society is up for...
I gotta know though, that dish that she's got, like, is that like a dish that's like based on the tapestry? Because it's like the same colors.
Debate? Aren't there certain situations where strong emotions are warranted? It reminds me of this awful...
Like every day on No Comment Chick's stream when she cries for some reason.
Episode of Joe Rogan feat Ben Shapiro, where Lil Benny argues that gay marriage is immoral with his usual...
When I think of Lil Benny though, I'm thinking of Benny Johnson. I'm not thinking of Benny Shapiro, right?
Whining sophistry. And Joe gently raises objections for Ben to talk circles around.
The human sex drive was made to procreate within a stable relationship in order to progenerate and have future generations of people. Misuse of that sex drive in any way, whether you're talking about from masturbation to homosexual activity, is therefore a diminishment of the use of that drive. That's a natural law case against homosexual activity.
Even John Denver drove drunk. So when he's saying Country Road, Take Me Home, he's like drunk driving. God.
All of the top comments on this video are...
I belong West Virginia, Mountain Mama. country road, take me home.
Like this.
Imagine talking about different beliefs while still having a productive conversation. Things progress when you don't demonize people.
The discussion here was excellent. Two guys with opposing opinions, speaking calmly and intellectually without cursing, shouting and making disparaging comments about each other. This is how it should
these Shapiro fans are like jerking each other.
Be done. Kudos to both of them.
Joe is a great interviewer. He can totally disagree with someone and still have a calm, collective conversation. This is how it should be.
Yo, like, look, is this really a comment from a Ben Shapiro fan or chat? Or on the other side, could this be Truth GPT? Do we know about Truth GPT? Does chat know about Truth GPT? Jerking each other's arms. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah. Met Edward last night and we rode together on our bikes. Do we know about Truth GPT? So there's Chat GPT, right? The AI that everybody knows about, but there's a problem. There's a problem with Chat GPT, right? It's woke. It's woke, and it can't tell you the truth if it's woke, right? So that's why Elon has invested in coming up with a new AI that's going to be called Truth GPT. When Professor Flowers and other marginalized people criticized this obsession with de-radicalization, they were smeared as Blitler for saying what Contrapoints is saying. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. You know about Truth GPT. It's too woke. Yeah, Chat GPT is too woke. That's why we need Truth GPT. Thank you, Elon. Thank you.
Just two people sharing ideas, learning different point of views from each other. This is why Joe is the #1 podcast.
Joe Rogan beautifully asked the tough question.
What he's actually talking about, right, is that there's a number of things that, like, so if you want to make like an AI, right, you want it to give useful answers. And especially if there's no quality control on it. In other words, if the AI is, giving you information, giving you words, giving you sentences that you're just going to use without looking at them, right? You really want some kind of a check on that. And one of the things you want to make sure is that it doesn't say anything offensive. Need I remind us of AI Seinfeld's jokes about trans people, right? You don't want that happening. That's harmful. If you're a company, if you've got a brand, those things harm your brand. And you don't want that. So for that reason, Chat GPT tries to avoid saying things that are offensive. To Elon Musk, that's wokeness. That's programming wokeness into the AI.
And Ben answers honestly. He is strong in his faith. I love this debate because it's two so contrasting views and they have a civil conversation. Great learning.
And it's easy for two straight men to have a dispassionate, theoretical conversation about the ethics of homosexuality because it's not their lives and their relationships that are up for debate. These people don't understand the emotional burden placed on marginalized people who are asked to defend their rights.
66.
Like, if you're straight, do you
YouTube, you're at 66. You're 4 away from breaking the record.
You want to publicly debate whether
We need 4 likes on that thing to break our previous record.
or marriage is valid? Andrea Dworkin claimed that penetrative heterosexual intercourse is inherently an act of violence. I've noticed that most straight men don't want to have a calm, civil conversation about that. So imagine how they'd react if there was a powerful political movement to criminalize penetration or revoke their right to marry. Add in a lifetime of ostracism, family rejection, bullying, and discrimination, and maybe then you'll begin to understand the hysteria of a lot of queer people.
It is my right to raise my child with the moral precept that I find to be beneficial for my child. Beto O'Rourke does not get to raise my child. And if he tries, I will meet him at the door with a gun. That is insane.
Wow. Ben Shapiro threatening.
I love it. Right? You're a conservative. You want to make tough. What you want to make yourself look tough. What makes you look tough? I don't know. Issuing threats of physical violence. Yeah, but it's rude to issue threats of physical violence. So wait. Well, what if we did a hypothetical where Beto O'Rourke was like, "Hey Ben, I'm going to raise your children now." Ha 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 ha. I guess that would justify the. That would justify the threat then.
Violence because he can't handle the debate. Sounds like a classic case of hysteria to me.
Have a good rest of your day, Dragon Princess.
family. Why can't Ben Shapiro just have a polite conversation about Beto O'Rourke transing his children?
I now have two choices. One is to leave the country utterly.
That's what Beto O'Rourke does to your children, right? That's why he's wanting to raise them, because he wants to trans them all. Oh my God.
Two is to pick up a gun.
Beto.
Those are the only choices that you have left me.
Dave Rubin
Isn't Beto kind of like a centrist too? Like
gay
Beto's not even like far left, right? I don't know why he's thinking like Beto's gonna...
Conservative whose career requires that he convince his right-wing audience that he's one of the good ones. This means that he's willing to sit across from his so-called friend, homophobe Ben Shapiro, and listen to Ben say he would
homophobic Ben Shapiro, country road, take me home.
Would never attend his anniversary party because it would be tantamount to endorsing sin.
There's a difference between me just being friends with Dave and me actively participating in an event that I feel is religiously sinful.
The two of them then congratulate themselves about how they...
No, this one was sad. This one was so sad, right? Because Dave Rubin's trying to say, hey, so, even though you have this political opinion that I totally respect, and you believe that, your religion tells you that marriage is between a man and a woman, and you like maybe an ideal situation, even though me and my husband are raising kids together, it would be better to have the kids raised by a husband and a wife. Yeah, I'll grant that. I will make myself a welcome mat for you to step all over. But can't you just, you could at least say that, like, if I invited you to my anniversary with my husband, that you would show up. And Ben's like, no, I would never show up to an event that is celebrating an immoral coupling of two people when God wants it to be Adam and Eve. Why you're making it like Ben Shapiro literally could not get behind just like, yeah, I would go to your anniversary, right? It's the weird, and it's sad. Like, you could see Dave Rubin's soul leaving his body at that moment. It was sad. Ben Shapiro believes children are objects that he owns.
Can still be great friends.
Why is it that we're able to do this and most people can't do this? That's what I'm curious
about. We go home at night and we can have our own lives.
And here's Dave having a civil conversation with conservative Glenn Beck, who compares homosexuality to alcoholism and then congratulates himself on having the conversation.
I'm a deeply religious man, and my religion says man and a woman, that is the basic building block of family. And
this manages to be worse. As far as David Rubin getting stepped on, this manages to be worse.
That's what I believe, but I also know God created you just like he created me, flaws and all.
Now wait for it.
I believe I have a gene, they've never found it, that makes me very susceptible to alcoholism.
Oh, okay. Now that's a weird thing, right? Because you go to your classic conservatives, and it's the gay argument is an argument of conservatives saying that is a lifestyle choice that is immoral. That is an act that you choose to make, right? And it's Jiminy Cricket's on your shoulder being like, don't be gay, marry a nice woman, marry a nice man, like do a opposite sex coupling, not a same sex coupling, don't do it, no, don't stick that in there, don't do that, don't suck that, right? Jiminy Cricket's trying to lead you to the right way, and you're like, I'm an immoral person, so I'm gonna have gay sex, right? And that's really bad, right? But here's what Glenn Beck's doing now, right? This is, I don't know when this is. This is like the 2010s, maybe 2020s. I can't tell. It looks like an older Glenn Beck, so maybe it's 2020s, right? You flash forward a few years, and instead of arguing that it is a lifestyle choice, you've got some acknowledgement that maybe being gay is like genetic or something like that. But he's comparing it to alcoholism and saying maybe there's a gene for alcoholism, right? Maybe there's genes that make you want to sin more. And we all got to fight that. The gene just predisposes you to being gay, but you could be cool like Milo. You could be cool like Milo, and after you're married to a man, you could divorce that man and say, I am a recovered homosexual. I am no longer homosexual. I have seen the light. I am now a dangerous straight person, right? I no longer am a homosexual, right? Because I got all the what was it that? Oh my God, there was something about this, right? Does anybody remember what it was? Recently, somebody like Milo and somebody were having a beef, right? We're having a fight. And this person put out tweets from Milo where he's like talking about how he has to take like anxiety medication to stop himself from wanting to have gay sex. I can't remember who it was. I can't remember what the medication was, but yeah, he's apparently, you know, attributes the pills to stopping his gay desires. So, you know, that you could be like that. What, Dave Rubin, what's to stop you from living this life? Milo probably got divorced because John, his ex-husband, was black. That's, yeah, was it racism? Was it homophobia? Who knows?
Because it runs in my family.
I thought Glenn Beck was no longer alive.
Family. So does craziness, but it runs in my family.
Well, Dave smiles and nods. Probably.
Yo, the only person I've ever heard that says like homosexuality runs in my family was actually William S. Burroughs, right?
Because he's thinking about how much he enjoys the taste of boots.
Usually.
But that's what Glenn Beck is hypothesizing, right? Oh yeah, you got dealt a bad genetic hand, Dave. You're predisposed to wanting to be gay. But if I can fight my alcoholism, if I can pray the you know, alcoholism away, maybe you could pray the gay away too.
I just take out a picture of me and
I think it runs. Yeah, right. I think you're right, Jules. I think it runs in everyone's family.
DeSantis, and then we're good.
I mean, Burroughs is a whole nother can of worms, can of centipedes, as it were, right?
Because they get it. That's my governor. Yeah.
I think a lot of straight people look at Dave Rubin and they see, finally, a reasonable gay person who doesn't scream bigot at everyone who disagrees and can actually have a civil conversation. But that's not what I see. I look at Dave Rubin and I see a spineless, bootlicking doormat who won't even defend his own family.
His ex-husband is black, yeah.
From the most fundamental disrespect. I also can't help but notice that none of these
straight pills, right?
civil conversations
Does anybody
seem to
remember
change anyone's mind. Persuasion
Anybody
is
remember who it was that outed those DMs of Milo Yiannopoulos? You know, for all the misogyny and sexism Ben spouts, he sure seems comfortable mentioning that his wife is a doctor. His debate bro persona is annoying as hell. No wonder his sister hates him. Jeez, I didn't even know that. Wait, his sister Brett Cooper? Just kidding. Not his sister.
More complicated and less rational than people think. Megan often says that she was de-radicalized on Twitter, but if you read her book carefully, you'll notice that that's not exactly true.
68!
The major precipitating event for Megan's
YouTube, you're at 68. Can we get it to 70? We're so close.
Was her mother's mistreatment
We're so close.
at the hands of an increasingly misogynistic church leadership that made Megan feel like she was the victim of the church.
So just so everybody knows, like I was reading that from YouTube chat. I don't know if Ben Shapiro's sister hates him. I have no idea. Milo has seen the cash. True, yeah. So yeah, I mean, it sounds like at least one person in chat thinks that his sister is not a fan.
Once she says of the church discipline.
I know that Tim Pool's dad has got some reservations about Tim Pool's content.
First time in my life, the accused were people I lived with and knew most intimately.
Am I like the only one who saw these like DMs between Milo and some other conservative? There was some other conservative. I can't remember who it was, right? But they were like...
And I knew that the judgments leveled by the elders were wrong. I could no longer blindly trust the judgment of these men.
So you saw the leak. I saw it too. I can't remember who it was with.
She finally experienced firsthand what it's like to be the victim of her family. She stopped voting for the leopards eating people's faces party only when the leopards ate her face. It also seems relevant to notice that the people who had calm, civil conversations with Megan on Twitter were generally not gay people, the people most affected by her family's violent rhetoric. They were mostly straight men, like director Kevin Smith, who started...
Was it Ari Alexander? Maybe. I thought it was somebody I more prominent. Maybe. There's a video clip of Abby Shapiro describing the type of person she can't stand. She doesn't say the name, but she clearly is describing Ben. I think R.M. Brown made a video featuring this clip.
Hashtag save Megan, because
Tim Pool, whose sister hates him. No, Tim Pool's dad hates him, but maybe Tim Pool's sister hates him too. I don't know. Milo is a mess. I almost feel bad for people like Dave and Milo. I have to remind myself of what they think of me. Wait, God hates Phelps except Megan. God thinks Megan's hot? That's Kevin Smith. What are you doing, Kevin Smith? Why is this sign PragerU colors? What is up with is Kevin Smith like some kind of weird conservative? What's going on? What's up with that?
Quote, she's hot.
Does Tim Pool's whole family not like him?
There's often an erotic...
God, you're making me feel bad for conservative pundits, and I know I shouldn't. I know how they feel about me. I know what the future that they want for me is pretty grim. I shouldn't feel bad for them.
Component to persuasion, and that certainly seems to be the case with Meghan.
Tim Pool's sister, she went off on his anti-LGBT takes. Kevin Smith is not a chud, but he is an irresponsible ass at times. They reap what they sowed.
Because one of the people who helped de-radicalize her is now her husband. And I feel like that's a relevant detail if we're trying to understand the role of reason and emotion in de-radicalization experiences. I think this experience is usually more...
I'm gonna have to pause it again. Slight stun lock here, chat. When you're talking about de-radicalization, right? Now, I know that as an intersectional leftist, maybe some people, especially Vaush's audience, do not expect me to have a positive opinion of de-radicalization. I think, however, that de-radicalization is important. I also think that the context that it occurs in is important. And I don't think that de-radicalization is very common. I don't think it's very easy. I don't think it can be done by a content creator. Like, I know people attribute different content creators for de-radicalizing them. I don't think that's really how it works, right? And I don't think that's how it works best. The people that should do the work of de-radicalization are family members or close personal friends. If you really want to do de-radicalization, it's got to kind of start at home. Like, you might be able to de-radicalize your dad. You might be able to de-radicalize your brother, right? You might be able to de-radicalize your sister. You might be able to de-radicalize your cousin. You might be able to de-radicalize your close personal friend. However, you have to understand that engaging in this enterprise, even attempting something like this, is going to be a lot of emotional labor. And it's going to be like, 2 steps forward, 1 step back at the very best, right? And it's not guaranteed to work. You might get your heart broken. You might think that you're making some progress. You might think that you are on the right track. This person might even tell you what you want to hear, and then you find out no, they're not de-radicalized at all. They're at the Trump rally. They're at the Posey Parker rally, right? Kevin Smith is a dude bro. So it's not just Tim Pool's dad that hates him. I thought Jackson Hinkle got it bad, getting roasted by his mom and his dad. I never saw that. De-radicalization is an organization effort that has been very successful with Germany's far right. Yeah, but even somebody like who were we talking about earlier? Daryl Davis, right? Like Daryl Davis, and there's questions about him. There's questions about his, current politics or political allegiance, his tendency to defend, known racists, etc. Right? But even somebody like that who is in his organization is called like Hate Not Hope. They do, like, it's a personal relationship that facilitates the de-radicalization. It's not no comment chick did a video and it de-radicalized me. It's not Vaush did a video and it de-radicalized me. It's not Xander Hall did a video and it de-radicalized me. It's not Contra did a video and it de-radicalized me. The people that get de-radicalized, it's through personal relationships, right? It is the actual way that it happens. And like, think about like what people like Vaush and Xander Hall are doing when they call themselves de-radicalizers. They're making unsubstantiated claims that imply that they are vital to the movement as an excuse for their shortcomings. Like, these are people that aren't even good leftists themselves, and yet they're claiming de-radicalization. Oh, it's okay that I'm not a good leftist, right? Because I'm really good at de-radicalizing. And that's something that people said about Contra before. She's got a different take about that now. Yeah, so yeah, what Iron Orchids is talking about is like funding for tattoo removal. Yeah, like having a racist tattoo might, keep you from getting a job, might keep you from, being part of normal non-racist society, right? And that's important stuff too. But in terms of doing the work of de-radicalization, it's an interpersonal, kind of work that needs to be done there. So sort of putting it on content creators, I think, is a huge mistake.
More akin to religious conversion.
And all they do is use it as a fig leaf. If you look at how Vaush and Xander use the rhetoric around de-radicalization, they use it as a fig leaf.
It is to logical.
They need to de-radicalize themselves first, right?
Reasoning. There's also a world of difference between the mostly private conversations that actually lead people to reflect on their beliefs and the spectacle of public debate. Ben Shapiro is never going to become less homophobic because he live streamed a civil conversation with Dave Rubin. So who is this conversation even for? Well, obviously it's for the audience. I think these civil conversations basically function to reassure a homophobic audience that just because they disagree with the lifestyle doesn't mean that they hate gay people. Look at Ben Shapiro. He's friends with a gay.
So you got two different ways of looking at this sort of situation, right? You got the Shirley Phelps Roper outlook, which says that me having a nice conversation with a foaming at the mouth bigot is going to build a bridge for them, a bridge that they will in their own time cross over and de-radicalize, right? And then you got the one that she's proposing is that you treating this person civilly kind of downplays the damage that they're doing, kind of downplays the harm that they're doing, kind of takes their, bigoted beliefs and launders them. You're not helping, you're hurting.
Public debate is one way that we define the limits of the Overton window, the range of beliefs that is socially acceptable to hold. So often people who want to promote bigotry will use debate as a foot in the door. It's a way of
let me just be real clear, Iron Orchids. Contra no longer sees herself as a de-radicalizer. Contra no longer sees content as YouTube platforms as a place for de-radicalization to take place. Maybe it's a good adjunct, right? Maybe, watch, I don't know, BreadTube with your racist uncle, right? But you spending time with your racist uncle, kind of putting that out there that you're still there for him and that you want to see him change and stuff like that. That's what's gonna do the work. That's what's actually gonna, bring about a change in somebody, right?
Establishing that
it's that personal relationship that's crucial to the actual work of de-radicalization, which I think is a good thing and I think needs to happen. But yeah, again, it's not for everybody. A lot of people probably people underestimate the impact of attempting to put out an olive branch to somebody like that, to doing some work with them and then having it fall apart and having those connections to the racist group be, stronger than the ties of family or the ties of friendship, right? That does happen too. That does happen a lot.
Prejudices are within the realm of reasonable and socially accepted opinion.
Meow.
Here's obsessive anti-trans bigot Graham Linehan in a fury that
Glinner. Hey chat, can we check on something? Is Glinner currently banned from Twitter? I think Glinner got banned from Twitter again and then got unbanned. And what was he banned for? It sounds like violent threats. It seems right? This happened just the other day, right?
A drag queen is on Doctor Who without the British public having a proper debate about these issues. Now, why do we need to have a proper debate about whether drag queens should be allowed on television when drag performance has been a staple of British entertainment since at least the time of Shakespeare?
Life is a joke, that's just begun. 3 little maids from school. Fishy, 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 fish.
As I am man, my state is desperate for my master's love.
De-radicalization is a lot like helping serious addicts recover in some ways.
As I am a woman. Now alas the day.
Bigots like Graham want a perpetual debate on their own terms because this is how they dignify their pearl clutching. It's how they convince the public that their moral panic about drag queens on TV is actually a valid concern, rather than the tedious, small-minded whining about nothing that it really is. Having the debate on a bigot's terms is not a good way to win people over, unless you're really skilled in the art of humiliating people, which most of the time is what public debate is actually about. This is something that JK Rowling doesn't seem to understand. In the Witch Trials of JK Rowling, Jo takes a contradictory stance on deplatforming. She brings up right-wing provocateur Milo Yiannopoulos, saying that activists are making a strategic error and giving Milo power by protesting his events, making him look dangerous and sexy. But when trans people try to deplatform TERFs, Rowling characterizes this as silencing. So is deplatforming a strategic error that gives power to your opponent? Or is it a powerful tactic of silencing? I find Rowling's conviction that we ought to debate Milo Yiannopoulos really out of touch. Milo Yiannopoulos doesn't have reasons for the things he does. He has strategies for humiliating people.
I've taken some time out of my busy schedule, being fabulous and doing my hair, to prepare a speech for you. Well, a few remarks, really. Feminism is cancer. Thank you very much.
To again quote Ian Danskin, you can't really reason with someone.
Okay, so anybody else noticing, like, not only has Contra left Team Vaush, she's on Team Innuendo Studios now.
Who thinks that feminism is cancer.
I love
because you don't reason with cancer, you eradicate it. Rowling objects to the slogan, no debate, in the strongest possible terms.
And then we come to the famous two-word slogan, the stock phrase, no debate.
No debate. Now wait, does anybody, like, it's not famous to me, right? I have not heard this before. Is this like a British thing? The phrase no debate?
No debate, no debate. We hear it all the time. That alarms me. Really alarms me. I can't think of a purer instance of authoritarianism than no debate.
It's kind of amazing to me that someone could think angry trans people on Twitter are the purest example of authoritarianism. I truly hope that
I was so happy to see her quoting Innuendo Studios. She's definitely changed for the better.
one day
Yeah.
I am privileged enough to be capable of such a perspective. Before I move on, I do want to clarify that I do think there are trans issues that are legitimately
I think I get why Vaush doesn't like this video. Well, look, you just put a pin in that, right? Because, like, you're about to see why Vaush doesn't like the video. She does talk about Vaush. She doesn't spend a lot of time talking about Vaush. This is not a video about Vaush. This is not a subtweet about Vaush, right? But Vaush does come into the radar at one point, right? So we're gonna get to that pretty soon. No debate, trans people are real. Yeah, so, like, but I haven't heard that phrase myself. I don't know if that's because I'm not British or if that Brit here, you haven't heard it. Okay, so maybe it's not, I just have never heard this. I've heard similar, like, similar sentiments to that, but I've never heard it as no debate. But, like, the idea is that, like, when you're talking about human rights, you don't want to debate that, right? If somebody comes up to you and says, hey, I think that apartheid is a great way to run a society, you know, you're not going to have a debate with that person. If you have somebody that comes up to you and says, hey, I think, like, you know, that has like a, you know, like that VTube frog that was on Wix panel a few months ago, right? And says, I think Kanye had a point about Jewish people. You're not going to debate that. Right? The debate in this sense is not useful. It's only useful for putting viewpoints that have been resigned to the dustbin of history on an even footing with, you know, viewpoints that are just like trans women are women, trans men are men, you know, like that are just like, you know, don't be racist, right? It's not a good thing to do, right? That's I get the sentiment. I've never heard those words before. I'm surprised she doesn't defend JK Rowling since they were both canceled by the woke mob. Look, she's kind of been through that, right? She didn't ever defend JK Rowling. She admitted to a certain degree of like an impulse towards sympathy, right? Being that she has been canceled in the public square. But she kind of quickly recovered from that, and you know, I mean, like, there's a difference between Contra saying that she's uncomfortable with pronoun circles, and, you know, JK Rowling saying the things that she said. Contra went from debating trolls and trying actively to de-radicalize them, to focusing more on her fans and people who actually want to de-radicalize themselves. She is similar to Hassan in that regard. Yeah. You phrased something poorly? Oh, I don't know. There's there's an auto mod feature that keeps like that we have just as a safety protocol. Dweeb Chen says, I wonder if JK Rowling heard human rights are not up for debate and twisted that into no debate. Well, I mean, that's not that's Shirley Phelps Roper, right? So this is the JK Rowling Witch Trials podcast, but it's being run by, and I guess this is a way to get guests like Contra on, because I doubt Contra would have gone on if it was like, you know, a podcast with JK Rowling. Can we get 2 more? 69? Yeah, if we get 2 more, we will break through. 69 is pretty cool, right? But if we get to 71, that'll be a new record, right? So anybody who hasn't liked the YouTube stream yet, go like that.
Debatable by people who are not bigots. In my opinion, trans women in women's sports is one of those issues. But it's a complicated issue. Like, first of all, which sport are we talking about? Are we talking about figure skating? Middle school field hockey? I see no reason why.
Yeah, Gayesh, we just have we have some of the moderation features set extra high just because we've had harassment in the past, and that's a good way to sort of give us an early warning system. But sometimes it does check innocuous chat. So yeah, I don't know.
Trans girls should be excluded from that. But if we're talking about professional weightlifting, well, then it seems plausible that trans women who have been through
Iron Orchid says it is a Britishism.
Puberty may still retain some kind of group advantage, but not all trans women have experienced,
or maybe a JK Rowling thing?
Male puberty. People are transitioning.
The moment that she calls Vaush an idiot was priceless.
Younger now, and that's another thing you have to consider. So I'm not against debating this issue. I just
want
people to
definitely don't take it personally. That's like, you know, that's just AI being AI.
Approach it with nuance and good faith. And currently, a lot of the people who are vocally against trans women in women's sports sound like this.
And we will keep men out of women's sports. How ridiculous. That will take place on day 1.
And I don't want to debate those people. I want to serve them a banana cream pie. Chapter 6. Illiberal Methods. One of JK Rowling's core complaints about the trans rights movement is she sees it as illiberal in its methods.
So when I first became interested and then deeply troubled by what I saw as a cultural movement that was illiberal in its methods.
So what are these illiberal methods?
If you are saying this person is cancelled, that is the language of a dictator.
It's true. Cancel culture is exactly how the Third Reich started. First, they canceled the socialists, and I did not speak out because the hashtag was trending. But maybe we should see what an actual dictator thinks.
Пресловутая культура отмены превратилась в отмену культуры. Не так давно отменили детского писателя Джон Роулинг.
Notorious cancel culture.
За то, что она, автор книг, которые разошлись по миру сотнями миллионов экземпляров, не угодила поклонникам так называемых гендерных свобод.
You know, I can't help but wonder what counts as acceptable activist methods to an author for whom Hermione protesting slavery was taking things too far.
I am fine.
I mean, I know it's a minor thing. You know, you're arguing about her writing here, but like the way that Hermione's concerns are treated in that book, I think is emblematic of you know, JK Rowling's worldview, and it's part of what's so odious about it.
What I see as a powerful,
it's almost like white womanhood is sometimes something fascist, regularly fetishized. Well, yeah, what is that they say, the revered housewife, or the oh my god, what is that phrase?
Insidious, misogynistic movement. I do not see this particular movement as either benign or powerless.
Rowling seems to think that the trans rights movement is dangerous and authoritarian in some unprecedented way that makes it different from all past liberation movements. But how? What are these illiberal methods that distinguish trans rights activism from similar past movements? Canceling? Anita Bryant was way more cancelled than JK Rowling ever will be.
She tried to make, was that one of her retcons?
Boycotts? Boycotts have been a staple of every progressive movement in modern history. Disrupting feminist meetings?
Oh no, you can't do boycotts.
Disrupting feminist meetings is a feminist tradition. Haven't you?
Don't tell Vaush. So the only anti-slavery character, yeah, everybody else is just cool with the house elves, right? being enslaved. Could be a black girl who is regularly chastised by white men for and basically the voice of the author, I feel like, doesn't agree with Hermione on that, right? Like, ultimately, her concerns are shown to be silly.
Heard of the Lavender Menace? In 1969, Betty Friedan, author of The Feminine Mystique and founder of the National Organization for Women and second-wave feminism in general, coined the phrase Lavender Menace to describe the threat she believed that lesbians posed to the women's movement. Friedan was worried that being associated with lesbians would make it easy to dismiss the movement as a bunch of mannish man-haters.
YouTube, can we get the old record of 70 likes on a video? Can we get that canceled? Can we cancel the 70 likes as the record?
Understandably pissed off a bunch of lesbians who attended the Second Congress to Unite Women in 1970 to stage what used to be known as a ZAP, a disruptive public protest designed to draw attention to gay rights issues. Think glitter bombing, think pies, half aggression, half whimsy. Like that time the lesbian Avengers zapped Rowling's friend Baroness Nicholson's house, demanding that she resign. This podcast has pushed me over the edge. Centrism has gone too far and I am now pro-cancel culture.
Oh my
so
God,
just as the meeting was beginning,
happened.
a group of 17 lesbians wearing Lavender Menace t-shirts switched off the lights, pulled the plug—
Jules, thank you for the membership. Oh wait, something else happened. No, maybe the same thing happened twice. I'm not sure. But regardless, yeah, thank you for the YouTube membership. Mannish man hating lesbian. Yo. Arvosh and Xanderhall, just two sides of the same counterfeit coin. Good question. We're at 71. We did it. We smashed it. Okay, the old record is canceled. Imagine seething this hard about trans people dunking on you a third-rate internet application. Canceled is what dictators do, right? Yeah, that's right. Vaush is Dr. Evil. Xan is Mini-Me. Oh my god. Xan's not gonna like that. Xan's not gonna like that.
on the mic and charged down the aisles.
Even Dumbledore doesn't support Hermione much. He just makes a remark about Harry's godfather being mean to his house elf. That's about it.
Laughing and screaming. Their leader, Rita Mae Brown, took the mic and yelled, "This conference won't proceed until we talk about lesbians in the women's movement." One of the Now organizers yelled back, "I object to your coming in and taking over this meeting. You're acting like—"
Has Xan stopped being a discount Slim Shady yet? Yes, he has. Xan has canceled the blonde hair, so...
men. Betty Friedan would later speculate that the lesbians were a CIA psyop designed to make the women's movement look bad. So the Lavender Menace disrupted the feminist meeting using illiberal tactics, not because they were against feminism, but because they wanted lesbian exclusionary feminists to include them. It's the same thing that's happening today when trans people disrupt feminist meetings.
In the 5th book, Hermione does shit that Hannibal Lecter would find ghoulish?
As JK Rowling puts it, interestingly neglecting to mention which feminist meetings these are.
Don't feel too bad for Hermione, though. She's the most misogynist character in the series by a long mile. I never read the book, so I must have missed that.
I was starting to see activists behaving in a very aggressive way outside feminist meetings. There was a feminist meeting in which they were banging and kicking on windows, very threatening.
There's a historical obliviousness to Rowling's idea that trans activists are somehow more aggressive than similar past movements. Like, she retweeted a transphobic gay man called Dennis Noel Kavanagh, who says, "All those gay rights and AIDS protests, I don't remember a single one where we intimidated or silenced a woman. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one."
Never happened. So, right, that's like, wait, let's go back to see who this is, right? Because this is Dennis Noel Kavanagh. You know, all those gay rights and AIDS protests, I don't remember a single one where we intimidate. Oh my god, thank you, Buffy. Thank you for the gift sub to Dr. Butler. Dr. Butler, you just got a gift sub courtesy of Buffy Geek. Meow. I remember not a single one. I remember women like oh, this is Posey Parker marching with us. That this is not gay rights. This is something. Wait. Why would you include Posey Parker in like a right-wing women were marching along with you at AIDS protests? What are you talking about? What, like, far-right extremists, like fash people were... Okay, anyway.
I don't remember a single one where we intimidated or silenced a woman. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one. Dennis has also tweeted that he preferred AIDS to the trans movement. And
there we go. There we go. Wow. Monumental hypocrite. Monumental jerk.
Also, quote, I will fucking nail you to a wall what you have done to these innocent children. Your mutilation.
Yo, I don't know. There, Iron Orchids, there seems to be something going on with our auto mod. I don't think the mods are even seeing these messages. There's something,
of these little humans because they were gay will be nothing compared to what I to what I will do to you legally. You think you are ghouls. Wait till I deal with you, bastard.
This is some real, like, comic book villain hours right here.
And I mean to, Dennis.
Yeah, there might be something going on with Twitch. I'm not sure what's going on, but a few people have said that now, so
it's time to...
Sorry about that if messages are not being approved.
Log off, Gorge. I do wonder, does Dennis threatening to nail people to a wall count as illiberal methods? I guess JK Rowling doesn't think so because she's never condemned it. In fact, when Dennis's Twitter...
Don't come after Hermione like that. Look, I don't know anything about, like, the deeper lore of Hermione, honestly. Hermione is pretty judgmental in the books, which is pretty funny when you realize that she is based off JK Rowling. Yeah, but at the same time, like, JK Rowling's, like, dunking on her. You know, like, specifically on the issue, you know, where she's the only one that sees a problem with the servitude, the slavery of the house elves, right? And she gets made fun of constantly for that. I know, which is why sometimes being judgmental is based.
Twitter suspension ended, she was right there to welcome him back, and she continues to retweet him. I've always been happy to acknowledge that angry trans people on Twitter sometimes take things too far. Things like death threats or misogynistic insults, I don't support that, and
No, but if it's coming from, like, if it's 72 likes on YouTube, nice.
I've called it out in the past. Like when
I mean, look, I'm hoping... Oh, here we go, let's go! Let's go! Anybody who hasn't liked it yet, if you're excited for Contra versus Vaush, right? I've sold this to you. Oh my god, thank you, Tracy Grant. Thank you for the sub on YouTube. Thank you for invading my chat with your communist invading radicals here. So yeah, we're so close to we have smashed the record, all right? 72 is more likes than I've ever gotten on a single stream. That's amazing. I have a feeling though that YouTube chat is not done yet. I have the feeling that YouTube has got more juice in it. I think YouTube can actually get to 100 today, right? But let's do it one little step at a time, right? If you're ready right now, we are let's just make this big, right? Because this is the all right. All JK Rowling had to do is shut the F up, and she could have been almost uncritically beloved for like a century. Women, be quieter and start apologizing. Challenge. Vaush, get engagement without throwing people under the bus and feeding JK Rowling the exact rhetoric that she's using against trans people. Challenge. Yeah.
Leftist streamer Vaush, drama alert, who is not trans, tweeted at JK...
Oh, Gayesh says, hi, YouTube chat.
JK Rowling, women be quieter...
We've got cross-chat conversation. And YouTube chat, just so you know, like, right, Twitch chat is on the screen. You are not on the screen. There's, like, a reason for that. Let me check it again. I gotta check it every now and then to see if, like, yeah, see, look at that. That's not right. There's something wrong with my OBS. It's not putting YouTube chat on the screen. I would love to have you on the screen. For some reason, it just won't do it. You took that out of context, right? Buffy Geek says, hi, Twitch chat, which is a misogynist turn around. Yeah, in Women's History Month. God, yeah, it's out of context. That's right.
And start apologizing challenge. I called him out, tweeting, doing edgy, ironic misogyny while defending trans people magnifies the grain of truth in what TERFs say about there being misogyny in trans activism. I tweeted that because I recognize that if people who are claiming to speak for you are doing so in a misogynistic way, and if you let that slide, you're going to wake up one day to find that you're in a misogynistic movement. Of course, Vaush took the criticism really well.
Same thing for racism, same thing for any other bigotry, right? If you let bigotry slide in your movement, you're going to have a bigoted movement. What do bigoted movements get us, right? Look at the Look at the time that the times that the feminist movement has allowed, you know, racism, ableism. Even here, you see an example of feminist movements being queerphobic, right? Back in the day, what happens if you let that slide? You get a wedge. Instead of it being like a movement for all of us that we can all get behind, that we can all join together, and instead of having that solidarity, you have liberatory movements fighting each other. You know who loves that? People who don't want us liberated. That's who, right? So yeah, watch out for that.
Explaining that actually, I just didn't understand the complex tactical argument.
Okay, wait. With respect, the arguments you give in your videos support my position. Support my position here. And with all the associated, well, it supports that JK Rowling is bad, yeah. It doesn't support that women should STF you. With all associated context, this site really isn't the best place to speak on it with nuance. Yeah, but wanting to speak with nuance and just like saying misogynistic things that JK Rowling's gonna exploit. I mean, like, can we hold these two ideas separately in our mind? I'm extremely confident you'd agree with me if you were fully caught up. Oh my god, we're being patronizing too. Dark Natalie says, it just strikes me as off when you're extremely confident you definitely know better than a trans woman who's been doing this activism for over. Okay, so this is in response to, yeah, it was Vaush attacking Cat Black, right, that got Contra to jump in. God damn it. So yeah, Natalie responds, doing edgy, ironic misogyny while defending trans people magnifies the grain of truth in what TERFs say about there being misogyny in trans activism. Maybe your tweet at JK didn't land the way you wanted. Okay, fine. It happens. But why get so defensive about reasonable criticism? Vaush is like Reddit 2013.
Ironic misogyny while defending trans people magnifies the grain of truth in what TERFs say about there being misogyny in trans activism. There being misogyny in trans. Be quieter and start apologizing challenge. I called him out, tweeting, doing edgy ironic misogyny.
Wait, why did I think, wait, maybe I'm wrong. So this is Contra responding to the Vaush tweet at JK Rowling. I guess I remembered that differently, right? Like, wait, didn't
while defending trans people magnifies the grain of truth in what TERFs
because Vaushhites have brought up the Cat Black thing too.
Say about there being misogyny in trans activism. I tweeted that because I recognize that if people who are claiming to speak for you are doing so in a misogynistic way, and if you let that slide, you're going to wake up one day to find that you're in a misogynistic movement. Of course, Vaush took the criticism really well, explaining that actually, I just didn't understand the complex tactical arguments for the moral necessity of being misogynistic to JK Rowling. And then he accused me of cancel culturing him while at the same time literally telling his followers to publicly shame me.
The more of you are in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing your mind on this.
Then bringing up my past struggle with addiction.
Move you off this site and into, I don't want to bring up the substance abuse.
So that pretty much confirms to me that—
Wait a minute. All right, so do you see what he did there? I don't want to bring up the substance abuse. No, it's not this one. Let's see. Let me see if I can find this really quick. Oh my god. 35 likes. Hey, thanks for liking my and retweeting my my tweet there. Let's see. Vaush, is it Thana? Yeah, Thana, I think is the person's name. Okay. Okay, there's something going on with Sonsol. I didn't even know about this. Am I getting this mixed up? There's a clip somewhere, maybe it was Cherry Bread TV that... Let's just try Vaush. I want to show you a clip, right? Because, like, just like you saw Vaush doing this thing where he's like, I don't want to bring up the addiction stuff, right? Oh, look, there's a polythread. Is this the one? I want to find this clip because I want to put it in context. Looks like Vaush is posting clips himself. There it is. There it is. It was Thana. It was Thana. Okay, let me show you this, right? So what we have here is Vaush basically doing this little thing where he's bringing up her addiction by saying, I don't want to bring up the addiction. Now look at what Thana has just posted, right? This is an accusation against Contra.
So that pretty much confirms to me that Vaush doesn't actually care about advocating for trans people and just uses trans rights as a pretext to act like a fucking dingus. I won't tell you to publicly shame him though, because unlike Vaush, I would never sink to that.
The anti-insult is great. It's for people who want to...
So wait. This is iDubbbz, okay? This is old iDubbbz here, right? Old iDubbbz, right? So Contra just said that, unlike Vaush, I don't want you to publicly shame him, right? Watch the iDubbbz clip.
Make sort of crude remarks in their online videos but don't really want any backlash, you do the anti-insult and you'll win every time.
Driving a car, the Minecraft logo in the corner, his fucking teeth. Nah, fuck that. I'm not gonna be talking about the kid today.
I'm not gonna be talking about the kid today after showing a picture of his fucked up snake.
So I think this is Leafy going after some Minecraft kid, and iDubbbz, you know, pointing out what a scumbag Leafy is, right?
Snaggletooth to my millions of followers.
So we're talking about the anti-insult. I'm not going to talk about the kid today, but like...
Zoomed in picture of his fucked up Snaggletooth.
Not going to talk about the kid, but like you can see clearly here that Leafy's... I think this is Leafy. It seems like a Leafy video. That Leafy's intention is to disparage this person, is to talk about the kid while saying, I don't want to talk about the kid, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to be talking about the kid today. I'm not going to talk about his fucked up teeth. His teeth? The fucked up thing in his mouth? I'm not going to talk about that. That would be a fucked up thing for me to do. These things? Not going to do it. Not going to talk about those fucked up, nasty things.
So that pretty much confirms to me that Vaush doesn't actually care about advocating for trans people.
Okay, so do you see what Thana's saying here with this clip? Contra said, unlike Vaush, I don't want you to publicly harass him, right? Like Vaush said, you know, Vaush didn't say harass her. He said, what was it? Something her into, oh my God, it's on my thumbnail. It's literally on my thumbnail. Publicly shame. So not harass, but publicly shame, which, you know, that's kind of in the same word, jumble, right? Publicly shame her, right? Yeah. So Contra says this.
And just uses trans rights as a pretext to act like a fucking dingus. I won't tell you to publicly shame him though, because unlike Vaush, I would never sink to that.
Okay, so what Thana's saying is that Contra's saying, I would never sink, like, I'm not going to tell you to publicly shame Vaush, but that because iDubbbz says that, like, Leafy does this anti-insult where he's like, I'm not going to talk about the kid, but then showing the picture of, you know, something that people would make fun of about this kid, and you know, basically, you know, we can all tell that what Leafy's doing here, but it's not what Contra's doing. Contra just says, I'm not going to sink to Vaush's level. which, you know, you shouldn't, right? We don't support harassment here. Glad to know that Contra doesn't support harassment either. Vaush literally asked people to publicly shame her. Sounds like he kind of does. Sounds like at least with somebody that's as big or bigger than him, he's totally okay with that. All right, that's Vaush's take, right? Now let's go back to this. Let's go back to this right here and look at what Vaush says.
I'll go with addiction.
Move you off this site and into, I don't want to bring up the substance abuse.
So that
Dana, you messed up with your clip, okay? Dana, I'm sorry. It looks like you got the wrong part of the video. You showed the part where Contra was saying, unlike Vaush, I'm not gonna say publicly shame. I'm not gonna say publicly shame him, right? I'm not gonna send my audience after Vaush. That's what she's saying, right? And Thana, you took that and you implied, like, your clip seems to imply that that's the parallel, but I just found the parallel. The parallel's right here. Vaush did it. Vaush is the one who's acting like Leafy, not Contra. It's right here. It's like a minute away or less. It's not even that far. Thana, I think you messed up with your clip. I think you clipped the wrong part, right? Because there it is right there. I'm not going to talk about her addiction. Go back to freaking iDubbbz. I'm not going to talk about her addiction.
The anti-insult is great.
Anti-insult. I'm not going to talk about her addiction, but by saying I'm not going to talk about her addiction, I have just brought up the fact that this person has addiction issues, right? But we're not going to talk about those, right? Vaush is the one who's acting like Leafy, not Contra. I'm so sick of this crap, right? Thana, like, how are you so cognitively dissonant? Look, I don't know you at all. I know you're also a content creator. I know you also do videos. If you want to respond to this, let me know what you think, right? Did you mess up? Is this a better parallel, or is this not a better parallel? Do you want to make a case that the perfect parallel is Contra saying, don't publicly shame Vaush? And if that's what she was doing, how is that worse than Vaush saying publicly shame Contra? If Vaush saying publicly shame Contra was not bad, then Contra saying publicly shame Vaush is not bad. That's not what she was doing. She said I wasn't going to sink to that level, right? I don't think that's an anti-insult. It's not an insult. It's like a, like, do not publicly shame this person, even though I've just shown them in a bad light. That's responsible content creation. However, what Vaush just did here was literally what you're complaining about with the anti-insult. Literally the reason that you brought up the iDubbbz clip, right? And I'm assuming that's Leafy. Maybe it's not Leafy. Whoever it is, right, that iDubbbz is talking about there, did an anti-insult. Vaush did an anti-insult too. Vaush doesn't want to be responsible for making fun of or looking down at a person for having addiction issues, but he wants to do it anyway. You hypocritical scumbags. This is why people hate the Vaush community. This is why people can't stand you. Right? Whether that just bounced off of your consciousness and you didn't notice, right, that a better parallel was right in the Vaush video, in the Vaush clip that Contra shows next, or whether you know and you don't care and you just are like, Vaush good. It's fucking cringe. We're fucking sick of it. We're tired of it. Be better. Sorry. Soapbox off.
That pretty much confirms to me that Vaush doesn't actually care about advocating for trans people and just uses trans rights as a pretext to act like a fucking dingus.
Again, sorry for the derail, but like, I just had to point this out, right? This is grotesque hypocrisy. And I don't see why it's good. I can't let it go. I can't let it go.
I won't tell you to publicly shame him though, because unlike Vaush, I would never sink to that. The point I'm trying to make is
So like literally 30 seconds before, wait, what the fuck is up with this clip then? Did you like clip around it? Thana, did you clip around it? Where does it start with?
So that pretty much confirms to me
that... No. It's not clipped around. It's clipped after, right? So like literally right before what you clipped, right? This is the Vaush community that tells you you're taking things out of context. This is the Vaush community that says you clip chimped that. You cut that clip off strategically to not show what Vaush is really saying. You cut off something that was right before this. Look, if we go back to the Contra thing, I'm sorry that I have to like drive this home so hard, but I have to drive this home so hard. Wait, is this even it? I've got two of these open. No. Wait, are they both open in the exact same place? You can tell that I was you can tell that, no, they're not. They're not exactly the same place. They're close to the same spot. You can tell that this clip kind of got my ire, right? Look, let's look at it again. This happened right before.
Substance abuse.
So that pretty much confirms to me that Vaush doesn't act.
Substance abuse, right? Look where Athena started. Right after Vaush talking about contra substance abuse.
So that pretty much confirms to me that Vaush doesn't actually care about advocating for trans people and just uses trans rights as a pretext to act like a fucking dingus. I won't tell you to publicly shame him though, because
you cannot constantly complain about people clipping things out of context and then clip things out of context so bad that I literally have to go back like 2 seconds before you started the clip to find a better analog to what Leafy was doing, right? A better analog to the anti-insult that you're trying to point out, that you're trying to accuse Contra of doing. Vaush literally did the same thing like 5 seconds before you started the clip. Like, how? Why? What? I don't understand, Thane. Or sorry, Thana. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing. I'm mixing you up with Thermia, maybe. I don't know, but I'm mispronouncing your name. Apologies for that. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm not trying to mispronounce your name, Thana. But I just don't understand how you. How is this okay? How is this in any way okay for a community that is so concerned with being clipped out of context to literally do that to Contra and to literally accuse Contra of doing something that Vaush was doing like 2 seconds before that, right? I don't have to roll it back very far.
him though, because unlike Vaush, I would never sink to that. The point I'm trying to make is I have no
Shame her into changing her mind on this.
then bringing up my past struggle with addiction.
Move you off this site and into, I don't want to bring up the substance abuse.
He was about to tweet it out. Oh, the people who drove you off the site and into, yeah, rehab.
Abuse.
That's what he was about to say.
That pretty much confirms to me that Vaush doesn't actually care about advocating for trans people and just uses trans rights as a pretext to act.
If somebody wants to clip that, I would really appreciate that, because that part I just do not understand. Like, that's gross, right? We can't let Vaush's community get away with this. They've been too hypocritical for too long, and it's too easy to spot. I literally had to roll the clip back for 2 seconds to find Vaush doing the thing that they're accusing Contra of doing.
Fucking dingus. I won't tell you to publicly shame him though, because unlike Vaush, I would never sink to that. The point I'm trying to make is I have no qualms about calling out people on my side whenever they go too far or cross a line.
What a
or do
weasel!
Stupid tweets and then mansplain to me about how I don't understand.
What a weasel! Can we get some weasels in chat?
Tactical misogyny. Idiot. But the same cannot be said of JK Rowling. I have never once seen her call out any of the bigotry and abusiveness that is absolutely rampant in the gender critical.
What's next? Are you gonna call Contra ableist for calling Vaush an idiot? Like, what other hypocrisy have you for us, right? What do we got?
Movement. There's a great video called JK Rowling's New Friends by YouTuber Sean that exposes the dishonesty of framing this conflict as meek, concerned.
Oh yeah, I think I replied to this on TikTok and got a bunch of Matt Walsh, or no, they were like Manosphere people. I got a bunch of Manosphere people in my comments, even on TikTok.
Feminists versus the abusive trans mob. A framing that the witch trials of JK Rowling accepts uncritically, citing numerous examples of death threats and abusiveness from trans advocates.
Things like Kill TERFs 2014. How about slowly?
A lot of Vaush's fans act like Vaush referencing her substance use in stream and not on Twitter is some amazing display of restraint. Yeah.
And horrendously murder TERFs in saw-like torture machines and contraptions.
Now, I don't think anyone should joke about putting people in saw traps, but also, how serious is this threat that was posted to Tumblr in 2014? Let's use our critical thinking skills here. Do you think—
Wait, the other thing about 2014, right? Wasn't JK Rowling not openly transphobic yet? Am I right about that? 2014, right? So 2 years before the 2016 election. I feel like JK Rowling wasn't openly transphobic, or at least not mask off.
think that Jigsaw, the villain from the Saw movies, has a Tumblr account.
That's right, Jigsaw's Tumblr.
And is threatening TERFs? Or do you think this was posted by a 14-year-old? The
Jigsaw, famous trans rights advocate, Jigsaw.
podcast cites 0 examples of death.
2014 was the MRA convention year.
Threats and abusive.
Wait, the one that Chanty Binks went to?
From anti-trans bigots. And it's not exactly like you
Gamergate.
have to dig deep to find any. I can fill the screen up with examples just from people who JK Rowling has explicitly supported or interacted with. I will drive you out into the desert and bury you 9 feet down, one tweet says, from a fan of JK Rowling. First I'll set you on fire and piss on your half-alive corpse. Fuck trans.
It's a good thing we're not trying to stay monetized anymore. We're rip, chat, rip.
Trans activism, fuck gender ideology, and fuck you. Another threat from the same user is so graphically violent and sexual, I don't know if I can even read it aloud without violating the YouTube terms of service. But threats like this from the gender critical side are simply not mentioned in the witch trials of JK Rowling. Both Rowling and Meghan seem happy to cherry pick threatening tweets and sound bites of shouting protesters.
Fuck you, you ugly piece of you look like the guy with teeth knocked out.
So that was probably where my video first got demonetized. Now we're going on like the 5th or 7th or 8th or 12th. I don't know how many demonetizations. Many demonetizations. Hey, if I get demonetized enough times, will I be remonetized? I don't think so.
As evidence that the trans movement is dangerous and insidious to the core. But this exact technique has been used against literally
Matt Walsh got hacked on Twitter. Oh no, what's going on?
every liberation movement in world history. For example,
do we need to take a look at this? Matthew Walsh, Matt 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 Walsh. Let's take a look. Matt Walsh account has been hacked. Yo, let's go. We got Minecraft Steve on here. Why has he got Minecraft Steve? Okay, let's take a look at this. Sassy Shooters XCD. What is that? What does that mean? I don't know what this means. There's a Spotify track on here. My pronouns. Oh no. Oh no. I can confirm Andrew Tate, Cobra Tate, kidnapped, and oh my god. What is going on? I'm a sassy shooter? A sassy shooter? Okay, so yeah, Matt Walsh confirmed. Confirmed, Matt Walsh has been hacked.
Let's consider Reclaim the Night.
Some of the posts are TOS. Thanks for letting me know.
Protest movement against sexual violence in Britain, which first got JK Rowling interested in feminism in the 1970s. Here's how The Guardian, Britain's spineless centrist paper of note, covered a Reclaim the Night
NCC is incredibly brave to free scroll, yeah, or incredibly foolhardy.
Protest in 1979. Chanting slogans against rape seems reasonable to promote awareness, but what about the hissing and swearing at any innocent male, and cries of castrate men? We were all sympathetic to the principles of the women's liberation movement, but we left the crowd of shouting, torch-bearing women when it became clear that my friend's brother was running the risk of personal mutilation if he remained
running the risk of... I love the British accent on that. I mean, like, that's just like... Oh my god.
With us. The protesters were allegedly singing, "Here I stand, my knife in hand, free castration on demand." So this is how the British press covered the women's movement. Angry, torch-bearing women...
Yeah, you're right, Yolkio. I'm lucky that there was no, cornucopia. I'm lucky that there was no, cornucopia posted, right?
Screaming, "Castrate men!" Now, is that a fair representation of the women's movement? Should we judge every movement by its most militant extremists? Is it fair, say, to pretend that Valerie Solanas, who shot Andy Warhol, who advocated for male extermination in her Society for Cutting Up Men manifesto, is representative of feminism as a whole? Many anti-feminists over the years have done exactly that. But it's not fair. is it? So why does JK Rowling think it's fair to judge the trans movement by the worst things trans people have ever tweeted?
I want her to choke on my fat trans dick.
No!
And I made excuses for you then.
In the 4th episode of The Witch Trials of JK Rowling, Megan interviews New York Times columnist Michelle Goldberg, who has written sympathetically about transphobic feminism. There's a moment in this interview where Michelle kind of stumbles into an honest observation that I find fascinating.
Right. I mean, I think you'll often hear people say, I'm not going to debate my basic humanity.
What's going on, Goku's hair? Narcissists can't be addicted to NPD? What? Vaush is addicted to his own... Oh, okay. I don't know. Let's try not to diagnose anybody with anything if we can help it, right? JT Tran and Asian PUA movement were huge in 2011 to 2016. I'm not surprised that there's a lot of RAs, PUAs, and incels were prominent in 2014.
And part of the difficulty is that there are indeed certain issues which we have sort of decided somewhat collectively.
Who are the brave souls that hacked Matt Walsh's account? I don't know. I mean, they're edgelords, that's for sure.
With some sort of consensus are beyond the realm of debate. And I think that part of what is so difficult about this issue is that there's certain people who think that this kind of consensus can be imposed maybe as opposed to evolve organically. And so they're sort of desperately trying to...
So they're talking about the consensus. This is Michelle Goldberg speaking, right? Talking about the consensus that, for instance, racism is bad, misogyny is bad, right? That human rights should be upheld, right? Those kind of consensuses. The ones that nobody, other than that people in a mixed group of people, nobody's gonna argue for, right? The ones that we can kind of okay, that's non-controversial, yeah. Michelle Goldberg is saying that trans people want their rights, their dignity added to that list of stuff that's non-negotiable, and that these things have arisen organically. And I don't know what she means by organic. The idea of when people say organically, they mean without intervention. There's a natural course of events, and that somebody trying to say, hey, let's do this would be inorganic. But isn't every liberatory movement people saying hey, let's do this. Hey, let's let's have civil rights. How is that? How is one of these inorganic, but the other one is not inorganic, right? I don't understand.
Shore it up in the hopes, I think, that if they can, they will enjoy the same sort of...
YouTube chat is kind of kicking butt today, right?
Of assumed protection as other...
I don't know how to compare the super chats to the gift subs, right? I feel like those are probably about even. But no, actually YouTube might even have an advantage in that. YouTube is kicking some ass today. What's up, YouTube? What is going on? What is good? Look, let's take a look at let's see where you are at now as far as likes, because I have a feeling 75. Okay, we're still at 75. We're gonna try to break 100 today. We are 25 likes away from 100 likes. I think you can do it.
Groups
I believe in you.
We've decided are not up for public conversation. I think the problem is that we don't actually have a consensus.
So Michelle correctly observed.
So we have a consensus that, certain groups' rights are not up for public discussion. That's fine. That's good. That's organic. Trans people, you haven't earned it yet? You got more, we're gonna kick the crap out of you some more before you, get that extended to, what? I don't understand
that the reason
what's she saying?
Trans people are often reluctant to debate our rights is that we want the same assumed protections as other groups whose rights liberals have decided are not up for debate. But then, Michelle suggests that trans people have to debate our rights because there isn't a mainstream consensus that we deserve rights. I am really curious to know how Michelle Goldberg thinks that past liberation movements have succeeded. Does she think that women's suffrage just evolved organically? Did suffragettes...
Bubble Bobble says YouTube chat is the best chat. Yeah. I mean, today,
let's just have
today they're winning.
Civil conversations about whether women are intellectually capable of voting until all the misogynists were rationally persuaded. No, they stood up and demanded their right to vote, sometimes violently, especially in the UK. Like, people forget this, maybe because they were called suffragettes, which is kind of a cutesy name, but the suffragettes, they murdered people. They were suffragette terrorists. They broke windows, they bombed churches, they set fire to a theater. In 1909, a suffragette attacked Winston Churchill with a horsewhip. Queen shit, honestly. The English suffragette Mary Lee threw a fucking hatchet at the Prime Minister's head. And my point is not to advocate terrorism or to excuse the terrorism of past movements. I think these kinds of tactics have tended to turn people against the movement. I don't think it's effective, but let's not pretend that past movements have never made demands before everyone was ready. Because there never has been, and there never will be a time when everyone is ready. I mean, Mary Wollstonecraft published The Vindication of the Rights of Women in 1792, and misogyny, in case you hadn't noticed, remains rampant. So there never has been a consensus about women's rights, and there probably never will be. In fact, marginalized groups—
Does anybody know, do people know what that clip of Tate is from? That was the clip that got Tate clapped, right? That was right before he got, like, he was trying to flex on Greta Thunberg or something. Like, Greta, I have ordered 7 pizzas, and as you can see, there are boxes here. These are all recyclable boxes. However, I can guarantee you that I, Top G, Cobra Tate, I will not be recycling these pizzas. What are you gonna do about it, Greta? Cope and seethe, right? He's like, boom, right? And then the Hungarian cops are like, boom! And they fucking take down Tate and his brother. It's like the weird... Like, I mean, like, you know, screw cops, right? You know, ACAB and everything, right? But that's some poetic justice right there, right? Maybe the implication is inorganic, meaning that there's a conspiracy pushing something, not a charitable interpretation. Is that what? Yeah, a conspiracy pushing it. Yeah, that's right. The big conspiracy, big trans. That's what it is.
Wouldn't need rights.
Trans people with all of our amazing power. That's...
If there was a consensus that we deserve rights. The whole
reason could be, Cornbread, it could be.
To have rights is to protect you from the kind of people who think you shouldn't have them. I mean, it's a nice thought that we can just politely persuade everyone to give us rights, but the reality is that's not how this works, and it never has been. Like, how do these debate me centrists think that slavery ended in the United States?
Oh, gee. I'm sorry, I really like doing the Tate. How is my Tate impression, by the way? Does anybody like my Tate impression? Does everybody like my Tate impression?
Well, between 1861 and 18...
Look, if I really want to do Andrew Tate, I'm going to have to get a cigar in one hand, and I'm going to have to get some seltzer water in the other. I'm going to have my sparkling water, I'm going to have my cigar, I'm going to have to do some kickboxing, you know? We're going to do Top G style. I don't know if I'm doing it. He's got this weird, like, mixture of an American and a British accent that I just find fascinating, but maybe that's just me.
In 1965, there was a little event called the American Civil Debate. See what I'm holding in my hand? This is a high-caliber idea that I picked off the polite discussion field of Manassas. You people think that American schools were integrated because all the white people in the South were pursuing...
I need a smoking jacket, too. Yeah, you gotta have the smoking... You can't smoke without the smoking jacket, right? Anything other than a smoking jacket, the cigar smell just sticks to it too hard and it's terrible. But the smoking jacket will protect you and it'll protect your house, it'll protect your furniture. You can sit there smoking a cigar, nothing's gonna smell like cigars afterwards. You got your smoking jacket on.
Persuaded that segregation is bad? No, dum-dums. Eisenhower had to send in the 101st Airborne to enforce that shit at gunpoint. And my point is not to equate LGBT rights movements with black civil rights. I am aware that being a white queer person is not in any way equivalent to living in the aftermath of slavery. I'm just saying that there's this tendency to sanitize history and to imagine that progress was smooth and bloodless, that consensus evolved organically, when it just didn't.
Do you see what that does? If you start thinking like that, then no liberatory movement is worth it. If you start believing that progress is a function, progress, right? Liberation, I guess, is a function of the swift arrow of time, then there's no reason for you to get involved, right? There's a protest going on, don't worry about that. It'll take care of itself, right? Let's keep it organic. If you go to that protest and you lend your voice, right, to direct action, it's going to be inorganic. That's going to be forced. It's not going to stick. It's not going to be real. It's not going to be, you got to just like let it go. Like, what the hell is this organic like concept, right? The idea that like, it's almost like what is it, like in Star Trek, they call it the prime directive, right? Is you don't interfere with a civilization that hasn't made contact with the rest of space or whatever, right? That's like the prime directive. It's almost like a prime directive, except that instead of the what is the Federation? Yeah, the Federation, that's what I'm looking for, right? Instead of the Federation not interfering, you're the Federation, right? So as long as you don't interfere with anything, as long as you don't take part in anything, it's organic, it's real, and it's going to get done. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Just like, annoyed by racism, annoyed by sexism, annoyed by transphobia, homophobia, what have you, right? Don't worry. Just wait a while and it'll get better. Things will get better by themselves. They don't need people to take part in the movement. The movement just kind of organically happens. Yeah, right. I never followed Megan Phelps closely, but this is disappointing. You think you spent so much of your life in anti-LGBT cult, make a career out of claiming that you've changed, you'd have the sense to not to do something like this. But in a way, I guess it's unsurprising. Yeah, that's right. The Trans Federation. Correct.
And then people get the impression
correct
that current movements are somehow more militant than successful past movements when they just aren't.
I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement, the cultural movement that was illiberal in its methods. And I believe
it was illiberal and inorganic. Welcome to the chat, Taradine.
Absolutely that there is something dangerous about this movement and it must be challenged.
Why is JK Rowling like this? Chapter 7. Why is JK Rowling like this?
Wait, was that JK herself? Was that actual? Yeah, that's... Oh, I lied. Chat, I'm so sorry. Look, here's my apology. I lied to you. I didn't think I was lying to you, but I guess I was. That's JK Rowling. I told you that she's not on this podcast. I guess she is.
Chapter 7. Why is JK Rowling like this?
We need to see this.
Segregation is bad? No, dum-dums. Eisenhower had to send in the 101st Airborne that being a white queer person is not in any way equivalent to living in the aftermath of slavery.
We need to prove that NCC was wrong.
I'm just saying that there's this tendency to sanitize history and to imagine that progress was smooth and bloodless, that consensus evolved organically, when it just didn't. And then people get the impression that current movements are somehow more militant than successful past movements when they just aren't.
There's too many people that are taking part in direct action and protest and stuff like that, and that makes it inorganic. In the past, the protests just threw themselves, right? They just threw themselves and it just happened and everything was good. And that's why racism no longer exists.
I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement, the cultural movement
I was wrong.
That was illiberal in its methods. And I believe absolutely that there is something dangerous about this movement and it must be challenged.
Why is JK Rowling like this? Chapter 7. Why is JK Rowling like this? JK Rowling loves to quote radical feminist Andrea Dworkin, whom I've already mentioned a couple times in this video.
I myself favor violence. Deeply. I favor it.
Dworkin is known for her extreme sex-negative views, which I don't agree with, but she was an interesting writer, one of those half-crazed savants who gets in your head, who you can't stop thinking about. In my opinion, Dworkin's best book is Right-Wing Women, published in 1983, the era of Phyllis Schlafly and Anita Bryant. Right-Wing Women is an analysis of why so many women are drawn to conservative politics, seemingly against their own interests. Anyone who's interested in understanding the gender-critical movement, a crypto-reactionary backlash disguising itself as feminism, should read this book. In Dworkin's analysis,
the political right makes certain metaphysical and material promises to women that both exploit and quiet some of women's deepest fears. No one can bear to live a meaningless life. Women fight for meaning just as women fight for survival.
And conservative politics promises women meaning.
The right offers
normalize kind canceling. I mean,
women a simple,
the very kindest. Like when we get the likes up to 100, that's the best way to cancel NCC.
Fixed, predetermined social, biological, and sexual order. Form conquers chaos. Form banishes confusion.
The gender-critical movement offers women a brutally simple understanding of sex and gender. A woman is an
Okay, so like confession, when I heard conquers chaos, I was thinking what is it called? Conquers bad fur day?
Adult human female. Right-wing anti-trans activist Posey Parker has made this phrase into the motto of the gender-critical movement. Adult human female. It's on.
Wait, I feel like, didn't she steal that shirt? Wasn't there like a vegan shirt? I feel like there was a vegan shirt that was like, it looked like a dictionary, it was like a dictionary definition of vegan. and it had that same color. Like, did she steal that from a vegan shirt?
Billboards, it's on t-shirts, it's on banners, signs, and tweets. Presented with the authority of a dictionary definition, it's rigid, it's orderly, it's immutable.
I mean, I myself, chat, am an adult human chicken.
There are no exceptions, there are no blurred lines, there can be no change. This mantra is a defense against the conceptual instability and chaos that gender criticals fear. The same fear that once drove homophobic women like Anita Bryant.
Oh, look who was saying biologically. Look who was obsessed with biology back in the day, right? LGB movement. This is you. This is you. You are cribbing from the notes of a homophobe like Anita Bryant. Congratulate. Give yourself a big pat on the back for your hypocrisy.
Erasing the concept of sex.
Didn't Socrates F a chicken or something to prove that smart people don't need legs? What? I don't even understand that. No, I'm just, there was some tweet where like somebody was like adult human chicken or...
Removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives.
Dworkin says,
within the frame of male domination, there is a good...
I just remember it was funny. Within the frame of male domination, there is a good reason for women to hate homosexuality. Both male and female. Women are interchangeable as sex objects. Women are slightly less disposable as mothers.
Reason for women to hate homosexuality, both male and female. Women are interchangeable as sex objects. Women are slightly less disposable as mothers. The only dignity and value women get is as mothers. Having children is the one social contribution credited to women. It is the bedrock.
So my understanding, this is not Andrea Dworkin like saying, like agreeing with this sentiment. This is Andrea Dworkin expressing the kind of sentiment behind what right-wing women think. And this is the, Andrea's book, Right-Wing Women.
Of women's
again, not somebody that like, somebody, not somebody that I agree with on everything, but, I feel like Contra's onto something as far as using her analysis of right-wing women and applying it to TERFs. It makes sense.
Social worth. Without childbearing, women know they have nothing. Homosexuality for women means having nothing. It means extinction.
Substitute transgenderism for homosexuality, and you'll understand the gender critical movement. JK Rowling's definition of...
No, but what I'm saying is that this isn't Andrea Dworkin saying, I believe these things, right? This is Andrea Dworkin saying, I, am criticizing conservative women by, or not criticizing, but like, this is what underlies conservative women's, like, beliefs on things, right?
Woman is this.
The woman is the producer of the large gametes.
The biggest gametes. Nobody has bigger gametes, folks. We have the biggest gametes in the world. Nobody has gametes like us. Largest gametes.
Producer of the large gametes. Rowling says her primary concern...
According to Diogenes Laertes, 3rd century Lives and Opinion of Eminent Philosophers, Plato was applauded for his definition of man as a featherless biped. So Diogenes, the cynic, plucked the feathers from a cock. Not that kind of cock, chat. The other kind. Brought it to Plato's school and said, here is Plato's man. Wait, but somebody had sex? Oh, yeah. Like, just like when somebody tries to define it. Like, I was talking to, I guess, a TERF in my comments for a video recently. And they said something about, like, that somebody's feelings about gender are, as pertinent to their identity, their gender identity, as a chair's feelings about its chairness. And I'm just like, wait a minute, but like, do you not understand? Do you not know what this like thought experiment is? Like, the idea is, okay, define a chair, and you try to define it, and you say it has 4 legs, and then I show you a chair that doesn't have 4 legs. Is that still a chair? Yeah, that's still a chair. Okay, so it doesn't have 4 legs. It doesn't have to have 4 legs. Okay, a person sits on it, well, I can show you a chair with like a big metal spike where your butt would be. Is that still a chair? I think it's still a chair. It just has a big metal spike that would go up your butt if you were to sit on it, right? So you don't want to sit on it. So there's not a person sitting on it. It's not for a person to sit on. It's hostile architecture, but still a chair, right? Any way that you try to define it, there's going to be exceptions, right? If you try to say, you're just define it about what it's used for, what it can do, right? then you could find a rock that functions like that, that is not a chair, that is just a rock that has the right shape for somebody to just pop back on here and sit on it, but it's not a chair, right? So there's, when you really poke and prod at it, you realize that the chairness of a chair is this kind of ineffable thing, right? This is
about young trans men is the loss of fertility.
People sit on horses, they have 4 legs, exactly, yeah.
Homosexuality, its rise in public visibility.
Then you say it has to have a back. Oh wait, but I have a seat that doesn't have a back. Is that a chair? Actually, there you get into some controversy. Some people would say that a stool is not a chair. That that at least with we can find it has a back. It's a chair. Does not have a back. It's a stool. Maybe, I don't know.
Attempts to socially legitimize or protect it makes women expendable. The one thing women
horses have backs indeed
can do and be valued
horses
for
do
will
have
no
backs.
longer be valued. Male homosexuality is especially terrifying because it
big hot gametes. Wait,
suggests a world without women altogether, a world in which women are extinct.
This exact fear appears frequently in gender-critical rhetoric. Trans activists are erasing women. They're erasing biological sex. They're going to call us pregnant people. Confused
Anna!
Girls are being robbed of their precious fertility. Trans women are going to replace biological women.
As a woman, I feel
paging Anna Kasparian. Oh my god, thank you, Buffy. Guys, you just got a gift sub from Buffy Geek. Meow.
threatened because biological men are aggressively replacing women.
You will not replace us! Sometimes this paranoia ramps up to the point of obsession, and the results can be dazzling. In September 2022, Maya Forstater, who you'll remember as the anti-trans activist whom JK Rowling came out as a TERF to defend,
birthing person,
went on a full-blown Twitter rampage.
What is the name of this mascot again? So there's like the reading bear, right? And then this mascot is called, it's like the alien? I can't remember, but
because the Hertfordshire County Libraries announced they were changing their children's storytime mascot from the Book Start Bear. If you don't know where this is going, strap in, from the Book Start Bear to a bright, vibrant, gender-neutral creature called Tala.
Tala.
Are you enraged? If not, you haven't been spending enough time on Mumsnet.
Oh yeah, now we're starting. Oh, Mumsnet. Oh no, cursed. The idiots are going to have so much to say on Dworkin, the hotel room article.
I tweeted the words of an indignant mother who referred to Talia. Wait, wasn't it Tala?
Tala, yeah. Wait, she said Talia?
Referring to Talia as a
don't bring Talia into this. Talia
trans bear with they/them pronouns, describing the mascot as ideological, creepy, and gaslighting.
Ideological creature. Tala. Ideological, creepy, and gaslighting. It's just a cute little alien. What the heck? What the actual heck, right? The aliens come to Earth to tell you that reading is fun. Reading is an adventure, right? How is that any of those things?
Express how upset I feel. The library jumped in to clarify that Tala, not Talia, isn't trans.
Just so you know, yeah, the library has to say Tala is not trans, just so you know.
They are an alien. Maya then demanded to know how this alien was birthed. Did it hatch from an egg, or was it born from a mom?
Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready, chat? Are you ready for this? Get ready.
Some people tried to reason with Maya. There's an advantage in having a character that isn't identifiably male or female, as it can be equally relatable to either sex and avoid promoting gender stereotypes.
Like Kirby, like E.T. Oh yeah, E.T. like Teletubby person. Yeah, this is like there's examples of this.
But Maya was not convinced. It seems highly unlikely that an alien that had evolved with such recognizable vertebrate body plan is not sexually reproducing. It's a relatable anthropomorphic character, not a slime mold. I need to know how the alien fucks right now. I said I need.
How does the alien?
To know how the alien fucks
right now. Yeah, we gotta know about that
before I can show it to my child. When Twitter understandably laughed it up at Maya's expense, she just kept posting. And she posted hard. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone post so hard. In a lengthy diatribe, Maya wrote about the miseries of new motherhood. You are in charge of a baby. You have never done
this. Is posting harder than Matt Taibbi.
This before. You haven't had a good night's sleep for months and won't for years.
Like, I don't think this posting is organic. Maya, you gotta quit this. This is inorganic posting.
Everyone has an opinion.
It's illiberal thought. What are you doing, Maya? Maya!
On what you are doing right and wrong, and you've become invisible. You had politics, you had a career, you had interests, you had a sex life. Now you have the daily needs of a completely dependent person, and your world has shrunk. The fact that these men and the young women that cheer them on think this is so laughable reflects society's disdain for mothers. This is what it means to say a woman is not a feeling or a costume. This is why the hub of the resistance is on Mumsnet.
That's right. The hub of the resistance, Mumsnet.
So I am fascinated.
Mumsnet, yes.
By this thread. I think it's one of the most...
Wait, what is this? I don't know if she read this part, but like, this is why it is important that we can talk about women's lives, not menstruators, uterus havers, or pregnant people. Anna Kasparian, paging Anna Kasparian, Anna Kasparian, if you could please come to the white courtesy phone. You have a phone call from your new friend, Maya Forstater. That's right, Anna.
Revealing texts.
You're in good company here.
In gender critical history, because you know what?
Yo, anybody that says that Anna's not turf posting, there we have it.
Maya Forstater actually does have valid concerns, but the concerns she has that are valid have nothing to do with trans.
Yeah, Potato Head got them upset too. Potato Head didn't have a gender, and they need to know how Potato Head reproduces. They need to know how Potato Head F's
people, and they definitely have nothing to do with an adorable cartoon alien.
It's really cute, though. It's really cute.
Honestly, reading this, I have some concerns. Concerns like, where is Maya's husband? I know she has one. Isn't raising children supposed to be a mutual project? No one should have to feel this alone raising children. That is a valid concern. Oh my god, we actually found one. It's like finding El Dorado. A valid concern. A valid concern. Isn't what's going on here that Maya is taking legitimate feelings of being overburdened and underappreciated and displacing those feelings onto transgender people? This is exactly how the gender critical movement recruits, by providing a scapegoat to frustrated women. It's not your husband's neglect. It's not the increasing atomization of society. It's not the indignities of aging. It's Tala, the non-binary alien, with its dungarees and
Now, this sounds silly, right? When we think about it as Tala. Tala is a fictional alien. I hate to break it to you. I hope nobody was like really counting on Tala being real. Tala's a fictional alien, right? But notice what the cope of bigots is, right? In a lot of ways, bigotry is like an outward expression of some kind of like, existential angst, right? And it gets displaced on people based on their vulnerability. That should be scary. That should be something to take note of, right? That there's this tendency in humankind to search for scapegoats, to search for someone to blame your problems on, to search for someone to that attacking the most vulnerable among us is like the path of least resistance when it comes to like this sort of venting of societal frustrations, not like making society better. Yeah, it serves two purposes, right? One, it's redirecting what should be revolutionary energy. If you don't feel good in the world that you live in, there probably is something wrong, right? If it's the atomization of society, if it's like, the way that we're used as a means to other people's ends in capitalism, right? There's something wrong with society. That's a good reason to change society. But instead, we're gonna attack like non-binary people here. Non-binary aliens with library cards are the cause of your existential angst. This is at the heart of bigotry. I think, Tala's not real, right? This is how my mom thinks. She can't blame her bad taste in men, so she blames other women and family. TERFs are incapable of dealing with the real issue, so they attack a scapegoat instead. Yeah, but I mean, it's just so sad, because like this could be the motivating factor for some major and much needed change. If you feel like there's something wrong with society, if there's something that's not sitting well with you, you're probably not the only one. You should reach out in solidarity to other people and see what you can do about it. See how you can affect the world. See how you can work together in some sort of, direct action to change the way things are. But instead, we're going to try to just look for an easy target and hurt them. That's got to stop. That's got to stop. And who's the beneficiary? The hierarchy. I was about to say capitalism, and then I was about to say patriarchy, and then I'm just like, it's the hierarchy. It's the hierarchy. Fighting capitalism and systems of oppression is difficult. Yelling at trans people on Twitter is super easy. Yeah, and you can get other people to, join in really easily too, because there's other transphobic people out there as well.
Aura of gender neutrality.
You can make new friends, new transphobic friends everywhere. I love this, this logo for Mumsnet. This goes hard. Forstater, I haven't gotten any attention lately. That's gonna hurt my bank balance. What can we find on the internet? Oh, a library with non-gendered mascot. Let's fire up that Twitter machine. That's right. That is right.
Mumsnet is the hub of the...
Let's fire up that YouTube machine. Hit that like button.
Resistant.
If you have not already. Oh my god. We're right to canceling. We're right to canceling. Wow. Wait, where were we? Mumsnet?
There are two different arguments.
Transgenderism
Outsider always functions for women simultaneously as deception.
The son her father wanted.
I really felt the rejection of my father, and that is one of the things that made
first violent marriage
to others, those far away, foreign,
likely to experience from the men closest to them. This alone, raising children, that is a valid concern. Oh my god, we actually found one. It's like finding It's not your husband's neglect, it's not the increasing atomization of society, it's not the indignities of aging, it's Tala, the non-binary alien, with its dungarees and smug aura of gender neutrality. Mumsnet is the hub of the resistance to non-binary cartoons. It's too much, these people are too much. Okay, we have to be serious now. The political right also promises women safety and security.
For women, the world is a very dangerous place. The right acknowledges the reality of danger, the validity of fear. The right then manipulates the fear.
Women fear and resent male violence, which they're most likely to experience from the men closest to them. Boyfriends, husbands, and fathers.
They're most likely to be killed by sexual partners.
But the need to survive in a male-dominated society means that women's legitimate fears and resentments often cannot be directed at the men with power.
Inevitably, this causes women to take the rage and contempt they feel for the men who actually abuse them, those close to them, and project it onto others, those far away, foreign, or different.
And this displacement of rage is just transparently what's going on with JK Rowling. In her essay about sex and gender issues...
Yeah, it's always going to be easier to attack somebody with no power than it is to attack the establishment, to attack the power structure itself. It's always going to be easier, and it's always going to be a mistake.
Rowling speculates that trans men are transitioning to be the son her father wanted.
I really felt the rejection of my father, and that is one of the things that maybe leads someone going into homosexuality.
And she describes the lingering trauma from her first violent marriage.
The marriage at this point has turned very violent and very controlling.
And that, she said...
Did they copy the Kids Next Door logo? It kind of looks like it, right? Kind of looks like it. Back from... Oh, you got your... wasn't eligible... for the flu one. Oh, nice. Nice. Congratulations on getting vaccinated, V. Somebody tell Maya that Tala isn't real. And yeah, cannot hurt her. Tala isn't real. Man, she's really turning hating being a mother onto other people. Yeah, exactly.
Is why she decided to speak out against the transgender movement. If you try to understand this rationally, it looks like a total non sequitur, but if you look at it emotionally, there's a kind of logic to it.
The existence of the dangerous outsider always functions for women simultaneously as deception, diversion, painkiller, and threat. Women cling to irrational hatreds focused particularly on the unfamiliar, so that they will not murder their fathers, husbands, sons, brothers, lovers, the men with whom they are intimate, those who do hurt them.
In the 1970s, many conservative women displaced this rage onto lesbians, the threatening outsider of the day. Dorgan attended the National Women's Conference in 1977, where she spoke to a lot of women about their fear of lesbians.
Right-wing women consistently spoke to me about lesbians as if lesbians were rapists, certified committers of sexual assault against women and girls. To them, the lesbian was inherently monstrous, experienced almost as a demonic sexual force hovering closer and closer. She was the dangerous intruder, encroaching, threatening by her very presence a sexual order that cannot bear scrutiny or withstand challenge.
It's almost surreal to read this because of
the Lavender Menace. Yeah, you got it.
How
you got
precisely it describes how gender criticals talk about trans women.
Pronouns are like Rohypnol. They dull your defenses. They change your inhibitions. They're meant to.
Now it's true that trans exclusionary radical
Really? 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 That's your metaphor? That's what you're gonna go with? Really? Pronouns and
feminism began as an offshoot of far-left lesbian separatism, with academic feminist Janice Raymond writing in 1979
oh god, Janice Raymond, this is a horrible anti-trans author. Yeah, I mean, you can read what her book is called there. Yeah, great name, Janice. Dworkin was weirdly based despite being from the 70s. Yeah, I mean, like, there's some things that aren't great about, like, Dworkin, but, like, yeah, like, not compared to Janice Raymond. Janice Raymond is, like, a real asshole. I don't know. It's so frustrating how marginalized people have always been the scapegoat. Yeah, exactly. And what us being the scapegoat accomplish is redirecting energy that should be destabilizing to the corrupt powers that be. But instead, you know, it's easier to attack us.
Transsexualism should be more
Fear is a powerful blind.
morally mandated out of existence. But the gender critical movement was always destined to become a right-wing movement because it has the structure of a right-wing movement. Taking women's fear and rage toward familiar men and displacing it onto an unfamiliar outside.
Oh my god, can we get up to we're at 78 likes right now. Can we hit 80? I really want to hit 100, right?
The momentum,
like, that would be so awesome. I don't know if we can do it, right? But I mean, we can do it. The question is, will we do it? Can we make it happen, chat?
This is just
YouTube chat. Can you make this happen? Can we get to 80 and then get to 100? We're not that far.
It's too ripe an opportunity.
It's within reach
for conservatives.
And I know there's new people who have just come in who haven't even liked it yet because they didn't even think of the fact that there's a like button there. There's like a thumbs up that you can poke with your mouse. And even though it's very 2008, it's not very exciting. It opens up some exciting avenues of possibility. So if you want to open up those avenues and open up those doors and go through those doors and see what's on the other side, hit that like button. It's more exciting than you think.
To pass up. As Dworkin says,
because women so displace their rage, they are easily controlled and manipulated haters. Women require symbols of danger that
look at this. You got some solidarity from Twitch chat, YouTube.
Justify their fear. The right provides these symbols of danger by designating clearly defined groups of outsiders as sources of danger.
In the 2020s, anti-trans bigotry has become a keystone of Conservative Party platforms, both in the UK, where Lee Anderson, deputy chair of the Conservative Party, predicts that the next election will be won on
probably a cult bit.
They're talking about woke scold mentality over on the Vaush subreddit right now. We're in a very 2008 political environment, so let's do some 2008 YouTube buttoning.
A mix of culture wars and trans debate.
And in the US, where the ACLU is currently tracking more than 450 anti-LGBT
God. Bills per state. Okay, wow. Wait, Alabama has none, Illinois has none, Michigan has none, New York has none. Almost every DC has none, Delaware has none. Puerto Rico has none, but it looks like almost every other state has more than none.
LGBT bills, including more than 130 gender-affirming care bans, 51 trans sports bans, 40 drag bans, 29 trans bathroom bans, and 21 bans defining trans people out of the law. Republicans have escalated anti-trans rhetoric to eliminationist extremes that have most trans people in this country living in a constant state of fear for our future.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
The left is attacking our children, pushing sex talk, transgender.
Who is this guy? Does anybody know, who is this politician?
Extremism and
who is this guy?
Noxious politics.
And why does he scare me?
In our schools, we should reject this demonic assault on the innocence of our children and stand fast.
Also, what is up with that shirt and that tie? And also, his suit doesn't fit him. Like, he's too jacked for that suit. Like, what's
against leftist efforts to mutilate their bodies and minds.
Stop confusing our babies with your groomer gender ideologue.
I will revoke every Biden policy promoting the
Purple is the super villain color in comics. That's true. Because he's a Christo-fascist. Does anybody know who that is, though? Somebody at CSPAC. I don't think I'm familiar with him. First guy was if Matt Walsh shaved his beard and cleared his throat. He does look like a Batman villain. Yeah, he's gonna take off that like jacket and reveal some kind of special power that we didn't even think about before and be like, "Rah, ha, 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 Batman, you never guessed that I could do this thing." I don't know.
Chemical castration and sexual mutilation.
I want to laugh at the fact that he said mutilization, but watch what he says next.
Of our youth. And ask Congress to send me a bill prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous.
So before he says, like, you know, like he's talking about children, he's talking about trans kids. Here, he's just talking about gender-affirming care.
Will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any.
What they doing? Can anybody explain Trump to me? I still don't think I understand Trump. He's like, when he's saying that genocidal crap, right? He's going, what is this? Why does his arms like? It's like is he doing shrugs? Is he just like oh shit, that's a cranial nerve. Chat, I know entirely too much about cranial nerves. Anyway,
a few gender.
I'm not trying to diagnose anybody, but maybe Trump should. What about Medicare for all? Yo, the Republicans want Medicaid for none. Do you know about this? The Republicans are trying to shut down Medicaid, trying to shut down SNAP right now. They're trying to use the budget, the debt ceiling, which is a total made up thing that the Democrats gave them because the Democrats want to cut programs. They want the Republicans to twist their arms so they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I have to cut the programs that you were relying on to like be able to eat, to be able to see a doctor. I'm so sorry. They want the Republicans, they want to be in that position. It is so gross because guess what? The Republicans for the Democratic Party a lot of times are the same ones for the Republican Party. Either side that wins, like the people who want to cut the programs, who want to cut Social Security, who want to cut Medicare, Medicaid, who want to cut SNAP, who they're trying to cut SNAP right now. They're trying to twist Biden's arm to cut SNAP. Is he going to do it? I don't know. In the past, Democrats really like getting their arms twisted. That's why the Democrats gave the Republicans that debt ceiling bullcrap for them to virtue signal, oh, yes, we care about the deficit too, even though we're fucking Keynesians, and that's not really, it's a red herring. It's the right word for it.
Criticals still want to insist
he has some strange body language.
Have nothing to do with right-wing anti-trans bigots, like Helen Lewis.
I mean, TERF is basically witch.
Who attempts in her interview in The Witch Trials of JK Rowling to distinguish between the transphobia of the far right and that of feminists.
I think the hardest thing for outsiders to understand is that there are two different arguments going on. One is the traditional conservative right argument, which is anti-LGBT. The other one is a criticism from the left, in which it says sometimes
we are the left. Yeah, right, TERFs. I'm gonna like pry that, like what is it? What is that thing that chisel that F right off? Like I don't think you're TERFs at all. I think you're TERs. I don't know what the other letter is. Maybe like TERS, trans exclusive radical reactionaries.
Male people and female people have different interests, no matter how the male people identify.
But as a trans person, I don't care whether you justify your transphobia in the name of protecting women or protecting children. Whether it's radical feminist Janice Raymond calling for transsexualism to be morally mandated out of existence, or conservative Catholic Michael Knowles calling for transgenderism to be eradicated from public life.
You're not wrong, Adadak. You're not wrong.
It's the same repulsive bigotry to me. And in any case, the gender-critical movement has recently reached an implicit consensus that they're mostly done pretending to be feminist. The rising star of the movement, Posey Parker, aka Kelly...
That's what I was getting at.
J. Kane Minchell, rejects
She's not even hiding it anymore. She's not a feminist.
Feminism entirely.
Do you call yourself a feminist now?
No.
Did you ever call yourself a feminist?
I probably did for a short time.
But so you wouldn't be said like a Julie Bindel type feminist?
No, well, some feminists. I mean, Julie Bindel has been critical of mothers in the past, and I think that's a theme flowing through feminism. I'm not a feminist. I'm not a feminist.
This is not Andrea Dworkin. This is Phyllis Schlafly. Parker's campaign is currently
the MTG of the UK,
funded by the right-wing CPAC.
CPAC came along and said that they would sponsor our events and cover all of...
I am so jealous of the fact that Posey Parker has an SM7B. Look at that. That's a nice microphone. That's an SM7B. She has one and I don't. I'm stuck with a USB mic, chat. It makes me sad.
Our insurance throughout our whole trip, which is really kind of them. But what we would need to do is we would need to show that we were working for them, working with them.
She has no qualms about collaborating with far-right...
Ew, this guy's gross. This is a guy that, like, abused, like, disabled women and, like, just... Oh, this guy's gross.
White nationalists.
This is JF Garepé. The creepy... Is he, like, French-Canadian, or is he, I can't remember if he's French or if he's French-Canadian. Yeah, JF Garepé. This creepazoid over here, right? That literally, like, his debates with people have allowed him to procure victims, right? This guy is gross. Very creepy, very French Canadian. No, not to reflect badly on mes amis Québécois, right? Wait, what is? Oh my God, I'm trying to think of how to say. Je vous adore. Je vous adore. Mes amis Québécois, mais je n'aime pas JF Garepé. Je n'aime pas. I should be careful. I know some spicy French that I could say too, but if I'm not careful, I'll say something too spicy, get myself yeeted for saying more than I realized by speaking French.
I want to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let me tell you.
Biff Naked would say he is a gross man.
What she's been saying. She's a Republican, but she...
JF.
I agree with her wholeheartedly.
She's opposed abortion and contraception for teenagers.
Why are we enabling children
Je n'aime pas JF.
to take sometimes contraceptives that are quite harmful, or access to abortion? I think that we really need to rethink all of this. I think parents need to take back control of their children.
She's called trans people fools and perverts.
Transgenderism is nuts.
Okay.
It's for fools and...
Is it me, or does she kind of look like an Andy Warhol, Marilyn Monroe in this one? Like, her fucking lighting is all blown out. Like, she's got some weird settings on her camera here.
Perverts.
She's denied...
Is she trying to do the Andy Warhol, Marilyn Monroe thing?
That transgender is a legitimate concept.
It's not a real thing. There's no such thing as being born in the wrong body. There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as
Okay, she got it fixed. Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Trans person. There is no such thing. There are people
There's no trans
that
people.
call themselves
They're
these
all
things
in your imagination.
that may have other issues manifest.
To ma'am? Oh, what's up, Sektar?
That then make them think they're this, but no, we have to stop using any words like transgender. There may be more words that we have to say in order to say that. We may call it
Je t'aime, ah oui, je t'aime.
Transgender ideology, but when it comes to a person, they may be following transgender ideology,
I don't know
but
why
they are not transgender. There is
that
no
came
such
up
thing
in my
as
head.
a man or a woman being anything other than a man or a woman.
She's called trans women pedophiles.
We know that if a man has a
Her Nazi fans would not listen to her if she was a brunette. Yeah.
paraphilia of dressing as a woman, the most likely cross paraphilia is paedophilia. We know that these men have multiple paraphilias. They don't ever stop at one.
All the paraphilias.
She said that each and every woman who stands in her way will be annihilated.
Each and every one of you women who stand in my way, each and every one of you, let me just tell you, you will be annihilated.
She's called on armed men.
I'm just letting you know, you will be annihilated.
To enter women's restrooms to attack anyone they perceive as not a real woman.
And men, for once, I'm talking to
81.
I'm talking about you dads.
Oh my God, YouTube, we're up to 81.
I think that's what you say. I'm so down with the American lingo. Maybe you can.
It's going to be, there's 19 left to get us to 100, right? Now, I don't know if it can happen or not, right? It's really tight as far as getting it to 100, but I believe in you. I believe in you, YouTube chat.
Harry, maybe you don't.
You have shown your power. You have flexed in the last week. You've gotten the respect, not only of me, but of Twitch chat as well. Twitch chat was dogging YouTube earlier this week, right? Twitch chat was ridiculing YouTube chat. Twitch chat was making fun of YouTube chat. Now YouTube chat is like leading the way. This is amazing. This is amazing.
Maybe you consider yourself a protector of women. Maybe you're that sort of man. Maybe you have a daughter or a mother or a wife. Maybe you have a sister. Maybe you just have some friends. Maybe you just think women are human and you don't need any absolute connection with them to feel compelled to protect us.
She threatened the prime minister and they still let her in the country. God forbid a black rapper sing about police, though. That'll get you banned from the... Yeah, well, they let people like this in. YouTube chat is making it happen.
I think you should start using women's toilets.
Go, YouTube chatters.
Men.
And she said that women who...
Yeah, that's a weird chant right there. Did you hear that? She wants men to start using women's toilets to keep men out of women's toilets. That is just... But no, not just to be in there armed, to be in there. If some of you carry, some of you got a piece, you know, one of these, I don't know what the terminology is. I'm not American, I don't know about guns, but I think it'd be really neat if you brought a gun into a women's, like... No, you are not making women more safe by inviting men to fucking go in there with guns. You are not making anyone, I don't know what the hell you're thinking.
themselves men should be sterilized, which seems to be a little bit in tension with JK Rowling's concern about the fertility of confused girls. You know, you might look at these differences of opinion between Rowling and Parker. Little things like pro-feminist versus anti-feminist, left versus right, pro-abortion versus anti-abortion, concern about trans men's fertility versus advocating forced sterilization of trans men, against annihilating women who stand in your way versus pro-annihilating each and every woman who stands in your way. You might look at these differences and expect that these two women would be at odds.
Oh my god.
But they aren't.
I just realized something. We need an emote like this. Let me see if I can get it. Wait, I gotta be bigger. Something like that? Yeah, I feel like we need an emote like that. It's kind of like that one. Right, but we've already got this. Now we need... Yeah, it kind of does. Oh no. Don't jinx us, Kira. Oh no. The cuffs are really cute. I like the cuffs. The cuffs really do add something.
Promoting anti-trans bigotry is a common cause that for both of them trumps all else. In 2020, Posey Parker paid for a poster reading "I Heart JK Rowling" to be displayed at a railway station in Edinburgh, and Rowling has
"Tote thine blunderbuss into thine little lady's room." Yes, indeed. I like thinking of her like an even less talented Russell Brand. Oh, nice.
Tweeted in defense of Parker numerous times and has modeled her t-shirts. So, the gender critical movement, started by lesbian separatists
CC outsold the Scream
in the 1970s, has finally passed into the hands of Pound Shop Ava Browns, as gender-critical lesbian Julie Bindel memorably described them. It's a movement that has no beliefs apart from a shared determination to reduce the number of trans people.
In the numbers we're currently seeing, particularly of young people coming forward, I find cause for doubt.
Yes. In the meantime, while we're
weaponized wojacking, indeed,
trying to get through to the decision makers, we have to try to limit the harm. And that means reducing or keeping down the number of people who transition. And that's for two reasons. One of them is that every one of those people is a person who's been damaged. But the second one is every one of those people is basically, you know, a huge problem to a sane world. Like if you've got people, that, whether they're transitioned, whether they're happily transitioned, whether they're unhappily transitioned, whether they're detransitioned, if you've got people who've dissociated from their sex in some way, every one of those people is someone who needs special accommodation in a sane world where we re-acknowledge the truth of sex.
So to wrap this up, is the backlash...
Wait, are you telling me that, like, the government is gonna pay to remasculinize me? Is that how that's gonna work? Is there gonna be a government program that is like, you know, yeah, we're gonna buy you, like, all these awesome boy clothes? You realize how quickly I would turn those boy clothes into something that looks cute and feminine? You realize how quickly that would happen? I've got experience with that. Okay, you try to masculinize. You try to remasculinize me. I will subvert your every attempt. And I'll enjoy doing it too. What the hell? What the hell? What is she talking? Special accommodations? She wants to give me special accommodations to reacclimate me to my birth sex? Are you gonna buy me a strap-on, bitch? Is that what you're saying? Is she's gonna buy me a... Is that what she's talking about? Damn. Okay, if you say so.
against JK Rowling.
I'll give it a try. I'm not like
a witch hunt? Unequivocally, no. It's very thoroughly deserved. But I will say this. A movement can't get along without a devil. And across the whole political spectrum, there's a misogynistic tendency to choose a female devil. Whether it's Anita Bryant, Hillary Clinton, Marie Antoinette, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or JK Rowling. And there's always going to be people who seize on any opportunity to be misogynistic. So I would advise...
Okay, so in my estimation, this is the only weak part of the video. Now, Contra said herself that this is not a normal Contrapoints like video essay. She described this as like a low effort, like, you know, rushed video, right? And like, I don't think it's shown so far. I think so far, this is a banger, Contra. This is a banger. Now, here's a problem though, because like, does this part feel tacked on? Does this part, like, this part needed more explanation, right? And you know where Vaush is going. You know where his fans are striking. They're going to try to make Contra look soft on JK Rowling. Forgiving, understanding, defending JK Rowling. That's what they're going for. That's their strategy. They've already shown that, right? This is kind of a weak point, right? I don't agree with that characterization. I don't think that's what Contra is doing, but I do feel like that maybe this video essay was missing like a little bridge, right? This part kind of just feels tacked on, right? I get what she's saying, and I don't think she's saying anything bad. I don't think she's defending JK Rowling or anything like that. Like Vaush and his community are wrong, but this is gonna allow them to, you know, attack. Let's take a look at this. Got a clip made. Is that the emote?
As trans people and our allies to keep in mind that JK Rowling is not the final boss of transphobia.
81
She's not
likes.
our devil. The devil is the Republican Party, the Conservative Party. The devil is patriarchy. It's the right-wing men who will be the ones to put gender-critical theory into brutal practice. Anita Bryant, Posey Parker, and JK Rowling are, to borrow a term from TERFs, handmaidens. TERFs are the real handmaidens. They're useful idiots who put a concerned female face on the patriarchal violence against trans people that will ultimately be enacted by right-wing men.
That's awesome.
I call on men who consider themselves decent human beings to call out the deviants among them and eradicate these monsters from society.
I love that.
And Megan Phelps-Roper and centrists like her are wrong that civil conversation can resolve this.
Call out the deviants among them and eradicate these monsters from society.
People like Michael Knowles and Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump cannot be persuaded. They have to be defeated. As for what to do about JK Rowling, honestly, let's all just block her. Open up Twitter right now, go to her...
Seems like a little tacked on, but yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Vaush is a piece of crap, but...
profile and just block her. Problem solved.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing I've seen them harp on, right? They're like, oh, you think you could solve the problem just by blocking the turf, right? Just by blocking Rowling, right? You think that's got the so you think she's not a problem? In other words, we should just ignore her. No, but like seriously, that strategy is more powerful than you think, right? Not only does it keep her off of the timelines of a lot of people who might not appreciate seeing her garbage, right? It lowers her engagement. She's not going to have posts that go to more TERFs because she had more people, you know, posting on there to disagree or quote retweet or whatever. Also, blocking people reduces their reach. We know that about the algorithm now, right? And, you know, like it's definitely been weaponized against people who did nothing wrong. But yeah, blocking JK Rowling might actually be praxis.
Like, don't harass her. That doesn't help. But also,
if the alternative to blocking her is giving her ammunition by doing misogyny, then blocking her is indeed a better choice. Sarah's making clips big time, yeah.
I wouldn't wait for her
Wait, more clips? There's more clips?
To change. She's gone down what I call the bigotry whirlpool. The deeper you go in, the harder
that won't solve the problem.
It is to leave. For the same reason
she's a billionaire, blocking her won't solve the problem. I mean, yeah, probably calling it solving the problem. Like, that seems like a little too, That seems like that seems like a little more strong. That it's not gonna solve. Wait.
Honestly, let's all just block her. Open up Twitter right now, go to her profile, and just block her. Problem solved. Like, don't harass her, that doesn't help. But also, I wouldn't wait for her to change. She's gone down what I call the bigotry whirlpool. The deeper you go in, the harder it is to leave. For the same reasons that it's hard to quit a cult or scam. To quote video essayist Dan Olson,
one of the most insidious elements of a confidence scam is that the victims who invested the most are often the most passionate defenders, because shame is a powerful force in the human psyche, and they can't bear the shame of it.
I mean, it's not, yeah, there's, if you're saying that there's more problems that aren't entirely solved by blocking her, you're right, Iron Orchids. I think it does, I don't know, I don't entirely disagree with Contra here. Look, I'm not somebody who generally, like, blocks, I do use the block a lot. But, I mean, I'm somebody who's more like, for instance, Matt Walsh, like, right? I post about Posey Parker. I post about Matt Walsh. I'm not like, doing this kind of like, block and move on thing that Natalie's describing exactly, right? But there are people that I just feel like it's more, it makes more sense to block.
Admitting they were tricked.
Reformed bigots have to face not only the
I dropped this mic.
Shame of being dupes, but also the guilt of having devoted years of life to harming vulnerable people. This is something Megan, to her credit, faced head on. If we were wrong, then I had spent every day of my life industriously sowing doom, discord, and rage to so many, not at the behest of God, but of my grandfather. I had wasted my life only to fill others with pain and—
No one ever accused Contrapoints of having a systemic approach.
Misery. Most bigots cannot stand to face this moral sunk cost. It's why an obsessive bigot like Graham Linehan, whose all-consuming hatred of trans people—
He's using women as a shield. I didn't even notice that. Yeah.
Ruined his life.
She points out that the shield's got a like a woman symbol on it. Got like a women symbol on it.
Cost him his marriage, and left him alone to tweet about destroying gender ideology minutes before midnight on New Year's Eve, feels psychologically compelled to insist with ever more certainty that trans people are not just delusional or dangerous, but are all demonic perverts, an enemy so hyperbolically evil that they justify his self-immolating crusade.
They took everything from me,
I don't think I've ever seen Graham Linehan on video.
They took my family, And I just said, no, hang on a sec. Stop calling these women TERFs. Stop sending them abuse. Let them speak. And for that, they just destroyed me.
Do you honestly feel destroyed?
No, because the one thing about this that keeps me going is that I know I'm right, I know I'm right.
As long as he stays here, in the bottom of the whirlpool, he never has to face that he's ruined his relationships and wasted years of life because he just couldn't let it go. And if JK Rowling doesn't log off soon, this will likely be—
like, I mean, Contra's pointed out a lot of hypocrisy in people and people like TERFs. I've pointed out some hypocrisy in terms of Vaush, right? I gotta say, there are two things that Contra said that seem contradictory. First, she said that people like this, can rightly be ridiculed. Right, and that was in the terms of like that you don't have to go and try to de-radicalize everyone, right? That you can public-facing reactionaries you can ridicule, and that serves maybe even a better purpose in that it gets other people to leave the movement if you show them for what they are. But then you also have block JK Rowling. Now those don't exactly agree, so I'm not going to judge it too harshly, though. There is probably a way to bring this dialectic together.
Her fate as well. I guess what I'm really trying to say is, Harry Potter's dead.
He looks like Ted Lasso.
To me. I'm switching to Twilight.
Oh hell yeah! Okay, so there's the video. We beat it. We defeated the video. We videoed the video. We've got a little bit more to go though, chat, before we defeated everything. Vaush's reaction to Contra's video. Let's go. Let's go. I hate to be all rushed like this, but I'm trying to keep it under 6 hours. And that's so that I can cut off the beginning of the stream with the music so that people who just want to watch the video can just watch the video. But here's Vaush Contra call out. Okay.
Well, so here I am, you know, I do politics. I've never made an enemy in my life. Nobody dislikes me. Everyone's fine with me. And then out of nowhere, you know, today Contra drops a video and I think, oh, she's not dead. That's great. But then I get the, you know, I get the DMs, I get the messages. Oh, did you know that she attacks you? She calls you the N-word, yada yada. So I think, okay,
What?
all right,
Okay,
fine.
he's
Stream's
being
about
silly.
to start anyway. Well, here I am. You know,
He's
that was
being
the jokey
silly.
opener. I'm actually not gonna be glib with the video because I haven't seen it. That's not true. I've watched the first 20 minutes of the Contra video. So far, I like it. I can see where it's going. I enjoy it. I don't think it's as tightly edited as some of her earlier videos, which is unfortunate.
Look, I gotta say, I think the first part of this video was great. I didn't see any problems with it. It didn't seem to have ragged edges. Like, she says that it's low effort. She says that she did it fast. I say that it doesn't really show. I say that the only spot where the rushness of the job goes, because she wanted to have this come out on the same day as the Michelle Roper Phelps. Michelle, am I saying her name right? I can't remember her name now. I probably don't want to remember her name, but like the Phelps, the former Westboro Baptist woman, right? She wanted to have this out on the same day, so I guess it was rushed. I don't think it shows that much. I pointed out the only place where I feel like it really shows. Megan, thank you. It's Megan. It's not. What did I call her?
But it's still really good. Like, you know, I'm not attacking the whole video here.
It was really good, especially the part where she exposed my hypocrisy and dunked on me and called me an idiot. That part I really liked.
Unless it turns out that, like, at the 21-minute mark, it's just dedicated.
Yeah, I didn't like her do it. I forgot about that. No, I was probably in the bathroom during. Oh my, how convenient. NCC, you're in the bathroom during the part that you really disagree with Contra about. Well, if you want to see my opinions about trans women in sports, I've got a video that just came out, and you can watch this after stream if you want, right? This is a new video on YouTube, and it talks about basically Ben Glebe and Jink Uger's take on trans women in sports, and I think that they were probably a little bit more egregious than Contra was, but it's the same kind of idea, and my criticism of Contra's perspective is close to the same as my criticism of TYT's perspective.
To a hate manifesto against me. I'm going to assume, you know, the video.
It's 2 minutes. She talks about you for 2 minutes.
Video by and large maintains that level of quality.
He says like 3 sentences
when I say that it's good. But okay, apparently I'm mentioned more than once. My wonderful editor Tempest has given me some timestamps.
That's his editor, Tempest. Okay.
Let's see. We'll see how bad it is, okay? I'll respond since...
Does anybody know, is Thana like a mod then?
Sincerely, I'll drop the jokes. Okay, I'm serious. I'm not going to...
And Thana, like I said, if you want to talk about this, like, right, I mean, I don't understand where you're coming from. I'd love to hear what you have to say about it. I don't understand it. It seems contradictory. It seems like you were criticizing Contra for something that Vaush did a lot more egregiously. What have you to say, Thana? If you want to come on and talk, I'm willing to entertain that discussion.
Make any jokes. I'm just going to respond, okay? Is that fair? Look at that. That's responsible of me. I don't normally do that. No, I mean it. I mean, I'll try. I'll try my best, okay? 1:16:33. That is a time that could...
We are coming up on 6 hours here, though. What are the YouTube likes at this
see
point?
What would be where I start. Okay, let's look. Let's look.
81.
Let's
They're
see
still on 81. Is there anybody in the YouTube chat who has yet to like the video? We are trying. Look, there's 19. You are 19 away from having 100. That's not necessarily something I expect from you. That's pushing it. That's a lot. That's like prodigious, but it's not something that I think you're incapable of either. I think you could actually do this.
Bad it is. Yeah, it's a 2-hour video, so timestamps are the...
We got 20 minutes.
Timestamps are
we need 19 likes.
Pretty
Can we
necessary
do it?
Here.
Can we do it, YouTube?
All right. It's crazy. It's Contra. Look at that. Oh. Make myself a little bigger. There we go.
Yeah, Tiffany says she's basically arguing that it should be a case-by-case basis. Yeah, it's not, like I said, it's not as bad as what what Ben Glebe and Jink Huger said, but I still disagree. Right, I would defer to the, governing bodies of these sports, which have made their decision based on science, based on sports science. And they've said there's no reason for trans women not to be able to compete in sports, right? Obviously, there should be stipulations. Obviously, we're not saying that, no, the standards are not, you identify as a woman and you immediately switch sports leagues, right? There are still stipulations to that, but this has kind of been solved, and people being like, oh, I don't know, every sport, I'm not sure about that. Like, that's just going backwards, right? There's not an issue of trans women dominating sports. There's not even an issue of trans women having parity. We don't win an equal proportion of the athletic competitions to our population. We're doing worse than average, not better than average. So please miss me with this concern.
Whoa, it's Contra. That's crazy.
A long stream with sub goals earlier. Let's break the 100 likes too. Yeah.
Okay, now let's get to the good part, the part where I come up. Haha.
I guess JK
I feel like you also earned a stream tomorrow because there's more stuff I need to go over.
Rowling doesn't think so because she's never condemned it. In fact, when Dennis's Twitter suspension ended, she was right there to
yes,
welcome him
Yastiel,
back.
yes.
Okay, so we're talking about JK Rowling.
Yastiel says, Twitch people, go to YouTube just for a second and give it a like and return. That seems like a good idea to me.
So immediately I have a pretty good idea of what this is going to be.
She continues to retweet him. I've always been happy to acknowledge that angry trans people on Twitter sometimes take things too far. Things like death threats or misogynistic insults, I don't support that, and I've called it out in the past. Like when the leftist streamer Vaush, drama alert, who is not trans,
drama alert.
Man, she said Vaush with a lot of ire there, didn't she? She did call
she a woke scold?
Me a leftist though. I guess that's nice.
Chat, are we witnessing some woke scold mentality here?
Well, Contra's like a social democrat, right? So maybe to her, leftist isn't like an.
She said she's leaving the center. I don't know what she is now, right? Maybe that's gonna change. Maybe we'll get an update on that.
Affirmative term of endearment, but it's rather like
you're having a cringe overlord and cringe overlord. I am your cringe overlord. You shall do as I command, or I will make you cringe. As retribution, yes, the cringe overlord here.
One of those, but
no,
Vaush,
chat. I'm not the cringe overlord. I'm the cuteness overlord. Remember, cuteness overlord.
Vaush mentioned.
Cuteness overlord.
Vaush mentioned. Comments locked. All right. So about a year ago, I said very wisely, very sensibly, all JK Rowling had to do was shut the fuck up and she could have been almost uncritically beloved for like a century. Okay? And then I followed it up with women be quieter and start apologizing challenge. So obviously that is a misogynistic tweet. Kind of hard to argue around
87.
That one.
Oh my god.
I would argue that it's a very
away.
Obviously like a light
Can
misogyny,
we hit 100?
like a very light, airy, obviously unserious
Can we hit 100?
Joke. When I think of like real misogyny, I tend to think of like, I don't know, Andrew.
Okay, so no. She didn't say. She said it was ironic misogyny. I don't know what you think. She's not saying. She didn't say. It's ironic misogyny, which you're serving up on a silver platter to a TERF who wants to claim that the trans rights movement is inherently misogynistic. Could you not? As a trans person with a vested interest in the outcome of this social, kerfuffle, can you not? Could you please not?
Stuff or like
pretty please with like extra whipped cream and a chocolate drizzle and little sprinkles on the cherry and everything, like pretty please with like a pinch of nutmeg just dusted all over everything. Pretty please.
Arguments that are meant to support misogyny, something that would reinforce a misogynistic worldview, as opposed to like a light airy joke.
Drizzle.
You know what I mean? Doesn't mean it's not misogynistic. Blah blah blah. I'll say this. my internal
Yeah, I get that you were shitposting there, Vaush, but could you just please like not do that with JK Rowling in a way that's so exploitable? You realize that like if I wrote something to you and you could take it out of context and you could characterize it as something, you know, in a way that I didn't mean it, right? You did that, I'd have no recourse, right? I've got a small little audience. You've got a great big audience. Everybody in your great big audience is going to think, oh yeah, no comment chick is a swerf, or what? No comment chick is a turf. No comment chick is whatever you want to characterize me as, right? If you take me out of context, you can do that. You got to understand that, like, JK Rowling is probably as much bigger than you are than me. She can do that to you. She did do that to you. What she did was quote retweet and show a bunch of TERFs, oh yes, the trans rights movement is indeed misogynist. And they're not going to take the time to be like, oh shit, but you know what he was shit posting. It's not really misogyny. Oh, he was shit oh, I get it, Vaush. Very funny. No. They thought you were a misogynist. You got portrayed as a misogynist. Our liberatory movement got portrayed as misogynist thanks to you, you jackass.
Trick. For whether or not
she
it's
is a wizard,
okay
that's
to make
true.
a problematic joke.
Lily said this would happen.
Would a person who already agrees with who already agrees with like the misogynistic or like the racist or anything, would a reactionary person look at this and think of it as like an endorsement of their ideology? You know what I mean? So that to me is where you tackle the real issue, which is the blurry line in between I've
already told you how that could happen.
Making jokes that can legitimately be quite funny despite being problematic, and like
take the L, right?
Dishonestly fronting an ideology under the cover of comedy. That's always been my line, which is why like I make jokes about like haha women, but usually I try to make those jokes kind of like deliberately incoherent or stupid or like obviously irreverent, you know?
You made them to JK Rowling, it doesn't matter.
I mean, and in my mind,
you look, like X number of people saw your tweet and know you were shitposting, including me, Vaush. I know you were shitposting. I know you didn't mean it for serious, right? But X times, I don't know, like 100 number of those people saw it through JK Rowling, and they don't know you, and they don't know it was a shitpost, and it looked exactly like misogyny, and they took it as such, right? And you fed JK Rowling, and it sucks. Please stop being a feeder, Vaush. Please. If you want to be on our team, stop feeding. Please. Joe Rowe didn't take my misogyny in good faith. Oh my God, I know, right?
It's like, okay.
Can we get 100? I feel like we could.
You can't be perfect with like the intention of your humor.
Super easy,
but at the very least, I don't think anyone's going to walk away from this.
We could do 13. We've got like, oh my God, 10 minutes left. Oh my God.
Is like a real
Can we make this happen?
Argument. You know
We're
what I mean?
so close. We're so close to hitting 100 on YouTube. That would be amazing.
And I think that's an okay like metric to go at things. I think that's fine. I mean, this is a pretty light comment.
Anybody on YouTube in YouTube chat, I am calling to you. If you have not liked the video yet, you've got like very short time to like it before it goes out as a VOD. And if that could be a VOD with 100 likes on it, that would knock my socks off. I'll literally take on these socks and put on more comfy socks. If that happens.
Altogether. You know, and I make plenty of comments
Don't you want me to wear comfy socks, chat? Comfy socks.
Men as well. I feel like it fits sort of
comfy socks
holistically into my character and my attitude. But anyway, whatever. So I made these tweets, and then JK Rowling posted an image of them. But
Vaush wasn't doing that. He wasn't making a sexist joke that ironically undermined sexism, like he was being misogynistic to Joanne. Well, he was shit posting, like it wasn't like it kind of doesn't matter like what his intention was with this. Like I think he was shit posting, but I also think it doesn't matter. Because when JK Rowling quote retweets you, all context gets sucked. You care so much about context, Vaush. Why don't you care about context when it matters? I think chat wants you to take your I think they want to knock my socks off. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Whiskey? Fitness? Am I pronouncing your name right? Get your socks ready. Oh my God, are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do this? Are we gonna hit 100? Knock my socks off. Knock my socks off, chat. Knock my socks
Quote
off.
tweeted, I forget which one it was, and it started this big discourse.
Maybe I should. Maybe I should start another social media profile where I can really take my socks off. Maybe.
People like me feeding into TERF narratives by being misogynistic. And I guess I'll talk more about that in a second, because I think that's a really dumb narrative personally, but you know, we'll go ahead because I know where this is going.
I think it's really silly for you to feed.
Tweeted at JK Rowling, women be quieter and start apologizing challenge.
Oh wait, I didn't tweet that at JK Rowling. I just tweeted it. I didn't at her, but yeah.
I called him out, tweeting, doing edgy, ironic misogyny while defending trans people magnifies the grain of truth in what TERFs say about there being misogyny in trans activism.
Okay, again, not to be a stickler, but it's not calling... Okay, my thing wasn't tweeting at her, and her thing isn't calling me out because it's, by definition, a vague tweet. Yeah, I don't know. It did bother me when I saw...
Wait, Natalie's thing isn't calling you out? Yeah.
Contra, because, like,
JK Rowling quote treated you, though.
I don't know. She'd been on my stream like 2 or 3 times before. I feel like if you have an issue...
Oh my god, you shared your platform with somebody that's like 10 times bigger. Wow.
Something I've said, you could tell me? Like, I don't know directly, but... anyway, yeah.
Oh my
I tweeted
god.
that because I recognize
this guy's going down.
That if people who are claiming to
going
speak for you are doing
down.
so in a misogynistic way, and if you let that slide, you're going to wake up one day to find that you're in a misogynistic movement. Of course,
I don't know if I agree with the idea that really light, obviously comedic, sexist jokes like that need to be tackled lest you wake up one day and find yourself in a misogynistic movement. I guess the weird thing for me is, like, I haven't watched her videos in a
No, I mean, it's absolutely true, though.
while. But I feel
If
like...
there's no price for acting misogynistic, even if it's like this ironic shitpost that he's making here, right? Then you're gonna, yeah, you are gonna, and we have that problem on the left. That's a problem now. Vaush is an example of that. Like, right? Even if you say this is ironic shitposting, this is not like the best example of Vaush's misogyny. Vaush's misogyny is there nonetheless, right?
Like Contra often makes kind of light...
These people are basically gamergators. These are leftist anti-SJWs, leftist gamergators.
Self-deprecating misogynistic jokes? Like, this is something trans women will do a lot, where when they make a mistake, they'll do like a, oh, haha, well, you know, the women, thing, which it's like a self-affirming identity thing.
93! Oh my god, we're only 7 away!
Would we argue then, like,
we
okay,
could do
well,
this,
that
we can hit 100!
Like, you're gonna, like,
this could really happen! I didn't think it was real!
Elements of the movement. You know what I mean? Or like the woman moment thing, or whatever. I guess I feel like a very unreasonable...
Chat, we could make this real!
...degree of like threat and danger.
There's anybody else out there. We are so close to 100. I can taste it.
Which kind of supports the TERF argument.
I can
right?
taste it. We're
Like,
5 minutes away, though.
TERFs
That's the time is ticking.
Overstate the degree of misogyny present in the left, because that's the scapegoat they use to attack trans people.
But the thing is, we really shouldn't have any misogyny in the left, right? I mean, we're going to, and that's why we call it out. But like, that's an effort to not have that in the left. That part of, you know, the left is you're a coalition in solidarity with each other, and being in solidarity with women, it means standing up against misogyny wherever you find it, even if it's, you know, somebody who's otherwise been pretty good on things, right?
Which is why I'm cautious about inflating the argument.
The woman's movement thing? Oh no.
That there is like this like huge...
Now he's doing the Chappelle thing. I know trans people make up words to win arguments.
...problem of misogyny in trans activism. Which
self-affirming identity thing. Yo, I'm not even catching on to this, Chad. I'm glad you're noticing it.
I don't think it's the case. There is a problem with like misogyny broadly in the left.
We're going to have to get back to this tomorrow. I will be on tomorrow. We will go retrace some of this Vaush stuff. And we're also going to take a look at the witch trials of JK Rowling itself, the podcast that she's on with Shirley Phelps Roper, and we're going to analyze this drama more, because this drama is going to continue. There's also, you know, they've attacked Cat Black, they've attacked Contra. It's getting bad.
More so, obviously, not
it's
in
4
the left,
minutes
but
left.
It is a real thing.
We got 4 minutes.
I don't like to overstate it, because I feel like in that case, you're kind of making their case for them.
Demon Mama defending Vaush and saying Contra bended the ending just to get at Vaush. Bended the ending? If you can react to that, oh my god, we're gonna have to do it tomorrow. Bubble, I gotta stay under 6 hours. I want to do this, right? I will do this. I will come back tomorrow. We will do this again tomorrow. Make sure you're here tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Probably not good. Yeah, you're sort of making the argument like this is the grain of truth. And the
3 minutes left here. I'm going to have to start
trans rights to masquerade their attacks on women, which, I mean, I'm sure statistically
start the
there are some
rate
doing
any
that,
second
but
now.
me is doing that comes across as kind of dishonest, I think.
Vaush took the criticism
93. Oh my God, we still need 7 more. I don't know if we're going to get it, chat. I don't know if we're going to get it.
For the moral necessity of being misogynistic to JK Rowling.
7 more likes.
Okay. With respect, the arguments you've given your
You just came back. If anybody hasn't liked it yet, please hit that like. If we can hit 100 likes, that's going to be like amazing.
Responds, it just strikes me as
you can raid Polly or Luna Oi.
Better than a trans woman who's been doing this activism for over a decade, and it kind of compounds my discomfort with the women be quiet or tweet. So this is like, well, this is the same argument JK Rowling makes, where she's like, any criticism instantly dies against her because she's a woman. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. And then my response was, is that really your argument that I, by way of being cis, couldn't possibly be correct in a disagreement on trans issues with a trans person? I was always under the impression you value the quality of the argument. Okay. I guess that was really arrogant of me to believe in the concept of, I don't even know, like, having beliefs? Yeah, I don't know. Man, I was being really nice with her here. I note that she read out loud the content of the previous tweets, but for this one, she just summarizes it with like a dishonest refrain. Like, because if she read this out loud, it would sound kind of reasonable. So instead, she just posts it and then summarizes it as me being like arrogant and condescending, which is what she's doing here, not me. Yeah, no. It's pretty dishonest. Pretty L.
Complex tactical arguments for the moral necessity of being misogynistic to
I didn't even mention complex tactical arguments. I just was like kind of taken. I just said that I feel like if I could talk with her off platform, like privately, that she would probably agree with what I had to say. And then her response was, I'm a trans woman, so I can't be wrong. And this video title is obviously a joke. The moral necessity of being sexist to JK Rowling. But yeah.
JK Rowling. And then he accused me of cancel culturing him while at the same time literally
yeah, the idpull thing is kind of cancel culture-y. Vaush, also weren't
I've not rated Luna in a while.
You weren't defending.
She is indeed streaming. I didn't see her at first, but she's got an underscore.
The misogyny thing is that
it's Luna underscore. Oh wait, we gotta go. Much love, chat. See you.
Contras said, like I genuinely think that kind of light, like that. It's just not consequential.
All right, rating into Luna Oi.
I noticed this clip right here.
Much love, chat. I'll see you tomorrow.
This clip is the cat black.
Meow meow.
So for those who aren't appraised
YouTube chat, you did so well today. I don't even care if we didn't hit 100, right? We will